detected that the host is about to face the apocalypse. Would you like to activate the God-level choice system for 3 dog heads? Once activated, the host can make one choice to receive a generous reward. At first, you thought it was just a joke from a short video, until your beautiful neighbor tackled you onto the bed. At this moment, you are completely bewildered. You were sleeping soundly when suddenly you heard a knock on your front door. After seeing through the peephole that it was your neighbor, you felt no sense of danger and casually opened the door. As soon as you opened the door, the other person lunged at you with a face twisted in rage, as if they had seen their father's killer, trying to bite your neck. What the hell is going on? Is this a zombie apocalypse? Xian, calm down. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Get off me now. As the other person's head came closer, you screamed with bloodshot eyes while trying to tilt your head away. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in your mind, detecting that the host is facing a life-threatening crisis. The God-level choice system is activated. Option 1, give up resistance and be randomly teleported to a safe location within a kilometer that has food and water. Option 2, fight to the death and gain a random superpower. Hearing that sudden voice, you shivered all over and then shouted like a madman, I choose option 2. I choose option 2. Option 2 begins to extract abilities, extraction successful, ability gained, time stop. A cold mechanical sound echoes, but at that moment, you feel it is the most beautiful sound in the world. When the world is less than 1 centimeter from your neck, you unhesitatingly use the ability you just acquired. As your voice falls, the previously frenzied Hao Xian becomes like a statue, frozen and unmoving. You quickly flip him over, gasping for breath, and use the rope to tightly bind Hao Xian. When the time stop is lifted, you collapse to the ground as if you've just run a marathon, with an excruciating pain piercing through you. After Hao Xian regains movement, he frantically twists his body, trying to break free from the ropes, letting out indistinct angry roars. You struggle to sit up, keeping a wary eye on him, unsure of what to do next. Listening to the chaotic sounds around you, you take a deep breath and decide to assess the situation outside first. You slowly walk to the window, and the moment you look outside, you feel as if you've fallen into an icy abyss. The world outside has turned into a hell on earth, with figures running in the streets, both humans and zombies. They frantically chase those still running, and upon catching them, they bite without hesitation. Watching the tragedy before you, you remain silent. It feels like a lifetime has passed, even though you only took a nap. You pull back, casually draw up the living room's floor-to-ceiling curtains, and then turn on the lights. Seeing Hao Xian, bound and struggling desperately, you let out a deep sigh before heading to the kitchen to grab a fruit knife. Although she was once your goddess, in the end, she is just a stranger. Moreover, she looks utterly hopeless at this moment. Rather than letting her suffer like this, it's better to help her find relief. Gritting your teeth, you straddle his waist, raising the fruit knife high in your hand, the sharp tip aimed at his terrifyingly pale eyes. But just as you're about to move, a familiar yet strange voice echoes in your ear once again. Option 1, sever the ties of fate, kill Hao Xian, and gain mastery in swordsmanship. Option 2, save the dying, heal Hao Xian, and gain the supernatural ability of life restoration. Your hand, which was ready to strike, halts in midair as you look at the 2 options before you, falling into hesitation once more. While stopping time is powerful, it is fleeting and can only serve as a trump card. Mastering swordsmanship would significantly enhance your combat ability. However, the ability called Life Restoration also captivates you. After all, just by its name, it's clear that it's a healing power. No one can guarantee they won't get hurt or sick, and at such times, if a disaster strikes, it's basically a death sentence. So if there were a healing ability, your margin for error would be much higher. Weighing the pros and cons, you fixed your gaze and firmly said, I choose Shui Xiao. As soon as the words left your mouth, a strange power surged into your body, and you grasped another powerful ability. It felt as if time had stopped, though you had just acquired it. Your body instinctively learned how to use it to heal. Your limbs were sore from your earlier struggles, so without much hesitation, you immediately used the ability on yourself. As the words fell, a radiant green light glowed in your palm. Then you felt as if your entire body had been soaked in a hot spring, the soreness disappearing at an astonishing speed. Wow, this is amazing, you thought as you moved your limbs, astonished by the power of the ability. At this moment, under the influence of the system's false power, Hao Xian had stopped struggling. The black veins that had appeared on her skin gradually faded, restoring her originally fair complexion, and her pale eyes began to regain their sparkle. What's happening to me? My head hurts so much, and my body feels awful. Since she turned into a zombie while dreaming, Hao Xian had no memory of the transformation. When her consciousness returned, all she felt was pain everywhere in her body. Just as he was about to get up to find some medicine, he realized, for some unknown reason, that he was tied up in a completely unfamiliar place, kidnapped, robbed, and facing the threat of violence. In an instant, countless horror cases flashed through his mind, and Hao Xianxian burst into tears, struggling once more. However, compared to his previous zombie-like state, his current struggle seemed utterly futile. He wanted to cry out for help, but with his mouth tightly bound, he could only emit muffled whimpers. Yet, even that was enough to catch your attention. You're awake, calm down. Dizziness is normal. I will untie your mouth now, and then I'll explain. Wah wah wah, you bastard, let me go. This is a home invasion kidnapping. I'm going to call the police on you. The moment you heard Hao Xuanxuan scream, your expression changed drastically. You hurriedly covered his mouth and hissed, "Stop yelling. Do you want to attract the zombies?" But it was too late. Outside, the low growls of zombies and heavy banging sounds could be heard. Damn it! You cursed under your breath. Hao Xianxian was terrified by this sudden situation, his face going pale. Just as he was about to scream again, he received a sharp slap to the face, the crisp sound leaving him momentarily stunned, tears welling up in his eyes. This is not the time to make noise. There are zombies outside. If you don't want to die, keep quiet. You stared nervously at the door. Hao Xianxian was struck a bit too hard, momentarily stopping the crying, though his body still trembled slightly. You didn't care about him at all. Instead, you waited by the door for a moment, and upon realizing that the zombies outside seemed to have stopped banging on the door, you let out a long sigh of relief. The zombies' behavior seems completely random, which is why many people in this building have turned into zombies. That loud shout from Hao Xianxian just now probably attracted the zombies from downstairs. Thinking of this, you shot him a fierce glare, but seeing his tearful expression, your heart softened a little. Please, Ling Chen, let me go. You're still young, don't do anything foolish. Just let me go, and I promise I won't call the police. I swear. What are you crying about? Go ahead and call the police. Let me show you what good that will do now. Annoyed by Hao Xuanxuan's cries, you couldn't be bothered to explain further and simply dragged him to the window. See? Just now, you were just like those things downstairs. If it weren't for my agility, you'd probably be in their stomachs by now. Recalling that moment of danger, even now you still felt a bit scared. If the system hadn't suddenly awakened, you might have ended up dying here without understanding why. Thinking of this, you couldn't help but shift your gaze to Hao Xianxian. Considering the current state of the world and his past actions towards you, your expression became dangerously intense. Old Xianxian was completely unaware that he was being targeted. He was currently going through a process of having his worldview shattered. Although Lin Mo had mentioned the existence of zombies before, he still dismissed it as nonsense in his heart. However, the scene before him forced him to accept this reality. The dense, twisted, and grotesque faces of the zombie horde, along with the bloody scene, filled him with immense fear and despair. See? The police are probably too busy to help you right now, and it's not just outside. There are quite a few zombies in this building as well. If you keep making a scene and drawing their attention, I won't hesitate to throw you out. You coldly threatened him while loosening the rope around Xianxian. During this process, the other party seemed to have lost their soul, allowing you to manipulate them at will. Seeing this, you couldn't help but wonder if you had scared the child into a stupor. You didn't want to take care of someone like that. Hey, snap out of it. What are you doing, Suzuki? Xianxian wrapped his arms around himself, letting out a pained sound, and his gaze toward you was now filled with even more fear. Although Lin Mo claimed that he had turned himself back from a zombie, Hao Xianxian still didn't fully believe it. After all, he had always been an ordinary person. How could he possibly achieve such a thing? In his mind, the possibility that he had been kidnapped by Lin Mo was much higher. It was just a coincidence that the apocalypse had occurred. Unlike the fear of Hao Xianxian at this moment, I feel utterly exhilarated inside. Is this what it feels like? It's simply wonderful, especially since I'm facing the goddess I once admired. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I probably wouldn't have a chance to experience something like this in my lifetime. Although it's only the first day of the end of the world, you seem to have already grasped its beauty. Option 1, drop by drop of blood, turn Hao Xianxian into my woman, gain +2 in physical attribute and +2 in strength attribute. Option 2, Lotus Cherishing Jade, return Hao Xianxian to her own room, gain proficiency in firearms, and +1 in mental attribute. The choices have come again, and a wonderful voice echoes in my mind once more. You have no idea how these options come to be. Based on the timing of these three options appearing, you speculate that it must be related to a certain situation you've encountered or a decision you want to make for them to show up. System, what are attributes? What are my own attributes? Women are merely accessories to strength. True power is everlasting. Understanding this fact, you set aside thoughts of Hao Xianxian and quickly ask the system in your mind, which responds promptly. Name, Lin Mo, Strength 6, Speed 6, Constitution 6. The human limit for all attributes is 10. Skills acquired, time stop, life revival. After understanding clearly, you turn your attention to the two options. Proficiency in firearms is too intense for you right now. Who in the world doesn't know that the Dragon Kingdom strictly prohibits firearms? If I really choose this, I probably won't get a gun anytime soon, and it won't improve my abilities either. As for the mental attribute, you think it should be linked to the wings, but currently lacking offensive abilities makes it not very useful. The physical and strength attributes are different, they can genuinely enhance your base stats. After choosing this, both your strength and physique increase to 8 points, nearly reaching human limits. I choose option 1. As the words leave your mouth, you can clearly feel your body undergoing some changes. You take a deep breath, then suddenly reach out, lifting Hao Xianxian by the waist, and say to her, "Be my woman, and I will protect you from now on." Hao Xuanchuan's eyes widen in disbelief as she struggles and shouts, "Let me go, you crazy person." Ignoring her resistance, you carry her straight to the bedroom and throw her onto the bed. Hao Xianxian shrinks back in fear, tears welling in her eyes, pleading, "Please don't do this, Lin Mo, wake up," her voice trembling. At this moment, however, you seem to be entranced, stepping closer and closer. Since no one likes the content that follows, I'll just dance instead. When you open your eyes again, it's from the pain that wakes you up. You turn your head. You see a stunning beauty with red-rimmed eyes leaning beside you, her white teeth biting fiercely into your shoulder as if she intends to devour you alive. With a sharp crack, a clear sound echoed in the room. After Hao Xianxian let go in pain, you pressed his head down and pinned him to the bed. What the hell are you going crazy about so early in the morning? Are you turning into a zombie or what? Hao Xianxian showed no sign of responding to your shouts, merely shedding silent tears. The pain in his body made him acutely aware that everything from last night was not a dream. He had lost his innocence, which he had cherished for over 20 years, just like that. "I let you go, calm down a bit. Weren't you happy last night? After all, she was the first woman in your life, someone you once had a crush on. So even though you got hurt a bit, you still forced yourself to suppress your anger." After you released Hao Xianxian, he showed no intention of getting up. He merely buried his head in the pillow, softly sobbing. His pitiful appearance was heart-wrenching to behold. Healing, you used your powers to mend the wound on your shoulder. Seeing the other person's broken expression, you gently stroked his head and softly comforted him. "It's okay, don't cry anymore. Since it has come to this, just be my woman and rest easy. As long as you're willing to obey, I swear I can provide for you and make you the happiest woman in this apocalypse." Hao Xianxian couldn't help but sneer inwardly at your brazen words. He knew you were just an ordinary person. What right did an ordinary person have to protect themselves or ensure he wouldn't go hungry? Thinking of this, he parted his thin lips and quietly muttered, "What right do you have?" With this healing, under Hao Xuanchuan's incredulous gaze, a green light shone from your hand and pressed against him. Before long, he was astonished to find that the pain in his body had vanished, as if it had merely been an illusion. "Are you really human?" he instinctively asked, as the glowing palm and the changes in his own body presented a scene beyond science. "Of course, it's just a bit of superpower. With zombies around now, it shouldn't be too much to suddenly have some abilities, right?" Hao Xianxian didn't know how to react to your words for a moment, but the thoughts of wanting to die and her hatred for you were somewhat diminished. Seeing the simple hostility in Hao Xuanchuan's eyes, you knew she had resigned to her fate. As long as you remained strong, she would never escape your grasp. "Don't worry, this apocalypse may be a disaster for ordinary people, but for us, it might just be a paradise. Everything outside is now ownerless. Whatever you desire, be it food, expensive luxuries, or anything else, I can bring it to you. All you need to do is obey, and you can hold Hao Xuanchuan's delicate shoulders as you slowly pull her into your embrace." This time, he did not resist. Under your tempting words, he seemed to have already envisioned a beautiful future for himself. Having seen many apocalyptic movies and novels, he naturally understands that as a woman, especially a beautiful one, if she lacks strength, she could face a terrifying fate. He, you're a smart person. I knew you'd get it. Now, call me husband and let me hear it." Hearing that, Huan's ears instantly turned bright red. Seeing this scene, you couldn't help but swallow, and at the same time, the system voice echoed in your mind. Option 1, life is short, enjoy it while you can, gain +1 physical attribute, +1 speed attribute. Option 2, strengthen yourself, do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, master 8 extremities fist. Triggered another option? Options appeared before Lin Chen, widening his eyes in surprise, even neglecting the game. After all, Lin Chen was young and strong. With his physique now at 8 points, his energy was simply astonishing. "My current physical condition is already much stronger than an average person. but it's just raw strength that I can't fully utilize. If I learn a martial art, it will definitely elevate my strength to a whole new level. Without much thought, Lin Chen made his decision. After all, strength was more appealing than anything else. I choose option 2. Huff huff, eyes glaring, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down. In a small room, a handsome young man with a well-proportioned figure kept moving up and down. After the initial burst, his speed had slowed down, showing signs of fatigue. Just when he was about to give up, a pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Lin Chen, come on. You're not giving up, are you? You still have a long way to go, not there yet, huh? Saying I can't do it? Frustrated, Lin Chen felt a surge of strength in his body, determined to show the beauty in front of him his true power. With a silent countdown in his mind, he finally finished the last push-up. Few exhausted, haven't done this much exercise in years. Lying on the ground, feeling his heart racing, Lin Chen sat up, took the towel handed by Hao Shueshua, wiped his sweat, and a smile appeared on his face when he envisioned a martial art called 8 Extremities Fist. 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, simple yet effective. What are you doing? Drenched in sweat, even if you want to exercise, you shouldn't overdo it from the start. Boiling water for instant noodles, Hao Shueshua scolded him like a girlfriend. After accepting it all, Hao Shueshua already considered herself and Lin Chen as one unit, naturally not wanting him to train recklessly and harm his body. It's to protect you. After all, only with great strength can I ensure my beautiful wife isn't bullied, right? Lightly patting Hao Shueshua's perky buttocks, Lin Chen said with a grin, not planning to tell anyone about the system's existence. Smooth talker, the one who bullies himself, it's not just you alone. Turning her head away, Hao Shueshua grumbled, but her smiling eyes revealed her true happiness. Slurp slurp Shueshua, how many packs of instant noodles are left? Slurping Kangshifu beef noodles, Lin Chen asked Hao Shueshua. 7 packs left. After a moment of thought, Hao Shueshua replied. 7 packs. Not much left. It's still early, I'll go to the supermarket downstairs later to get some more food. Wiping his mouth, Lin Chen said calmly. Perhaps due to his enhanced physique, he felt his appetite had increased significantly. Even 7 packs of instant noodles wouldn't last him 2 days, not to mention taking care of Hao Shueshua, a beautiful woman. He had promised to provide her with good food and clothing, and he was a man of his word. Let's wait a bit longer. It's too dangerous outside. Maybe the government will send rescue teams in a few days. 7 buckets of instant noodles can last for quite a while if we eat sparingly, Lin Chen remarked. Upon hearing Lin Chen's intention to go out, Hao Xianxian immediately showed a worried and fearful expression, clearly not wanting him to take the risk. Although it was quieter outside compared to yesterday, she knew that not all the zombies had disappeared, they were just hiding. Seemingly averse to sunlight, zombies would instinctively gather in shady areas when no prey was found, creating a false sense of calm outside. She had witnessed a man from the opposite building being dragged away by hidden zombies not far from where he ventured out, his screams attracting even more zombies. Roughly estimating, there were definitely not fewer than hundreds of zombies in this residential area. It seemed that other survivors in the houses had also witnessed this scene, hence no one had left their homes to escape until now. The government? It's not that I don't trust the government, but in the current situation, even the government is probably struggling to survive. This isn't just happening in our area, it's a global crisis. The whole world is in chaos. The broadcast advised us to stay at home and minimize going out, but how long can we hide? A few days, 10 days, or a month? If we wait until we're too weak from hunger, we won't even be able to go out to find food. Shen Xian, don't worry, your man is not an ordinary person. When I say I want you to be the happiest person in this apocalypse, I won't go back on my word. Wait for my good news. Looking at Lin Chen's determined gaze, Hao Xianxian felt a mix of emotions. If you asked her if she still hated him, to be honest, she did a little, considering she was somewhat forced by him. But at this moment, hearing Lin Chen's sincere words, she was mostly moved. How many people would risk their safety to go out and find food for her? Have you made your decision? Yes. Hao Xianxian sighed and quietly walked to his side, giving him a gentle kiss on his lips. Be careful, and don't forget, I'll be waiting for you at home. At the door, Lin Chen hugged Hao Xianxian tightly and said, wait for me. I have the key, and no matter who knocks, don't open the door except for me. With that, Lin Chen picked up the kitchen knife, carefully opened the door, walked out, and closed it behind him. The corridor was filled with a putrid smell, eerily quiet, but thankfully, he didn't encounter any zombies until he reached the ground floor. On the ground floor, the main door was wide open, with plenty of bloodstains outside, indicating that a resident had lured the zombies out of the building while escaping. Judging by the bloodstains, that person's fate was probably not good. The supermarket was across the street from his building. The street was a mess, with numerous body remnants and abandoned vehicles. In the shadows of the vehicles, he could clearly see several zombies aimlessly wandering. As he observed the zombies, one suddenly turned around, locking eyes with him. His body tensed instantly, but just as Lin Chen was about to react, the zombie seemed not to notice him and turned away. No sight? They must rely on hearing or smell to catch prey. Understanding a bit more about the zombie's behavior, Lin Chen picked up a stone from the ground and threw it with force towards one side of the street. Clang! With his strength attribute at level 8, he effortlessly threw the stone over 10 meters, shattering the glass of a scrapped car. The sound of the breaking glass wasn't too loud, but it successfully caught the attention of several zombies. As Lin Chen watched the terrifying zombies howling and rushing towards the supermarket, he took a deep breath and sprinted across to the other side in an instant. Run! With a low growl in his heart, Lin Chen shot out like an arrow. The building he was in was only a few dozen meters away from the supermarket across the street. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 10 seconds to run over. But now, the debris scattered all over the ground greatly hindered his pace, forcing him to weave through the bodies and vehicles. Lin Chen, be careful! Upstairs, Hao Xianxian stood at the window in the living room, watching Lin Chen running below, silently praying for him. Roar! Despite trying to keep his footsteps as quiet as possible, some noise inevitably escaped as he ran. Several zombies, unable to find him, heard the sound coming from his direction and roared as they rushed towards him. Get lost! Seeing a zombie getting dangerously close, Lin Chen suddenly turned around and kicked out with force. He used the skillful techniques of the 8 extremities fist, combined with the attribute of 8 points of strength, to kick the zombie 2 meters away. While the zombie struggled to get up, Lin Chen didn't have time to finish it off and instead made a dash towards the supermarket. Finally, he reached the entrance of the supermarket only to find the door tightly shut. Peering inside, he saw a young man wearing glasses and a store uniform, looking at him with a terrified expression. Open the door! Quickly, open the door for me! Sensing the zombies closing in behind him, Lin Chen anxiously pounded on the door. But upon hearing his words, the store clerk inside glared at him with anger and shouted, Get lost! Don't bring the zombies here, get out now! Damn it! With a fierce expression on his face, just as he was about to do something, the options appeared again. Option 1, escape is crucial, turn around and leave immediately, gain +2 speed attribute, special ability, light as a feather. Option 2, it's all mine, break open the door, forcefully loot food, gain +2 strength attribute, special ability, storage space. Was there any need for hesitation? A sly smile appeared on his face as Lin Chen focused his energy and struck a pose of the 8 extremities fist, silently choosing option 2. Bang! It sounded like thunder striking the ground. Under the disbelieving gaze of the store clerk, Lin Chen threw a punch, causing the specially made glass door to crack all over. Crack! With a move resembling Iron Mountain leaning, the barely holding glass shattered completely as Lin Chen used his hands to protect his head and charged inside. You! The store clerk, trembling with a wallpaper knife in hand, stared at him, but Lin Chen had no intention of harming him. Why would he bother to attack someone just for not opening the door? Anyone would act the same way, he understood. Besides, the clerk was about to die anyway, why waste the effort? Let's focus on the task at hand. Mine, all mine. Looking at the rows of snacks and drinks on the shelves, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Without a hint of hesitation, he waved his hands and stored everything, including the food and shelves, into his storage space. In just a few seconds, everything in the supermarket was packed up and taken away by him, leaving the store clerk looking as if he had seen a ghost. Glancing at the angry yet hesitant store clerk and the approaching zombies outside the supermarket, Lin Chen walked towards the door without a change in expression. The world! Just as the zombie's hand was about to touch him, he decisively used his most powerful special ability. Time stopped. In this 3x3x3 space, only he could move freely. Knowing he couldn't hold on for long, Lin Chen had no intention of killing them, just pushing them aside so he could get out. And as he walked outside, he released his power, and the motionless zombies rushed into the store, followed by a piercing scream. Ignoring the screams behind him, Lin Chen ran towards his home. Running up the stairs, Lin Chen was about to take out his keys to open the door when it swung open, and a pure white arm reached out from behind the door, pulling him inside. Thud! The door closed, and everything fell silent once more. Woo, it's so good, really good, I thought you. Holding Lin Chen's body, Hao Xianxian burst into tears, completely overwhelmed by the despair she felt when she saw Lin Chen blocked by zombies in the store just moments ago. It was at that moment she realized how important this man was to her. Alright, crying like a little kitten. I told you, your man is no ordinary man, just a few zombies. A splash of water patting Hao Xuanxuan's back, Lin Chen comforted her softly, a smile lingering on his lips. Yes, it felt really good to be worried about. After comforting her for a while, Hao Xianxian calmed down, but she still clung tightly to his arm, as if afraid he might suddenly disappear. Lin Chen, don't go out anymore. Let's just wait for rescue obediently, okay? It's really dangerous. What if something happens to you? Looking at Lin Chen's deflated backpack, Hao Xianxian instinctively thought he had failed. But if he didn't bring back food, he could always go get some. Look at you, not even trusting your husband's abilities, you deserve a punishment. Grabbing Hao Xuanxuan's soft cheek, Lin Chen pretended to be displeased, then with a wave of his hand under her teary gaze. With a thud, a shelf filled with food appeared out of thin air in the living room. Lin Chen, this. Her mouth slightly agape, as if it could fit an egg. Hao Xianxian couldn't imagine where Lin Chen had hidden this thing. Satisfied with Hao Xuanxuan's admiring gaze, Lin Chen waved his hand again, and a fridge filled with drinks appeared in the living room. Opening the door, he took out a bottle of ice-cold cola, took a sip, and then raised an eyebrow at her. How about it? Anything you want to say to your husband? A brief silence. Suddenly, Hao Xianxian took a step forward, then bit her lip, looking at Lin Chen as if she were a beautiful leopard eyeing its prey. What other secrets do you have? I'm determined to find them all. Oh, quite confident. Let your husband see your determination. Dare to challenge me? You're really overestimating yourself. Husband, you're amazing. This shelf of food will last us a long time, and the expiration dates are pretty long too. Watching Hao Xianxian sorting and organizing the food like a diligent bee, Lin Chen had no intention of stopping her. After all, there weren't many entertainment activities in this post-apocalyptic world, and he figured the internet and electricity would probably be cut off in a few days. Keeping Hao Xianxian busy was a good thing. As a somewhat chauvinistic man, Lin Chen didn't have many demands for his women. He didn't need them to fight, nor did he need them to worry about survival. He had only one requirement: obedience, and more obedience. Money, power, and women, the dreams of men, only the latter could make him feel a little excited now. So, he didn't want some brainless guys to feel uncomfortable in his only interest. He was quite satisfied with Hao Xianxian. Just as he said, she was a smart woman who knew how to make him happy and what to ask and what not to ask. Lin Chen had already shown many supernatural abilities now, and he believed that Hao Xianxian must be curious about it, but as long as he didn't say anything, she didn't seem to have the initiative to ask. That was good. After all, sensible women always get more love from men. Honey, take a good rest, dinner will be ready soon. Okay, thank you, dear. Nodding, Lin Chen watched Hao Xianxian walk into the kitchen, then lay on the sofa, took out his phone, and started reading about the outside world. The first thing was various speculations about this biochemical crisis in the outside world. Some said it was done by aliens, some said a country's laboratory had problems, and more outrageous claims like it was a punishment from the gods to mankind. Anyway, this sudden disaster had already spread worldwide. According to the United Nations statistics, probably overnight at least 60% or more of the people had turned into zombies. And since the zombie virus could be transmitted through blood, this number would only increase as time passed. However, if it was just that, this apocalypse seemed solvable to Lin Chen. Although zombies were much stronger than ordinary people and felt no pain, they were still flesh and blood, and as long as the government and the military were given enough time to completely eradicate them, it was only a matter of time. Moreover, the United Nations Health Department had already begun researching vaccines, so if things continued as planned, although the world's population might decrease significantly, humans would definitely emerge victorious in the end. But, was it really that simple? For some reason, Lin Chen suddenly had a very strong premonition that this sudden apocalypse was definitely not just a simple biochemical crisis. Absolutely, there were more terrifying things to come, and zombies were just appetizers. Shaking his head, Lin Chen stopped thinking about those things that had not yet surfaced. And even if it did turn out that way, so what? As long as he kept getting stronger and stronger. With his system, if he couldn't even do that, he might as well die sooner. While the internet was still functioning, Lin Chen continued browsing the news from the outside world with his VPN on. Surprisingly, after a few flips, he found something interesting again. It was a video from a farm in Lighthouse Country. A warehouse was surrounded by a group of zombies, but a young man with blonde curly hair fearlessly approached them. As the zombies got closer, the young man's hands were suddenly engulfed in flames. With a single wave, he sent all those zombies to their fiery graves. Of course, it seemed to have taken a toll on the young man, as after doing all that, his face immediately turned as pale as paper, and he was then assisted by his companion. The video was only a few seconds long, but it had already garnered millions of views, with countless comments in the comments section. In the current outbreak of zombies, no one would think that this video was edited or a prank. Superpowers. Just like those portrayed in movies and TV shows, there were indeed humans awakening supernatural abilities. Most of the comments in the comments section were asking how they awakened, or certain organizations inquiring about their current whereabouts. And with the exposure of this video, more and more superhumans were appearing online. Some people found themselves suddenly incredibly strong, some found their skin becoming extremely tough, some could elongate their limbs at will, and some could transform into werewolves. And besides humans, it seemed that some animals and plants were also undergoing astonishing changes. A drone captured the appearance of flower buds resembling teeth in the tropical rainforest, and someone else captured a rat larger than a cat. Everything is evolving desperately. This is a global reshuffle, and only the one who survives until the end will be the winner. Whether the final winner is still the human race that has ruled the earth for hundreds of thousands of years now remains a big question mark. But it doesn't matter. Whether the final winner is human or not is unclear, but Lin Chen is confident that he can definitely fight to the end. Therefore, he must strive to become stronger by every passing moment from now on. Name: Lin Chen. Strength 10, human limit is 10, speed 5, human limit is 10, constitution 8, human limit is 10, spirit 5, human limit is 10, abilities, time stop, vitality recovery, 8 extremities fist, storage space. Looking at the slightly luxurious panel that he had become, Lin Chen nodded slightly. His strength has now reached the limit of a human. In terms of strength alone, he can proudly claim to be even more awesome than Taishan. An 8-point constitution is also not bad. His endurance now far exceeds that of an average person, as evidenced by Hao Shueshue having the most say. It's just that his speed and spirit attributes are a bit lacking. Before acquiring powerful attack abilities, he doesn't really need the spirit attribute. But speed is different. As the saying goes, all martial arts under heaven are invincible, only speed cannot be broken. If he is fast, even if he encounters an unbeatable enemy in the future, he can easily escape, which is also a weakness that needs to be strengthened for him now. TSK. I don't know what the trigger conditions for the options are, otherwise, I would have increased my speed by a few points now. Clicking his tongue, the trigger time for the options is too random. He doesn't want to just sit around waiting. Anyway, with an abundance of food and water sources now, he might as well do some basic training. It's also a good opportunity to familiarize himself with the significant changes in his physical qualities. After all, he doesn't want to accidentally injure Hao Shueshue in the midst of pleasure. Speaking of which, should he go and save a few new beauties? Judging by his current speed improvement, Hao Shueshue probably won't be able to handle it for much longer. Well, this matter should be put on the agenda as soon as possible, otherwise, he will be uncomfortable, and so will she. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked forward to his future life even more. So, he lifted the sofa under his buttocks and started doing squats. There's no way around it. With his current strength and constitution, if he just does squats, who knows how long it will take to be effective. So, how about going out tomorrow to find a gym and make some purchases? 298, 299, 300. Thud. Putting the sofa back on the ground, Lin Chen wiped the sweat off his face vigorously, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Heel. However, in the next second, a green fluorescent light flashed, and Lin Chen immediately felt a lot of his fatigue dissipate. Joking aside, he's not a fool. If he didn't have a way to deal with it, he wouldn't practice so hard. Checking the panel, there was no change in attributes. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't show any regret on his face. After all, this kind of thing requires perseverance. How could a simple set like this lead to improvement? However, he still decided to find a time to go to a gym and get some professional equipment for training, so that he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. It would be even better if he could bring back a beautiful female coach, let her train him during the day, and he could. Honey, you're amazing. You can carry such heavy things and do so many squats. With even more admiration in her eyes, Hao Shueshue sat beside Lin Chen and gently massaged his thighs with her delicate and boneless hands. The touch was firm with muscles, causing a ripple in Hao Xuanxuan's heart, while Lin Chen let out a comfortable hum. Naturally, have you forgotten who your husband is? Lin Chen's face was full of pride as he naturally wrapped his arms around Hao Xuanxuan's waist, and Hao Xianxian also naturally leaned in. Although Lin Chen was sweating a lot, with a slight odor, Hao Xianxian didn't find it unpleasant. She even felt the strong masculine scent, causing a mist to form in her eyes involuntarily. Just then, Lin Chen's stomach suddenly growled, breaking the cozy atmosphere. Hao Xianxian chuckled, "Husband, you must be hungry after practicing for so long. I'll get you some food." With that, Hao Xianxian got up and headed to the kitchen. She said she would get food, but it was just instant food. A pot of 4 packs of instant noodles, a plate of savory chicken feet, a few French mini bread loaves, and 2 cans of cold cola were their dinner. Slurping down their noodles in a few bites, before he could speak, Hao Xianxian took his empty bowl and filled it up again. "Husband, eat more. Everything at home depends on you." With that, she added a chicken foot to his bowl and smiled gently at him. Hao Xuanchuan's charming wife demeanor made Lin Chen even more fond of her. She was amazing. If it weren't for this apocalyptic world, how could such a great woman be his? But now, what he once wanted and couldn't have, he could now have it all. "Xianxian, no need to be so frugal. I can go out to find more food after we finish eating. Don't let my good wife starve, I would feel heartbroken." With a wave of his hand, several bags of braised eggs, chicken legs, and some biscuits appeared by Hao Xuanchuan's side, indicating for her to add more dishes. Seeing the sudden appearance of these foods, Hao Xianxian had no intention of touching them. Instead, she advised Lin Chen, "Husband, I know you are capable, but let's save some food. I don't want you to risk going out." Shaking her head with a smile, Lin Chen didn't respond directly to her words. He knew she was worried about him, but he couldn't just stay at home guarding these supplies. Apart from anything else, his selection system needed to react when he encountered certain situations. If he stayed at home all the time, how could he quickly become stronger? Moreover, he couldn't stand eating junk food all the time. At the very least, shouldn't every meal have rice, meat, and vegetables? Taking a big bite of the chicken leg, Lin Chen secretly stuck out his tongue. It was really bad, full of artificial flavors. Damn it, can't the stupid rescue team come any sooner? If this goes on, I'll starve to death. Carefully opening the packet of instant noodles in his hand, the man tilted his head back and poured the remaining crumbs into his mouth, greedily licking the powder inside the bag. Only when there was absolutely nothing left did he angrily toss the bag aside. His name was Su Wenhao, an ordinary unemployed youth. Living in this house rented cheaply by relatives, he made a living by doing odd jobs every day. As a young person of the new era, he naturally didn't cook, and there was no stock of rice or grains at home. 3 meals a day consisted of takeout and some snacks bought online, barely sustaining his life. He used to think he was eating fine, but it wasn't until the apocalypse broke out that he realized how terrifying it was not to have any food reserves at home. In just 2 days, he had completely run out of food. The packet of instant noodles he just had was his last meal, and he even split it into 2 meals. Now he had to face a cruel reality: whether to believe in the so-called rescue and endure hunger while waiting here, or take advantage of his current strength to go outside and search for food. He wasn't a particularly brave person, but the supermarket was so close to his home. Just a couple of steps down the stairs and a left turn, and he would be there. With such a convenient advantage, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Another reason was that he had heard glass breaking and screams downstairs this afternoon. He thought that there might be other survivors going to the supermarket downstairs to shop. He was afraid that if he waited longer, more people would go to the supermarket to grab food. He couldn't allow such a thing to happen, being so close to the resources. "Chow! Let's do this. I refuse to be this unlucky. Even if I'm really discovered by zombies, I can run back home in time from such a short distance. Su Wenhao, you can do this." Encouraging himself in his mind, Su Wenhao went through the plan in his head a few times and found it feasible, so he simply went to bed to sleep. 1. To save energy, and 2. To reduce hunger. Having observed the zombies, he naturally wouldn't choose to act at this time. Noon, when the sun was at its peak tomorrow, would be the time for him to set off. However, although he wanted to sleep early to prepare for tomorrow's actions, lying in bed at this moment, he felt no drowsiness at all. Loneliness, hunger, fear, various negative emotions entwined in his mind like maggots on bones. Could he really succeed? Or should he just wait for rescue obediently? Were his parents still safe? Questions he didn't want to think about now all surfaced in his mind, making this night destined to be restless. "Honey, wake up, it's dawn." In the early morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the gentle voice of Hao Xianxian. When he opened his eyes, Hao Xianxian's youthful and beautiful face with a hint of a wife's charm appeared before him. "Xianxian, you look so beautiful. Honey, don't tease me." Blushing, Hao Xianxian handed him the clothes she had prepared in advance and then left. She left with a sentence: "Honey, go freshen up first, I'll prepare breakfast for you." After 2 days of getting along, Hao Xianxian had completely surrendered to Lin Chen, both psychologically and physically. Not to exaggerate, she even felt that if it weren't for Lin Chen's healing ability, she would have died sooner or later. So, even before Lin Chen could speak, during last night's rest, she took the initiative to suggest adding sisters to the relationship. Naturally, Lin Chen, cherishing her like precious jade, readily agreed without any burden in his heart. Not to mention ancient times with multiple wives and concubines, even today, which wealthy and powerful man doesn't keep a few university students or young models on the side? If they can do it, why can't he? In fact, he had to go even further to live up to himself and the system on him. Moreover, with the sudden decrease in the world's population, his actions were also contributing to the revival of humanity. In public and in private, he was determined to establish his harem. After breakfast, Lin Chen kissed Hao Xian on the forehead, then left under her worried gaze. Lin Chen was a man of action. Once he made a decision, he would never procrastinate. So he decided to leave the residential area today, go outside to get some fitness equipment, and see if there were any unexpected gains. Going downstairs, unlike yesterday, the main door was sealed off, with various cabinets and stools piled up in a mess, blocking the only exit of the building. It seemed that some survivor inside the building had done this. This actually consolidated their safety, but it wasn't so friendly to Lin Chen, as it meant he had to make an effort to move them all away. Forget it, consider it a workout for the body. With a sigh, Lin Chen couldn't say anything to the person who did this. After all, the other party was relying on their own strength to survive as much as possible. He didn't dislike people with the will to survive and take action, of course, as long as it didn't conflict with his own interests. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to crush them. Option 1, clear the road, move all the debris away, gain the ability strength of the bull. Option 2, respect the results, reinforce the debris, gain the ability etherealization. Seeing the familiar options in front of him, Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He knew it, coming out must be right. Sure enough, before even leaving, he could choose between two abilities again. In this situation, he dared not imagine how strong he would become by the time he returned. The strength of the bull, literally speaking, should be an ability to enhance strength, which should surpass human peak strength by a lot when used. Choosing it, he estimated that he would almost turn into a humanoid tank. This ability was very good, simple, and practical. So, I choose option 2. Without hesitation, Lin Chen turned and went upstairs, dragging a coffee table out of a room on the 3rd floor with a wide open door, and then threw it at the entrance. The next moment, he mastered another new ability, etherealization. With a slight parting of his thin lips, Lin Chen used this new ability, and then, it seemed like nothing happened. But in the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly took big strides forward. And just as his body was about to touch those debris, they passed straight through his body as if Lin Chen had turned into a ghost. Phew, this ability is quite strong. Whether for escape or attack, it's good, just a bit consuming. Outside the main gate, Lin Chen stood still for a while until his groggy mind cleared up a bit, then he walked towards the direction of the garage. It seemed that his mental attributes also needed to be improved as soon as possible. Indeed, no matter what specialization, comprehensive development was necessary. Walking into the underground garage, it had turned into a complete mess. Various cars that couldn't be driven crashed into each other, some carriages still had human bodies inside, bloodstains and rubble everywhere. Roar! In the spacious space, Lin Chen's footsteps sounded so clear that as soon as he took a few steps, the previously quiet garage echoed with continuous growls. The next moment, several hideous, flesh and blood zombies crawled out from under the cars, behind the load-bearing columns, or from some dark corners as if they had seen their father, all rushing towards Lin Chen. 5 of them? Perfect for a warm-up. Facing the zombies that ordinary people would avoid at all costs, Lin Chen showed no fear. He snorted coldly, his eyes instantly becoming sharp, his feet apart, slightly crouching, assuming the starting posture of the 8 extremities fist. He moved like lightning, advancing instead of retreating, charging towards the foremost zombie. His right fist struck out fiercely like a cannonball, hitting the zombie's chest hard. With a bang sound, the zombie flew backward instantly, knocking down 2 companions behind it. Lin Chen's steps didn't stop, he turned his body, and his left elbow struck back violently, hitting the head of a zombie coming from behind him. With a crack sound, the zombie's head instantly caved in, falling to the ground. Next, he sidestepped to avoid a zombie's bite, turning his right hand into a blade, swiftly chopping at its neck. The zombie's neck snapped instantly, its head tilting to one side. The remaining 2 zombies rushed towards him even more frantically, but Lin Chen remained calm. He had already learned the zombies' weakness, no different from those in movies and TV shows, it was their heads. With a swift step, he dodged one zombie's attack, then pivoted on his left foot, his right foot flying up in a beautiful roundhouse kick, sending the other zombie's head flying several meters away. Lin Chen then closed in, his fists striking like a storm, each blow carrying powerful force, landing accurately on the zombie's vital spots. Bang! 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 The continuous sound of blows echoed in the garage, and under Lin Chen's powerful assault, the zombies quickly lost their vitality, collapsing to the ground. Lin Chen stood back, slightly out of breath, casually wiping the blood off his hands before finding his lucky surviving motorcycle nearby. With a roar of the engine, Lin Chen's figure swiftly disappeared into the garage, leaving behind a few mutilated zombie bodies as evidence of his presence. Damn! This young man, riding a motorcycle at this time, isn't he afraid of death? Crazy, making so much noise. If he gets surrounded by a horde of zombies, he won't even have a chance to turn into one. Hey, buddy, are you heading to the city center? Can you give me a ride? Buddy! Lin Chen rode his motorcycle, speeding down the road, ignoring the cries of the survivors around him. The wind lifted his clothes, his jet black hair fluttering in the breeze, looking quite dashing. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from the roadside. Lin Chen swiftly swerved to avoid the zombie, drawing a short knife he picked up halfway, swiftly beheading the zombie before continuing on without a second glance. Behind him, dozens of relentless zombies relentlessly pursued him, some falling behind, others joining in, forming a dark mass of bodies. Lin Chen remained unfazed, but the survivors peeking from nearby buildings were all amazed. They thought he was insane, driving like that without attracting a horde of zombies to devour him. It was as if the god of death was on vacation. Come on, see how you follow this road? Glancing through the rearview mirror at the zombies chasing him, Lin Chen remained unfazed. Having worked as a delivery driver for a while, he knew of a special narrow path, just wide enough for a motorcycle to pass through, enough to shake off the pursuing zombies behind him. Suddenly, Lin Chen sharply turned the motorcycle into the narrow path. The zombies, in their frenzy, got stuck one after another at the entrance, creating a gap between them and Lin Chen. The rough and uneven path was littered with debris, but with his excellent driving skills, Lin Chen maintained his speed through the bumps, steadily moving forward. The howls of the zombies behind grew fainter and eventually disappeared. Emerging from the narrow path, Lin Chen arrived on a quieter street, where he parked the motorcycle, removed the key, and hid it in a corner. A short distance ahead lay the city center, the area with the most economic structures and densest population in Tianhai City. Similarly, the number of zombies there was alarmingly high. While he dared to ride his motorcycle on the outskirts to evade zombies, he was not keen on taking risks here. If he were to be surrounded by hundreds or thousands of zombies, even with his current strength, he would have no chance of survival. There are quite a few gyms around here. If I remember correctly, the closest one should be in that direction. Being in the city center, this area suffered the most destruction after the zombie outbreak, with ruins and the stench of decaying bodies everywhere. Only a few iconic buildings still stood tall, making it easy for him to roughly determine the direction. If only he had a map, especially since he didn't usually come to the city center. Option 1, Map Master, plan a suitable route to the destination, gain the ability BioRadar, and receive a detailed map of Tianhai City. Option 2, follow your instincts, search for the destination, gain +3 mental attribute, +2 physical attribute, +2 speed attribute. Oh, are you coming to be my pillow when I'm sleepy? I mean, system, are you secretly in love with me? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but tease. Wasn't his system too considerate? He had just said he wished he had a map. And now, it provided him with one directly, along with an ability. He couldn't possibly let the system's kindness go to waste. System, I choose option 1. As soon as he said that, Lin Chen felt like he had gained a new ability, probably the so-called BioRadar. But, what about my map? Physical rewards are automatically stored in the host's storage space. Not bad at all, quite user-friendly. System, I'm starting to really like you. Nodding, Lin Chen praised it again. Although his system seemed a bit taciturn and rarely spoke, it was still very excellent in terms of user-friendliness. For example, some rewards required him to complete a task before receiving them, like reinforcing the miscellaneous items earlier, while others, like now, were directly issued to facilitate the implementation of his choice. In short, it was outstanding. Full marks of 100, Lin Chen could give the system 101, the extra point was to prevent it from getting too proud. With a grasp of his hand, a piece of paper appeared in his hand. As he unfolded it, he found a perfect map of Tianhai City inside. The locations of various buildings, where there were blockages, and where the roads were clear, all displayed clearly. Yes, this was no ordinary map, but a real-time map. It would automatically adjust according to the changes in Tianhai City, making it, in a sense, alive. Awesome! Feeling dumbfounded, Lin Chen had nothing more to say about the system's power. It was simply awesome. With such an incredible map, Lin Chen quickly found a route closest to the Yujian Fitness Center. Oh, right, I haven't seen the effects of the ability yet. Just as Lin Chen finished planning and was about to set off, he suddenly remembered something. Then, with a thought, he used his new ability BioRadar. The next moment, a green circular light screen automatically appeared in his mind, covered with densely packed dots. Red dots were the most, followed by yellow. If I'm not mistaken, red should represent zombies, and yellow should be survivors, right? After a brief thought, Lin Chen roughly guessed the meaning, feeling more confident about this mission. Joking aside, with high-tech maps and ability scans, he could safely navigate even with his eyes closed? Alright, the sooner he left, the sooner he could return. There was a beautiful lady waiting for him at home, and if he returned late, it wouldn't be good to make Hao Shue worry. Brother Jun, is there any food left? Yujian Fitness Center, a relatively spacious storage room. Inside, several survivors sat or lay down, their expressions grim and faces pale. The one speaking at this moment was the only woman among the five, named Dong Xiaoli, an ordinary female white-collar worker from a nearby company. After the zombie crisis broke out during the night shift, she fled in panic and ended up here by accident, then was forced to hide here with 4 others, waiting for rescue. The military guy she mentioned was actually the owner of this gym, a muscular man around 40 years old. Upon hearing Dong Xiaoli's words, he fell silent for a moment, then reached out to grab a can from the nearby shelf and pushed it towards her. Be frugal with your food. The 5 of us will have to rely on these cans of protein powder to survive. Dong Xiaoli took the can, opened it, sniffed, and made a disgusted face. How are we supposed to eat this? Lu Jun furrowed his brows and impatiently said, just eat it, it's better than nothing. If you don't want it, then starve. Dong Xiaoli pursed her lips, didn't say anything more, and silently scooped a spoonful of protein powder into her mouth. She then reluctantly chewed and swallowed with a frown. Here, each of you take a bite. Since the apocalypse had just begun, human nature had not yet become so twisted. Therefore, Lu Jun, still holding on to the hope of being rescued, did not selfishly hoard all the food due to his large stature. Instead, he was willing to share it. Thank you, boss. Bro, you're a good person. Once this zombie crisis is over, I'll definitely get a yearly membership at your gym. The speakers were a man and a woman. The woman was tall and slender, with a delicate face and long black hair tied up neatly in a ponytail. Her skin was slightly wheatish, but not dark, and coupled with the faint muscle lines, she exuded a wild beauty. The woman's name was Li Jiasun, a personal trainer at this optimal fitness gym, hence why she referred to Lu Jun as the boss. The man, like Dong Xiaoli, was an ordinary office worker in a nearby office building who had luckily escaped here after the zombie outbreak. At that moment, another young man in a tank top took a bite of the protein powder and said, Brother Jun, we can't keep waiting like this. Besides food, our water is running out. The young man's name was Xiaoli, also a trainer at the gym, and beneath his ordinary face was a strong and sturdy physique. As a young man, confident in his strength, he had become much calmer after his initial fear of the zombies, thinking that it was similar to a game where mindless attacks could be countered easily with his skills. His ability to bench press 100 kilograms was no joke. Upon hearing him, Lu Jun snorted, You want to go out? You think it's safe just because it's quiet outside? You might get bitten by a zombie as soon as you step out. But Xiaoli wanted to say more but was interrupted by Lu Jun. Enough, we've already called the police. They said they'll organize a rescue soon. What we need to do now is rest and conserve our energy. With that, Lu Jun closed his eyes and fell silent. Just then, a sudden banging sound came from outside the door, making everyone tense up instantly. It's a zombie, Dong Xiaoli exclaimed in fear. Perhaps due to their loud conversation, they had unwittingly attracted a passing zombie with the scent of prey inside. Smelling the tantalizing aroma from inside, it went berserk, desperately pounding on the storage room door, trying to break open this can. Lu Jun abruptly opened his eyes, gripped the iron rod in his hand, and swiftly approached the door. Li Jiasun also picked up a dumbbell bar, standing nervously behind Lu Jun. Xiaoli swallowed hard, clenching his fists. Ideals were lofty, but reality was harsh. Faced with this sudden situation, he realized he might not be as brave as he had imagined. The banging grew more intense, and the wooden door began to shake, as if it could collapse at any moment. This won't work. Go and push the shelf over to block the door. Lu Jun braced the wooden door with his body and spoke. Upon hearing his words, everyone started to act, moving any heavy objects they could towards the door. Despite their efforts, the door still cracked under the impact of the zombies. Dong Xiaoli cried out in fear, Are we going to die here? No one answered her, all eyes were fixed on the door, hands gripping so tightly they turned white. Just then, there was a sudden loud noise outside the door, followed by a series of growls. Surprisingly, the zombies outside, after a roar, abandoned the people inside and left directly. As they watched the now still wooden door, everyone was stunned, unsure of what had just happened. After a while, Lu Jun cautiously approached the door, listening carefully with his ear pressed against it, but there was no sound outside. What's going on? Li Jiasun whispered. No one could answer her question. Should we open the door a crack and take a look? Xiao Li suggested. After some hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Lu Jun slowly opened a small crack in the door and peeked outside, only to see a stranger standing there. The man was dressed in a tactical vest, holding a knife, with several decapitated zombie bodies at his feet. The man was none other than Lin Chen. Just as he had expected, this operation went smoothly without any mishaps. Relying on the map and his abilities, he easily bypassed the large zombie gathering areas, swiftly dealing with any he encountered. Upon entering, he took care of the zombies wandering in the gym to facilitate his future procurement. With his ability to detect biological anomalies, he had no worries about being ambushed. As for the people hiding in the storage room, he had noticed them but had no intention of initiating contact. Despite being human, he had no interest in playing the hero and helping them escape. To him, as long as he was doing well, the fate of others was of no concern to him. In the apocalypse, human nature was fragile, and saving them might lead to betrayal. He had no interest in getting involved in such troublesome matters unless the other party was a beautiful woman, then it might be a different story. Lin Chen glanced at the crack in the storage room door, his expression unchanged, and turned to leave. Just then, Lu Jun suddenly opened the door wider and said, "Brother, thank you for saving us." Lin Chen paused, not looking back, and said, "I didn't save you, it was just a coincidence." With that, he continued on his way. Lu Jun and the others looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Lin Chen walked to the equipment area of the gym, thinking to himself, these fitness equipment will probably be scarce resources in the apocalypse, can't let them go to waste. With a thought, he activated his storage space ability, causing the dumbbells, barbells, treadmills, and other fitness equipment to disappear and be stored in his space. His ability had a space of approximately 10 m times 10 by 10. The food shelves he had previously stored were mostly at home, so there was no risk of running out of space. Better to store first and deal with it later. If it gets full, he could always make a few more trips. The people in the storage room heard the commotion outside and curiously peeked out, only to be stunned by the sight of the unfamiliar man shuttling between various equipment. As he passed by, all the fitness equipment stored on both sides disappeared inexplicably. After Lin Chen finished his rounds, he had discarded all the equipment stained with blood and rotten flesh, leaving nothing behind. Despite this, he could still feel plenty of space left in his storage. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to go shopping in the nearby commercial street. Since he now possessed such formidable power, he was determined not to shortchange himself. Whether it was food, drink, clothing, necessities, entertainment, accommodation, or even women, he wanted only the best. "Brother, what are you?" Coming out of the storage room, Lu Jun and the others looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of admiration. What was this? Superpowers. Although they had seen plenty of it in online videos, experiencing it firsthand was a whole different level of impact. And Lin Chen's ability, they immediately recognized its purpose: storage. This was undoubtedly the best survival type ability. Just find a mall and a safe place, and living for decades would be a breeze. Such a good opportunity couldn't be missed. Something wrong? Oh, you're the boss here, right? What, you want me to pay? After sizing up the other person, Lin Chen noticed the logo of the Yujian Fitness Center on his black tank top. Seeing that the others were following his lead, it wasn't hard to guess the man's identity. Even if he wasn't the boss, he was likely a coach here, and what Lin Chen had just done could be considered a blatant robbery in front of the owner. But, so what? With the apocalypse upon them and the collapse of order, everything was up for grabs as long as one had power. No, brother, what are you talking about? It's the end of the world now, these things are worthless. Besides, you just saved us a moment ago, take whatever you want, however you want. Lu Jun's face was full of smiles, but he was already thinking about how to establish a relationship with Lin Chen. Brother, we meeting in this apocalypse must be fate. How about you take us along? We can watch out for each other. Lu Jun tentatively suggested. Lin Chen sneered, take you guys along? Why should I? What benefits can you bring me? Li Jiasun bit her lip and said, we can help you gather supplies, and we all have some combat abilities. Lin Chen disdainfully glanced at them. Forget it, do you think I lack supplies? Besides, I find it more convenient to act alone. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Jiasun was at a loss. Indeed, how could someone who had the leisure to collect sports equipment here be lacking in food? Dong Xiaoli hurriedly said, Big brother, please take us with you. We promise to follow your lead and not cause any trouble. Forget it, although I have some abilities, I'm not a superhero and can't help you. But, I can take with me. Turning around, Lin Chen said to Li Jiasun. The woman in front of him looked to be in her 20s, not as beautiful as Hao Shueshue, but still attractive, at least an 80 out of 100. Compared to Hao Shueshue, she had one outstanding feature, her figure. Standing at around 1.7 meters tall, with a well-proportioned body, she could be considered a beauty. Moreover, she was wearing the same style of sports tank top, exactly the kind of beautiful female coat she desired. Me? Pointing at herself, Li Jiasun looked incredulous. Why me? Lin Chen smirked, because you look decent and your figure suits me. Come with me, be my woman. It's better than being scared and hungry here. Looking at Lin Chen with his aggressive gaze, Li Jiasun's face turned pale in an instant, and she said angrily, "What do you take me for? I'm not going with you." "Yeah, what's your deal, buddy? If you don't want to take us, then forget it, we don't need you either." With a face full of anger, Xiaoli walked up to Lin Chen, glaring at him with jealousy in his heart. Why? Why does the other have abilities while he doesn't? Besides, does having abilities make you so great? With this small frame, I could knock you out with one punch, yet you still want to get close to the woman I have my eyes on. Xiaoli was already discontent with how everyone fawned over Lin Chen as soon as he arrived, but when he heard that Lin Chen wanted to take only Li Jiasun with him, he couldn't hold back. As a man, how could he not understand the blatant desire in the other's eyes? Although he never said it, Xiaoli had always secretly admired Li Jiasun, but due to the huge gap in their statuses before the apocalypse, he never dared to express his feelings. But now, everything was different. He might as well start anew and make her his woman. Perfect, I'll use you as a pawn to win her over. Glancing at the still angry Li Jiasun, Xiaoli straightened his back even more, accentuating his well-developed muscles, exuding a sense of dominance. Meanwhile, Lin Chen paid no attention to the other's words. Option 1, acknowledge the difficulty, apologize to the other party, and leave, gaining +2 speed attribute, +2 mental attribute, and expert driving skills. Option 2, quench your thirst with a fresh melon, ignore the other's wishes, and forcefully take Li Jiasun away, gaining the ability Steel Skin. Tisk, I was planning to leave, but system, you're making me the bad guy here. But I like it. Grinning, Lin Chen silently chose option 2. Initially, when he saw Li Jiasun's reluctance, Lin Chen didn't care much about her. She was just another woman, plenty more in this post-apocalyptic world. Wanting to take her with him was a sign of respect. If she couldn't seize this opportunity, it was her problem if she survived or not. But with the extra reward, things changed. Woman, consider yourself lucky. Oh, what if I insist on taking her away? Ha, try it. I'll stand still. What can you do to me with one punch? Seeing Lin Chen's vastly different physique, Xiaoli didn't even consider him a threat. Just an ordinary person who luckily awakened abilities, wanting to fight a professional fitness coach like me? Simply clueless. He would comply with zombies but throw punches at regular folks. Oh, buddy, you're brave, then I won't hold back either. Since the other was asking for trouble, Lin Chen saw no need to warn him. He raised his fist, not using his full strength but enhancing it with the newly acquired ability. Harden. Silently chanting, Lin Chen's fist instantly gleamed with a metallic sheen, emitting a chilling aura. Wait. Xiaoli was startled by Lin Chen's transformation, about to speak, but it was too late, as Lin Chen casually threw his punch. With a crisp crack, Xiaoli's sternum instantly shattered, and he flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall heavily before sliding down, motionless. Silence. The whole place fell into silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Seeing Xiaoli lying there, fate uncertain, everyone's mouths hung open as if they could fit an egg inside. Goodness, what did they just witness? A 1.9 meter tall, 200-pound muscle man was sent flying 4 to 5 meters by Lin Chen's seemingly casual punch. Could a human do that? Was the man in front of them some kind of beast wearing human skin? At the thought of this, fear flickered in the eyes of several people, silently taking a few steps back as if it could bring them a sense of safety. Lin Chen, who had retracted his fist, raised an eyebrow involuntarily, gaining a deeper understanding of his current strength. To onlookers, what he had just done was already quite astonishing, but only he knew that he hadn't even used his full power yet. Not only had he not exerted all his strength, he hadn't even employed the techniques of the 8 extremities fist, yet he had achieved such a level. What if he were to unleash his full power? He could probably easily pierce through a person's body. Have you made up your mind? Will you come with me or not? Of course, even if you don't want to, it's useless. I haven't given you the right to refuse. Lin Chen's icy voice rang out, like a judgment from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. In their minds, Lin Chen now seemed more terrifying than a zombie. Several big men were scared to death, and Li Jiasun, who was being stared at intently by him, was even more so. The words of refusal were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She was afraid that if she refused, the next moment his fist would strike her, and as a girl, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for whether he would really strike, Just look at the little Li on the ground, panting heavily and barely breathing. Boss. Li Jiasun looked to Lu Jun for help, hoping he would speak up for her. After all, although Lin Chen seemed powerful and had supernatural abilities, his behavior didn't seem like that of a good person, and she didn't want to leave with him from the bottom of her heart. But soon she was disappointed. Faced with her pleading eyes, Lu Jun and the others all avoided eye contact, not daring to meet her gaze, and naturally didn't dare to say a word, afraid of following in little Li's footsteps. After all, at this time, being killed meant just that. There was no room for reasoning. For someone like Li Jiasun who had nothing to do with them, they weren't crazy enough to risk their lives. Seeing that no one was speaking up for her, Lin Chen's expression gradually became impatient. Li Jiasun, with a conflicted expression on her face, finally nodded lightly, choosing to be a wise person who knows the times. Very well, from now on, you will obey me, and I guarantee you will live more comfortably than most people in the apocalypse. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile, but in Li Jiasun's eyes, it was truly chilling. It was the smile of a demon. What would her future be like following him? Watching the two leave the gym, Lu Jun and the others dared to move, locking the gym's door and quickly retreating back to the storage room. However, there were two fewer people than before. Do you know where the largest clothing store is around here? After leaving the gym, Lin Chen led Li Jiasun through various alleys. With his biological radar, he could always avoid places with many zombies, and if he couldn't avoid them, before they could ambush, he would take the initiative to kill them one by one. Bang! Using the dumbbell in his hand to smash a zombie's head, Lin Chen turned to the pale-faced Li Jiasun who was sticking close to him and asked. When they had just left, she had kept her distance, fearing he would eat her, but now she was practically glued to him. Looking at the deflated zombie corpse, Li Jiasun's face turned pale. If she hadn't eaten anything these past few days, she would have vomited. She didn't know before coming out, but now that she had seen it, it was too dangerous. You never knew when a zombie would emerge from some dark corner. It might seem calm on the surface, but she had seen a survivor being overwhelmed by several zombies while walking. Lin Chen was extremely ruthless. Despite hearing the other person's cries for help, he not only didn't lend a hand but also casually picked up a stone and threw it, smashing the person to death. Although Lin Chen later explained to her that once bitten by a zombie, there was no hope, and causing a commotion would attract more zombies, he was actually helping to end their suffering. However, her fear of Lin Chen deepened involuntarily. So when Lin Chen spoke to her, she was startled, but upon seeing his frown, she immediately replied, "There's a clothing store to the right after you exit this alley. It's quite decent around here, selling both men's and women's clothing." Without a word, Lin Chen gestured for her to lead the way. Exiting the alley, they found themselves on a commercial street with shops on both sides, most of which had been looted. Broken glass littered the ground, and the merchandise inside was in disarray, with several zombies wandering about. The clothing store Li Jiasun mentioned was a bit further in, with many zombies along the way. If she accompanied him, Lin Chen would likely be more cautious. Glancing at the bioradar, Lin Chen noticed that the zombies near them were at a distance, so as long as Li Jiasun didn't make any loud noises, they would be safe. He told her, "Wait here for me. I'll be back in a few minutes. If you wander off and get eaten by zombies, don't blame me." With that, he took out a few bags of bread and a bottle of water from the storage space and handed them to her. "You've been hiding in the gym these past few days, probably haven't eaten much. Listen to me, even in the apocalypse, you won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Trust me, you'll be grateful for the choices you make today." Watching Lin Chen leave without hesitation, Li Jiasun's face turned green. Who was this person? Dragging her out forcefully, leaving her here, and still talking about being grateful. What nerve! Despite her complaints, after experiencing the crisis along the way, she wouldn't dare run off even if Lin Chen wasn't with her. In just a few minutes, if it weren't for Lin Chen, she would have been caught by zombies numerous times. So she looked around, quietly squatted between two trash cans, and then hungrily started eating the bread. You know what? When you're starving, any meal tastes delicious. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was like a leopard hidden in the jungle, using the wreckage of cars as cover, steadily approaching the clothing store. Although he could easily eliminate the zombies in an instant with his current strength, there were too many zombies here. If he made any noise, it would be difficult to escape, so he had to cautiously inch his way closer. Zombies lacked vision but had a certain sense of smell, although not strong. They primarily relied on hearing to track their prey. Therefore, despite the many zombies along the way, Lin Chen's careful movements didn't attract any attention. This task seemed simple but was incredibly challenging. It required immense mental strength to dare to navigate through so many zombies. Additionally, one's physical condition had to be top-notch. Sometimes when a zombie approached suddenly, you had to remain still in various positions for a long time until it left. Fortunately, both physically and mentally, Lin Chen excelled. Phew, I'm still not strong enough. Otherwise, I would have just fought my way through, no need for all this trouble. Looking at the clothing store less than 20 meters away, Lin Chen sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't physically tiring, but the mental pressure was immense, like walking on a tightrope. One wrong step could lead to unavoidable consequences. But he was close to success. A smile appeared on his face, but the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly heard a swooshing sound by his ear. Crack! Damn it! Dodging the sneak attack in time, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse, looking at the stone that fell at his feet, his whole being instantly flushed with anger. Who dares to harm me? Swiftly turning his head back, he saw a child's head poking out of a residential building window, holding a slingshot in hand, sticking his tongue out and making faces at him. Lin Chen's expression turned completely cold, his gaze towards that direction as sharp as a poisonous snake. The child seemed to have noticed Lin Chen's expression, his face showing surprise, quickly retracting his head. But at this moment, Lin Chen had no time to deal with the brat, as the sound of stones hitting the car door attracted nearby zombies. Silently noting down the floor of the child's room, Lin Chen didn't hesitate and dashed out. Swinging the dumbbell in his hand, he sent a zombie flying, but a dozen more zombies surrounded him from all sides. The world, faced with so many zombies, Lin Chen, outnumbered, had no choice but to use time stop. In the eyes of others, the approaching zombies seemed frozen in place as if on pause, allowing Lin Chen to rush into a clothing store. He closed the door, pushing down several cabinets to block the entrance, but it was clear this wouldn't hold for long. You little brat, don't give me a chance. Eyes blazing with fury, this was the first time Lin Chen had been so angry since the apocalypse began. The clothing store also had zombies, but their numbers were not intimidating. Enduring the headache caused by using time stop, Lin Chen quickly dispatched the zombies dressed in staff uniforms. Without hesitation, he stuffed a large amount of clothes into his storage space. Fortunately, this ability had low consumption, or this trip would have been a total loss. With the packing almost done and zombies starting to climb in through the door, Lin Chen spat on the ground in frustration, then turned and walked towards the back of the clothing store. Although the store had no back door, it was no problem for Lin Chen. Phasing. Crash. The clothing store's door was completely smashed, shelves knocked over, and dozens of zombies rushed in. But by then, Lin Chen had already vanished from the small clothing store, leaving the zombies howling in frustration, ultimately gaining nothing. Eventually, as if giving up, the zombies calmed down, some leaving to roam outside, while others simply hid in the clothing store, waiting for the next unfortunate soul to arrive. Hey, why are you hiding here? Looking at Li Jiasun crouched behind a few trash cans, Lin Chen's face revealed a look of disdain. Covered in dirt and stench, he didn't even want her in the car for a moment, planning to give her a good wash when they got back. Ha! Weren't you supposed to go that way? How did you end up coming back from this side? Seeing Lin Chen approaching from the direction they had come, Li Jiasun couldn't help but wear a puzzled expression. Dude, how did you manage to circle back here? Don't tell me you walked through walls. But seeing Lin Chen's current gloomy expression, Li Jiasun didn't dare ask further, afraid to upset him. She quickly replied, I got scared. I suddenly heard so many zombies over there, nowhere to hide, so I had to hide in the trash pile. By the way, are you okay? After sizing up Lin Chen, Li Jiasun didn't notice any injuries on him except for his unpleasant expression, which made her breathe a sigh of relief involuntarily. Well, she wasn't worried about Lin Chen's safety, but rather about her own. After all, if something were to happen to him, how would she manage on her own? She had no confidence in surviving alone in a place surrounded by so many zombies. Until they reached a safe location, both she and Lin Chen were tied together like grasshoppers on a string, naturally not wanting any mishaps to befall the other. It's nothing, just almost died. With a smirk, Lin Chen vividly demonstrated to Li Jiasun what a wry smile was, which frightened the young girl. Among Lin Chen's several abilities, only time stoppage and virtualization consumed him the most, using each once in a short time, which was a burden not to be underestimated. Honestly, his head was pounding right now, but he couldn't use healing powers, or it would worsen the pain. Besides the pain, with each ache, his inner rage grew stronger. If he couldn't kill that little beast today, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. However, the other party lived in a residential building, and he was well aware that there were countless zombies along the way. Given his current condition, he knew it was difficult to pay him a surprise visit. There was no other way but to remember the other party's home and settle the score tomorrow. Quietly gazing at the now empty window, Lin Chen took a deep breath, barely calming his emotions, deciding to take Li Jiasun home first. And just then, Option 1, soft-hearted, just a child, let it go, gain mental attribute +5, ability, mind shield. Option 2, execution of the beast, The little scum must not be spared, must be killed. Gain mental attribute +5, ability, matter bomb. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Watching Lin Chen, who suddenly stopped after a few steps holding her hand, Li Jiasun asked cautiously. Oomph, he. From the constant shrugging of Lin Chen's shoulders, one could see how happy he was right now. Bending down, he picked up a piece of gravel from the ground, smiled slightly at Li Jiasun, and said, "It's nothing, just going to kill someone. Son, stop playing and come eat something." In the room, a woman walked in with a bowl, gently speaking to her son. Hearing the woman's words, the child put down his slingshot and ran over cheerfully, but upon seeing only a little porridge and a few vegetable leaves in the bowl, he pouted involuntarily. "I won't eat. What is this junk? I want meat." The boy screamed piercingly, rolling around on the bed, his mischievous behavior enough to drive an ordinary person crazy. But the woman, who had a late child, showed no sign of impatience. She held her son in high regard, afraid of dropping him if she held him and melting him if she kept him in her mouth. Whatever he wanted, she would find a way to give it to him, and no matter what mistakes he made, she wouldn't punish him, embodying the term spoiling to the extreme. Sometimes, her son would use the slingshot to attack survivors passing by downstairs, and she knew, but she never uttered a word of reproach, instead praising him for doing well. "My son is amazing. Your aim is getting better and better." Encouraged by his mother's praise, the child felt he had done nothing wrong, unaware that today's actions would bring disaster upon their family. "Son, just have a little bit, we need to save food at home. Your dad went out to find food for you and will be back soon." The woman coaxed softly, scooping up a spoonful of porridge and bringing it close to the child's mouth. But the next moment, the boy violently knocked over the bowl, spilling the porridge all over the floor. "I won't eat. I want to eat meat, snacks." The woman felt somewhat helpless. Where could she find meat and snacks now? The little meat stored at home had been finished on the first day. As for snacks, there were many shops downstairs, but who dared to go and get them? Click! Suddenly, the sound of a key opening the door came from the entrance. The woman, hearing it, hurriedly went to greet without even having time to clean up the spilled rice on the floor. "Are we going to eat now? Your son hasn't eaten anything since this morning. What's wrong with you as a father?" The man wearily entered the house, hearing the woman's complaint. He shook his head helplessly. "It's chaotic outside now, who dares to go out? I've asked everyone in the building, no one is willing to share food with me, not even a damn door is opened for me." The woman's face instantly turned pale as she looked back at her crying son, her eyes filled with anxiety. The boy, upon hearing that his father hadn't brought back any food, cried even louder, "I don't care, I want to eat." "You're useless." Suppressing his anger, the man walked up to his son. "Stop crying. It's not easy for anyone now." The son, unafraid, shouted at the man, "You're not my dad, you're a useless dad." The man, enraged, raised his hand, but the woman quickly intervened. "Don't hit the child, he's still young. Why are you getting angry with him? After all, they were his own flesh and blood, he couldn't bring himself to do it." After hesitating for a moment, he lowered his hand. At that moment, the woman suddenly remembered something and asked the man, "You said you asked everyone in the building? What about the two little girls on the 5th floor, did you ask them?" "What do you mean by that?" "Xinya and Xin Yue are my buddy's kids. I can't help them, that's one thing, but how can I ask them for things?" The man frowned, feeling that the woman was being unreasonable, while the woman just sneered. "Nonsense! What kind of buddy owes our family 20,000 yuan and never pays it back? And whether Lao Xian is alive or not is still a question. Father's debt, son's repayment. You go ask them for some food, and consider the 20,000 yuan debt settled. Is that too much?" "Well." After hearing the woman's words, the man hesitated, and the woman took the opportunity to provoke him further. "Zhao Jiqiang, let me tell you, either you go ask those two little girls for food, or you go downstairs to find food for our son, or else you can wait for both of us to starve to death." And as if knowing that he could get some good food, the child lying in bed listening and also cooperated by crying out loud. "Mom, I'm hungry, I'm going to starve." Seeing this scene, the man made up his mind completely. "All right, I'll go up again in a while. I've helped Lao Xian's family so much before, it's time for them to repay me." Just as the woman and the child were smiling, the sound of breaking glass suddenly rang in their ears, followed by a stone rolling to their feet. "Lin Chen, what are you doing? Let's go quickly." "No rush, I'm going to kill a beast, it'll be quick." Shaking his head, Lin Chen comforted the nervously Jiasun and picked up another stone from the ground. Quietly adding his ability to it, he aimed at the window on the 3rd floor and threw it with force. With his powerful strength, the stone easily flew dozens of meters and hit the target. "Damn it, who the hell is throwing stones at my house?" Suddenly, several heads popped out of the window, and the little beast that almost killed Lin Chen was among them. "Mom, look, it's that guy from before." The child was startled to see Lin Chen and instinctively tugged at the woman's sleeve. The woman was also surprised to find out that Lin Chen was not dead. She had just heard the zombies outside getting agitated, which scared her. "Hey, what are you doing? It was just a joke from a kid. Why are you like this? Have you no manners?" "Manners? I'll show you some manners." Upon hearing the woman speak, Lin Chen knew that not all families are welcoming, they were all beasts. They had gathered by the window, making it convenient for him to take them all out in one go. He casually threw another rock in, one for each of them. Glancing at the group, Lin Chen decisively used his new ability. Material Bomb, activate. Mom, the rock is glowing. Seeing the sudden brightness and trembling of the rocks, the group felt uneasy, but before they could react, 3 rocks exploded like grenades with a series of bangs. The powerful impact, carrying stone fragments, turned the 3 into a hornet's nest, filling the room with smoke and debris. There were no screams, but Lin Chen was not concerned at this point. The loud noise attracted the nearby zombies. "Let's go, stick close to me." Grabbing Li Jiasen's arm, Lin Chen activated his biological radar and swiftly fled with her. With his current 10 points in mental attributes, the radar's scanning range had expanded to a diameter of 200 meters. With an additional 5 points in mental attributes, he not only got rid of his headache but also enhanced his other abilities. Overall, he was making a killing. However, he wasn't about to thank those beasts. Quite interesting, waves of people seeking death. Who knows what benefits this time will bring me? Led by Lin Chen, the two encountered no obstacles and quickly left the city center, heading towards where Lin Chen had parked his vehicle earlier. But as they approached within 200 meters of the motorcycle, a cold smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, followed by a cryptic statement that puzzled Li Jiasen. "Lin Chen, is there danger ahead?" Holding onto Lin Chen's arm, Li Jiasen involuntarily moved closer to him, her eyes alert as she scanned the street ahead. She wasn't foolish. After witnessing Lin Chen's extraordinary abilities throughout their journey, she suspected he had more means of reconnaissance. So when he made that statement, she immediately became cautious. I'm not sure, but I don't think it's for a good reason. If something happens, stay close to me and don't slow me down." Lin Chen remained composed, continuing forward while quietly reminding Li Jiasen. He could handle anything now with his multiple abilities, even facing firearms without fear. But Li Jiasen was different. Being a physically fit woman, a mere ordinary person, he had to divert some attention to her. Although he didn't have any strong feelings for her, after all the effort to bring her out of the city center, it would be a shame if she died accidentally. Glancing at the biological radar in his mind, a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. On the green circular screen, scattered red and yellow dots represented hidden zombies and survivors. Next to his own golden dot was a green one, indicating Li Jiasen. The motorcycle, less than 100 meters away, was represented by a blue dot, but the issue was the yellow dots surrounding his motorcycle. He didn't know what they were up to, but Lin Chen was sure those yellow dots weren't friendly survivors watching over his vehicle. As expected, when the two approached the motorcycle, several survivors immediately emerged from the nearby building holes and surrounded them. They seemed to be residents of the nearby buildings, their clothes covered in dust, faces dirty, and expressions tense. Each of them held crude weapons like mops, kitchen knives, bricks, and pipes, clearly indicating hostile intentions. "What are you all doing? I don't think I've provoked you, have I?" Glancing at the equipment on the 9 individuals, Lin Chen sneered inwardly, knowing he could take out all 9 of them in a minute. However, he had no intention of acting now. Instead, he decided to chat with them and see if he could negotiate a way out. "Brothers, I'm sorry, you indeed haven't provoked us, but we're in a tough spot. Do you have any food or drink on you? Hand it over, and I promise you can leave safely." The leader of the survivors was a burly man in a security guard uniform, with stubble on his face and a rough, hoarse voice. He was tall and muscular, evident from his exposed arms, indicating he was skilled in combat, perhaps even more so than those muscle-bound gym enthusiasts. "Robbery? Really? It's only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and you've already stooped this low. Wearing a security guard uniform too, at least you're protecting those behind you well," Lin Chen remarked with a tone of disdain. The big man's expression changed at Lin Chen's mocking words, unable to come up with an excuse, seemingly feeling ashamed of his actions. While he remained silent, the group behind him started to bark like wild dogs. "Don't talk nonsense. It's only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, so what? We have nothing to eat. Do you want us to starve to death?" A man in glasses and a suit retorted coldly. "Nothing to eat? Ridiculous. Head to the city center, there are plenty of malls and supermarkets. How can there be nothing to eat?" The men looked at Lin Chen with dumbfounded expressions. "Stop talking nonsense. How many more zombies are there? I want to eat, not deliver food. Stop the crap and hand over the food." Right. Hand over everything you have, we don't want to kill, just hand it over, and you can go. Young man, you're strong and can find more food, but I can't. I want to live a few more years. Please be kind. Lin Chen sneered, survive by robbing others? How are you any different from those zombies? The big man hesitated for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, but thinking of the group behind him, he quickly regained his resolve. Brother, here's the deal, I don't need everything. Just give me half. Big Tiger, half won't be enough. Look, he doesn't even have many bags. The survivors looked displeased at Li Dahua's words, but seeing his frown, they fell silent. Unlike these cowards, Li Dahua could really fight. They had seen him smash a zombie with a folding stool in just a few moves. He was their only hope. They couldn't afford to anger him. Silence enveloped them as Lin Chen stared intently at them, not uttering another word. When the tension grew palpable, Lin Chen sighed, his expression softening as he reached into his pocket. Pretending to search inside his pockets, Lin Chen actually took out 2 flattened bread rolls and a bag of spicy sticks from the storage space. With a smile on his face, he said, "You see, I don't have much on me, just this little bit of food. Take it all and let us go." Seemingly surrendering, Lin Chen, under the astonished gaze of Li Jiasun, threw the bread rolls and spicy sticks at a distance. The sight of food made the eyes of the few survivors light up instantly. If it weren't for Li Dahua overseeing, they probably would have started fighting for it directly. This is the end of the world, where even companions can ruthlessly turn on each other for a bite to eat. After glancing at Lin Chen's sincere expression and noticing that Li Jiasun didn't even have pockets, Li Dahua lowered his head and waved his hand. With his gesture, the survivors around Lin Chen and Li Jiasun also backed off. Once they were in the car, Lin Chen asked Li Jiasun to hold onto him tightly, started the engine, and in the moment of departure, coldly left 3 words behind. Farewell forever. Farewell forever. Upon hearing these 3 words, Li Dahua felt a sudden unease in his heart, but before he could dwell on it, the motorcycle had already disappeared into the distance. Lin Chen and Li Jiasun raced down the road, the wind blowing fiercely on their faces. Leaning against Lin Chen's back, Li Jiasun couldn't help but ask, You just let them go like that? It's not surprising, she asked, as in her presence, Lin Chen displayed a completely cold and ruthless image, giving off a feeling of insult me, and I'll wipe out your whole family. Such a vengeful person actually surrendering so easily couldn't help but make her feel somewhat incredulous. Let them go? Are you kidding? It's just not worth it, I can't be bothered to do it myself. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of cruelty. Just wait and see. Not long after the two left, the group of survivors immediately began to argue over the food, and several more people emerged from the building, seemingly wanting a share. I want the bread, I haven't eaten in a long time. A skinny young man stared straight at the 2 flattened bread rolls Lin Chen had thrown on the ground, reaching out his hands eagerly, as if he couldn't wait to claim the bread for himself. Normally, he wouldn't even bother eating such dry bread during peacetime, but after 2 days of hunger, it now seemed like a delicacy to him. That bag of spicy sticks is mine. A fat man with a face full of flesh shouted loudly, drooling at the mouth, I love this stuff. Seeing this, Li Dahua's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, Stop fighting. Share it equally. However, his words had no effect. Faced with the food in front of them, everyone ignored Li Dahua. The skinny young man completely disregarded Li Dahua, rushing forward to grab the bread, muttering angrily, Who do you think you are? Can you control me? The fat man also refused to back down, reaching out to grab the spicy sticks, while viciously saying, Whoever grabs it first, it's theirs. What fairness in this world? An elderly man with white hair, who had been huddled in a corner, now shuffled over, pleading, Please leave me a bite, I beg of you. But no one paid attention to his plea. Instead, he was pushed to the ground. The man wearing glasses and a suit, who usually appeared polite and gentlemanly, now seemed like a madman, kicking the people around him and shouting, Don't fight with me, I have a wife and children to feed at home. Amidst the chaos, the bread packaging was torn apart on the ground, and the spicy sticks were scattered everywhere. Seeing the food being destroyed, the people became even more frenzied, fighting on the ground for the dusty food, even resorting to physical violence over a few bread crumbs, completely disregarding the lives of others. A woman, in her desperation to grab some food, didn't hesitate to tear apart relationships, clawing and biting at her companions with a terrifyingly contorted expression on her face. Witnessing this scene, Li Dahua was filled with disbelief. His eyes widened, unable to comprehend the ugliness of the people before him. The familiar neighbors and friends had turned into crazed and selfish beings just for a morsel of food. He couldn't fathom how the woman, who was always friendly and kind-hearted, could now viciously attack her companions for food, disregarding all past bonds. The elderly man, usually respected, was now humbly pleading, only to be heartlessly pushed to the ground, receiving no mercy. For the first time, Li Dahua truly felt that the world had changed. His lips trembled slightly, feeling like something was collapsing within him. He had always believed that in this apocalyptic world, as long as everyone supported each other and waited for national rescue, they could overcome any hardship together. But the cruel reality now left him shocked and disappointed, even making him wonder if he should still care for them. What the hell are you all doing? Stop it! What are you doing? How are you any different from wild beasts? Li Dahua's voice thundered, his face filled with anger. The crowd was silenced by his imposing presence, momentarily halting their quarrels, yet their eyes still gleamed with greed and resentment. Gasping for breath, Li Dahua continued, "Listen, we need some order here, or none of us will survive. I will distribute the food, and if anyone dares to disrupt again, they can face the zombies on their own. Figure out how to find food yourselves." However, in the now quiet crowd, the chubby man sneered, "Humph, you talk better than you act. Who knows if you'll save an extra portion for yourself?" Li Dahua glared at him, "Keep talking nonsense, and I'll deal with you first." The chubby man shrunk back but continued muttering under his breath. At that moment, the thin young man seized the opportunity to reach for the food on the ground. Li Dahua acted swiftly, grabbing him and tossing him aside. "So my words mean nothing to you? Fine, I'm leaving. Figure it out yourselves from now on." Seeing Li Dahua genuinely angry, the crowd hurried to appease him and admit their wrongdoings. "Big brother Dahua, don't be angry, we were wrong, we'll listen to you." The thin young man, the first to speak, climbed up from the ground, wearing a smile of appeasement. "Yes, big brother Dahua, we know we were wrong, you distribute the food, we promise not to fight anymore." The chubby man echoed, though his eyes still darted towards the food on the ground. Others also chimed in, all promising to patiently wait for Li Dahua to distribute the food. Seeing the crowd relent, Li Dahua's expression softened slightly as he began distributing the food. Each person received a meager portion, causing discontent among them, yet they dared not voice their complaints. At that moment, a bespectacled man approached, speaking obsequiously, "Big brother Dahua, you're a security guard, physically fit and capable. Could you go to the supermarket and find more food for us? We're all counting on you." A woman quickly added, Yes, big brother Dahua, please do us a favor, take a risk for all of us. Weren't you in the army before? With your skills, you can surely avoid those zombies." The elderly man trembled as he spoke. "Dahua, please, do us a favor and get us some food, or else we'll all starve to death sooner or later." Listening to their words, Li Dahua's anger flared up once more. "You heartless bunch, I was just trying to be fair to you all, and now you want me to go die for you?" Another old lady said arrogantly, "Aren't you a security guard? Isn't it your duty to protect us? We pay so much property fees regularly, if you don't go, then who will?" Looking at the approving expressions of others, Li Dahua was completely disappointed in these people. He lowered his head, glanced at the small piece of bread in his hand, silently threw it on the ground, then turned and walked away. Those people watched Li Dahua's departing figure, first stunned, then began to scramble for the food on the ground. As for Li Dahua, although he had decided to leave, his heart was also filled with confusion at this moment. After all, he had no relatives or friends in this city. If he really left, he didn't know whom to turn to or where to go. Forget it, let's take it step by step. I'll go to the countryside first. There are fewer people there, so there should be fewer zombies, making it safer. Or maybe I'll see if there are any government-established survivor bases along the way. If I go there, I can also be of use. With his mind made up, Li Dahua followed the direction Lin Chen had left earlier, not needing to bring anything with him. But before Li Dahua had taken a few steps, he heard sudden explosions behind him, followed by piercing screams tearing through the air. His heart tightened, and he instinctively turned around, only to witness a scene akin to hell. The survivors who had just been fighting for a bit of food were now writhing in pain on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Their abdomens seemed to have been blasted open by a powerful force from within, blood and entrails splattering everywhere, the scene extremely bloody. Some people didn't even have time to let out a final scream before dying on the spot, while others rolled on the ground, suffering. Those lucky enough not to have eaten the food were only slightly injured, but now, seeing the plight of those on the ground, their faces turned pale. "It's that person from earlier." Remembering the inexplicable words Lin Chen had said before leaving, Li Dahua's eyes widened, cold sweat beading on his forehead involuntarily. He had just almost, eaten that person's food. Li Dahua stood dumbfounded in place, his body trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the gruesome scene before him, and even with his strong military will, he felt his stomach churning. The once familiar faces now looked mangled and horrifying. At this moment, the survivors who hadn't been killed in the explosion began wailing and howling. "Help! I don't want to die. Ah, it hurts so much, my intestines are falling out. Help, someone save us." Startled by their cries, Li Dahua was about to react when the chilling roar of the zombies in the distance reached his ears. Seeing the zombies approaching from afar, the survivors who could still move disregarded their injuries and crawled into nearby buildings. Quick! Block the door! Lao Wang, wait for me, my leg was injured in the blast, please help me. Big brother Dahua, save me, save me. A survivor whose abdomen had been blown open reached out to Li Dahua, eyes filled with pleading. Li Dahua gritted his teeth, wanting to help, but looking at the approaching zombies, his rationality told him that if he intervened, he would also be in danger. Moreover, with the person's intestines hanging out, was there really any hope of saving them? I'm sorry. Li Dahua hardened his heart, turned around, and ran in the opposite direction. Behind him were the desperate curses of the wounded and the increasingly closer footsteps of the zombies. Hey! Roar! Ah, help! Get away from me! Don't bite me, Mom, help! Those survivors lying on the ground, unable to move, watched in despair as the zombies approached step by step, their mouths gaping wide, crazily lunging towards them. No! One of the injured waved his arms futilely, trying to fend off the zombies, but in an instant, a zombie bit into his arm, blood gushing out. With a strong tug, the zombie ripped his arm off, then greedily chewed on it. Another injured person tried to crawl away but was tackled by a zombie, resulting in a gruesome pileup. The zombie then leaned in to bite his neck, accompanied by a chilling crunching sound. The struggles of the injured gradually ceased. Meanwhile, a large number of zombies continued to pound on the doors of the residential building. Bang! 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 Each impact made the door teeter dangerously. Under the volume of the scattered material bomb exploding, zombies within a few hundred meters were all drawn over. Soon, the area that had already been briefly cleared by Li Dahua became lively again. Hold on! Don't let them in! The survivors inside the building used their bodies to block the door, their faces filled with fear and despair. This door won't hold much longer. Someone shouted in despair. Even the iron door, under the relentless onslaught of the zombies, had become shaky and soon a gap was pushed open. Instantly countless zombie hands reached in through the gap, grabbing wildly. Ah! A survivor near the door was unable to dodge and got scratched on the face by a zombie. What do we do? We're going to die here. Fear spread among the survivors. Chow! Run upstairs, those who run slow will have to fend for themselves. Seeing that the door was about to give way, a man disregarded the others and ran towards a house upstairs in an instant. His action caused the already unstable door to be completely knocked open, and a horde of zombies flooded into the corridor. The narrow corridor was chaotic, people pushing and shoving, in a desperate attempt to survive, some even pulling down those beside them. The sounds of screams, roars, and curses were incessant, turning the place into a hell on earth. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who indirectly caused this tragedy, remained completely unaware. He had no interest in these fools who couldn't even trigger the options, merely casually sending them a few bombs. Whether they lived or died was just a matter of luck for them. I have a woman at home, named Hao Xianxian, she's my first wife, and you will be my second wife from now on. I don't care how you get along in private, but in front of me, you must act like good sisters, don't annoy me, understand? In the garage, Lin Chen, in front of Li Jiasun, barehandedly smashed the heads of a few zombies that came later, then looked into her eyes and said in a flat tone. From his expression, Li Jiasun knew that the other party still did not give her the option to refuse. Looking at Lin Chen's metallic gleaming fist, then at the gruesome headless bodies on the ground, Li Jiasun, who felt that her head was not harder than the zombies, obediently nodded. This man in front of her was just too powerful, she had no way to resist him at all. In a short time, the other party had already demonstrated several superhuman abilities: storage space, zombie detection, healing, and the ability that seemed to be fist hardening just now. Honestly, she felt numb now, completely unable to understand why, on the third day of the apocalypse, Lin Chen had so many supernatural abilities. She really wanted to ask, hey buddy, are you playing the same EarthOL 2.0 as us? Why does it feel like you've entered a private server? Stick closer. Unless you want to get stuck in the door, try to keep your body as close to mine as possible. It felt like Li Jiasun was clinging to Lin Chen like a koala bear. When they passed through the doorway like ghosts and entered the building, Li Jiasun felt that she would never be surprised again. Go ahead, you can open it. Who can resist you? When they returned home and opened the door, even before the two of them entered, they heard a cautious voice from the inner room. Who? Honey, is that you back? Before the words had even finished, Lin Chen saw a small head cautiously peeking out from the bedroom. Li Jiasun was wearing an apron with a dog's head printed on it, with tiny beads of sweat glistening on her forehead like sparkling pearls. She was tightly holding a damp cloth with dust on it, indicating that she had just been cleaning vigorously in the bedroom. Although Lin Chen hadn't given her anything to do, she didn't want to be idle. After Lin Chen left, she found something to do on her own. Now, wearing an apron with her long hair tied back, she exuded the charm of a devoted wife. Her hair was slightly messy in front due to her recent activities, with a few strands sticking to her cheeks, but her youthful and energetic face couldn't be hidden. When she saw Lin Chen, her radiant smile bloomed instantly, her eyes filled with joyful light like bright stars in the night sky. "Darling, you're finally back," Li Jiasun said as she ran to Lin Chen like a graceful deer. She reached out her delicate and tender hands to carefully adjust Lin Chen's slightly wrinkled collar, her focused expression as if she was handling a precious treasure. Then, Li Jiasun tiptoed, her hands encircling Lin Chen's neck as she kissed him. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned but not embarrassed, and he quickly took the initiative to respond to her warmth. Their intimate display left Li Jiasun blushing beside them. Despite being in her 20s, due to strict family rules and high personal standards, she had never been in a relationship and remained an innocent bystander. Therefore, their passionate display made her heart race. After a moment, they parted, and Lin Chen gently stroked her hair. The scent of her silky hair filled him with a sense of peace. A warm feeling surged in Lin Chen's heart as he thought to himself, "I never expected that when I was single. I always thought I was a lone wolf, but now I realize how good it is to have a family." It was only then that Li Jiasun noticed Li Jiasun standing beside them. A brief look of surprise flashed across her face, quickly replaced by a warm smile as she let go of Lin Chen and hurriedly walked over to hold Li Jiasun's hand. Li Jiasun's hand was stiff and uncomfortable, her gaze shifting, unsure where to look. However, Li Jiasun did not feel any estrangement and warmly said, "Sister, you've had a hard journey. Come in and have a rest." Her gentle and sincere voice unknowingly made Li Jiasun feel a bit more favorable towards her. Thank you. Li Jiasun forced a smile, thinking to herself, "This must be Lin Chen's wife, right? She seems quite easy to get along with, but I guess her mind must be a bit abnormal to allow her man to be with other women." Glancing at Lin Chen's usual expression, Li Jiasun suddenly saw Li Jiasun as a woman who shared her plight. She must have been forced into this situation. Li Jiasun smiled and said, "Don't be polite, from now on, we are family." With that, she led the two of them into the living room. "Lin Chen, how's the situation outside today? Have you encountered any danger?" Hao Xianxian asked anxiously while pouring water for them, her hands trembling slightly, revealing her inner unease despite her attempt to appear calm. In Lin Chen's absence, her heart had been restless, fearing any mishap that might befall him, often peeking out the window to check if he had returned. Lin Chen furrowed his brows and replied solemnly, "It's not looking good. The number of zombies is increasing, and there are more abnormalities among the surviving humans. I haven't seen any sign of the government or the military. But don't worry, I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen. I will protect you all." Lin Chen's gaze was calm, his tone resolute, as if stating the most natural thing in the world. Hao Xianxian nodded gently, her eyes filled with trust and reliance. She looked at Lin Chen and said with concern, "Darling, you're all dirty. Go take a shower and change into clean clothes." Lin Chen glanced at his bloodstained and dusty combat uniform and nodded slightly. He then headed towards the bathroom, leaving the two women behind. As Lin Chen entered the bathroom, Hao Xuanxuan's smile faded slightly. She turned to Li Jiasun, her tone gentle but with a hint of inquiry, "Sister, don't be shy. Since you're here, it must be fate." Li Jiasun pressed her lips together and replied, "Sister, thank you for taking me in." Without dwelling on their age difference, Li Jiasun accepted the address under Lin Chen's arrangement. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, which had already been creased by her fidgeting. Hao Xianxian sighed softly, "In this apocalyptic world, everyone is struggling. Taking care of each other is only natural, but no one can predict the future, in case of any unexpected events." Sigh. Li Jiasun fell silent for a moment before saying, "Sister, rest assured, my husband will protect us." Hao Xianxian nodded slightly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she heard Li Jiasun refer to Lin Chen as her husband. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, feeling that Li Jiasun seemed genuinely kind and not someone with ulterior motives. Truth be told, Hao Xuanxuan's character destined her not to be the kind of woman who schemed and plotted like those in palace dramas. Once she decided on someone, even if betrayed or abused, she could endure it. Sensing Hao Xuanxuan's scrutinizing gaze, Li Jiasun felt uneasy, wondering if she was being suspected of having hidden intentions or feared of competing for a man. Jokingly, she thought, "Do you think I wanted to come here? If you don't believe me, ask me to leave now, and see if I dare." Well, it seems like she wouldn't dare after all, especially since she had no idea where Lin Chen had taken her. There seemed to be some hesitation on the other side, understandable in this uncertain post-apocalyptic world where even family couldn't be completely trusted, let alone a stranger like herself. Hao Xianxian seemed to sense Li Jiasun's unease and patted her hand, saying, "Sister didn't mean it that way, just a casual remark. Let's get along well in the future." Her smile tried to soothe Li Jiasen's tense emotions. Just then, Lin Chen's voice came from the bathroom. "Xian Xian, could you pass me a towel?" How Xian Xian replied and hurried to get the towel. As she passed by Li Jiasen, she said softly, "Sister, have a seat for a while. While there's still electricity, you can watch TV." With the towel in hand, How Xian Xian entered the bathroom, where Lin Chen and she engaged in a hushed conversation. Li Jiasen sat alone in the living room, her gaze falling on the balcony where a few potted plants, yellowed from lack of water, stood, her mind filled with countless thoughts. No, where is the person? Did they fall into the toilet while taking a shower? Even if they haven't finished showering, you should have come out by now after so long. Sitting alone in a strange living room, Li Jiasen twisted on the sofa as if there were nails underneath her buttocks. Her white and powerful thighs trembled uneasily, and her gaze would occasionally shift towards the bathroom door. After all, suddenly arriving at a strange place, it would be fine if someone accompanied her, but being left alone, she couldn't help but feel all fuzzy. Even with the TV on, playing cheerful music, she felt like she couldn't laugh anymore. Wait, could it be? It seemed like she thought of something. Li Jiasen's mouth twitched slightly, quickly shifting her gaze away, focusing on the TV as if the program inside was so exciting. Although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run, not to mention she was already this old. No matter how conservative she was, she understood what needed to be understood. Then she thought of herself, judging by Lin Chen's attitude, she probably wouldn't be safe tonight. The more Li Jiasen thought about it, the more nervous she became, unconsciously wringing her hands together. She tried to calm herself down, but the chaotic thoughts in her mind were like a runaway horse, impossible to rein in. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lin Chen also came out clean. Since he was at home, he wasn't so restrained, with water droplets occasionally sliding down his bare upper body as he used a towel to dry his hair. It was only then that Li Jiasen took a good look at Lin Chen, and after this look, she felt her heartbeat quicken. Wow, at first glance, he's quite handsome. Li Jiasen muttered softly, a blush appearing on her face. She thought her voice was already very low, but with Lin Chen's current hearing, this voice was almost as if she was whispering in his ear. Lin Chen heard her words, his lips slightly curling up as he teased. What? Just noticing my charm now? Startled, Li Jiasen turned her head. I don't understand what you're saying, stop being so self-absorbed. Lin Chen sat down next to the sofa, casually draping the towel over his shoulder, saying, So you were staring at me for so long, were you daydreaming? Feeling a bit embarrassed by his words, Li Jiasen's face seemed to be blushing rhythmically. Forget it, go pour me a glass of water. Lin Chen waved his hand naturally. Oh, okay. Finding an excuse, Li Jiasen took the cup and approached the water dispenser, and at that moment, Haoren, who had disappeared, also walked over. For Haoren, if there was a chance to shower, she would take it. After all, who knew when the water and electricity would be cut off? Then there wouldn't be so much time to enjoy. But this was not a problem in Lin Chen's mind, it was just a matter of water and electricity being cut off. He would find a solution when the time came, he would never treat himself unfairly. Seeing Li Jiasen blushing on the sofa, Haoren smiled meaningfully. Jiasen, don't be shy, you'll get used to it in the future. Haoren walked over to Li Jiasen, gently patting her shoulder. Li Jiasen awkwardly smiled, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Lin Chen looked up, glanced at Li Jiasen and Haoren, cleared his throat and said, Today is a good day, let's have a good gathering tonight. Li Jiasen's heart tightened, not knowing what this so-called good gathering meant. But for now, you, go take a shower, you stink, smell like garbage, I don't want to throw away my sofa. Pinching his nose, Lin Chen pointed at Li Jiasen with a look of disgust. Before, when he was dirty, he didn't smell as strong, but now, the smell almost made him nauseous. You! Humph! Despite being a girl, when Lin Chen mentioned the smell on her, Li Jiasen almost couldn't hold back. But when in someone else's house, one had to yield. In the end, she could only scrunch up her face like a bitter gourd and obediently went into the bathroom. Even if Lin Chen hadn't said anything, she had wanted to wash up long ago. After all, she was covered in sweat and dust, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Since they were already tired today, Lin Chen had no intention of starting to exercise. Instead, he sat on the sofa, holding Hao Xian Xian, watching TV, enjoying this rare leisure time in this post-apocalyptic world. When he was alone at home before, he generally wouldn't watch TV, only turning it on during meals to have some background noise. But now, having someone to watch with him gave him a rare sense of peace. Xian Xian, if you have time, try to download more TV shows, movies, anime, novels, and comics online on your phone. Okay, I got it. Quietly responding, Hao Xian Xian rested her head on Lin Chen's shoulder. Alright, from now on, Li Jiasen is also a member of our family. Let's toast to her arrival. During dinner time, the three of them sat around the table. The meal on the table wasn't luxurious, but at this time, it was quite abundant. It wasn't junk food but real dishes. This wasn't just a coincidence. In order to have something good to eat, Lin Chen had used his biological radar and spatial ability to enter a few rooms of people who had turned into zombies. After killing a few unlucky ones, he collected a lot of food from their homes. A bag of rice, 5 bundles of noodles, some frozen meat and fish, and several fresh fruits and vegetables that hadn't rotted. It was the room of an elderly person living alone, and compared to the younger ones, the food stored at home was exceptionally rich, but unfortunately, the owner wasn't as lucky. Now, it was a bargain for Lin Chen and the others, and it could be considered not wasting food. Lin Chen kept serving dishes to Hao Xian, completely ignoring Li Jiasun, who didn't seem to mind and ate like a starving ghost. She had been hungry for 2 full days at the gym, except for the 2 bags of bread Lin Chen had given her earlier and a few sips of protein powder. Seeing this table full of food now, how could she think of anything else? Cheers! Picking up a canned cola from the table, Li Jiasun clinked glasses with the other 2, then continued to eat and drink happily. What would happen later in the evening could wait. Being full now was the most important thing. After dinner, the 3 of them sat on the sofa, the TV playing some irrelevant program, but none of them paid attention. Was the TV interesting? Yes, but no matter how interesting it was, could it compare to the beauty of the 2 women sitting beside him? Lin Chen, with a beauty on each side, had no interest in watching TV. He stared at the screen, but his hand had already caressed the silky waist beside him. Seeing this, Hao Xian playfully scolded him with a blush but didn't move away. Lin Chen smirked mischievously, pulled Hao Xian into his arms, and whispered something in her ear. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen started in front of Li Jiasun, and Hao Xian was startled at first but then responded warmly. The 2 young people in the midst of a passionate romance seemed to have endless words to say at this moment. Their conversation grew more intense, and the sound of their voices became particularly clear in the living room. Li Jiasun's face was as red as a ripe apple, her eyes in a panic, wanting to look away but seemingly frozen in place. She felt extremely uncomfortable all over, wishing she could find a hole to hide in immediately. After a while, Lin Chen released Hao Xian and turned his gaze towards Li Jiasun, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and slowly walked towards her. Li Jiasun, seeing him approach, involuntarily moved back, a mix of fear and shyness in her eyes. Lin Chen reached her, lifted her chin with a hint of a mischievous smile on his lips. Jiasun, don't just sit around. If you eat and drink on my tab, you should give something in return, right? Money is worthless now, so let me think. I know, why not have you repay me with yourself? With that, Lin Chen leaned down. Li Jiasun's eyes widened, her mind going blank in an instant. This was her first kiss, after all. But now, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. And no, please don't. She tried to resist, but Lin Chen held her head down with a force she couldn't fight against. After a moment of kissing, Lin Chen let go of Li Jiasun. She blushed deeply, tears shimmering in her eyes, but she dared not protest, only biting her lip and lowering her head. Lin Chen looked at her, smiled, subconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, looking like a scumbag. In this post-apocalyptic world, he had no mood for love and romance with women. He provided them shelter and then took what he wanted as payment, which seemed reasonable, didn't it? Turning off the TV, Lin Chen gestured for the 2 women to follow him. Have a seat. Lin Chen's voice was gentle but unquestionable. Hao Xian obediently sat on the edge of the bed, while Li Jiasun seemed hesitant but eventually sat down under Lin Chen's gaze. You both know that survival is not easy in this world, Lin Chen began speaking, his voice calm and persuasive. I provide food, water, and a safe place, and in return, you need to pay the price. Hao Xian nodded, having long accepted this fact without any qualms. Li Jiasun, on the other hand, bit her lip, still struggling internally, but she knew she had no room to refuse. Lin Chen continued, I am not heartless. I hope we can coexist peacefully and survive together, but you must follow my rules. And my rules are simple. Obey me. I don't care how well you get along privately, but I don't want any trouble at home while I'm out there working hard. Do you understand? Honey, don't worry, I will get along well with Jiasun. Why yes, me too. Lin Chen stood in front of them, his gaze shifting between the 2 charming faces, nodding with a smile. Very good, don't feel pressured. I assure you that you will be envied by all survivors in the future. Seeing the 2 women nod, Lin Chen smiled satisfactorily and continued, from now on, we will have clear roles. I will be responsible for going out to find supplies and ensure our safety, while you will take care of logistics at home. Hao Xian responded, honey, rest assured, I understand all this, and I will take care of it. Li Jiasun also whispered, I will follow my sister's arrangements and take care of the house together. Lin Chen crossed his arms and said, also, don't panic when facing problems. Come to me for solutions for anything. He paused, emphasizing, especially, don't trust outsiders easily. In this doomsday, people's hearts are unpredictable. Except for me, I am different because I am kind. And then, at that moment, Option 1, love and unity make us a family. Unity is strength. Gain +2 physical attributes, +1 speed attribute. Option 2, let how Shueshu leave, give Li Jusin a night alone, gain +3 physical attributes. Cough, system, you know me well, I'm not interested in this or that, it's mainly the speed attribute that's my current weakness, that's what I'm focusing on. Silently selecting option 1, Lin Chen gazed at the beautiful scenery before him, his eyes firm as if he wanted to join a party. System, bring up my attribute panel. Late at night, Lin Chen lay in bed silently, and the next moment, a light screen that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Looking at the panel in front of him, Lin Chen's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, obviously very satisfied with it. Name, Lin Chen. Strength, 10, human limit is 10, speed, 6, human limit is 10, constitution, 10, human limit is 10, spirit, 10, human limit is 10, abilities, time stop, vitality recovery, 8 extremities fist, storage space, phasing, bioradar, steel skin, matter bomb. Currently, his 4-dimensional attributes, except for speed, have all reached the human limits. It's no exaggeration to say that in peacetime, with his physical qualities, he could easily win various Olympic awards. And now, this excellent body has become his capital for surviving in the apocalypse. As for the others, not to mention, who knows how many people would awaken special abilities, and now he has a total of 7. And quite comprehensive. Whether in combat, defense, healing, survival, stealth, escape, and so on, he excels in all aspects. It's no exaggeration to say that apart from flying, he's practically a superhero to ordinary people. Ordinary knives and guns aside, even regular firearms pose little threat to him. Perhaps only heavy weapons could harm him. And this is just the result of his 3rd day. Awesome, I was thinking of training, but looking at this, why bother going out when I can have a convenient stroll? Not to mention the possibility of picking up a few beautiful ladies. Closing the panel, Lin Chen contentedly closed his eyes, listening to the soft breathing by his ears, slowly drifting into sleep. While Lin Chen peacefully slept with 2 beautiful ladies, a man in the opposite building couldn't sleep. Su Wenhao sat on the bed with his hands around his knees, his eyes vacant, as if he was in a daze. From the rumbling sounds coming from his stomach, it was evident that his actions today had failed. But that wasn't the main issue. The main problem was that he couldn't understand why a supermarket was completely empty. Even though he had considered that after so many days, the supermarket might have been visited by many people and not much left, it shouldn't be this clean. You can take the food, but what about the shelves? The refrigerators? Goodness, it looked like it had never been stocked. Even now, he doubted if he had hallucinated due to hunger at that time. How else could it be so clean? In such a large supermarket, only a few zombies and a leftover skeleton remained. This shouldn't be happening. I was there on the day of the zombie outbreak. Even if the boss received the news, they couldn't have cleaned up so quickly. Tugging at his hair, Su Wenhao felt like he was going to grow a brain. If he couldn't figure this out, he probably wouldn't sleep all night. Of course, part of the reason was hunger. Wait, I remember now, I heard the sound of glass breaking before, which means there were people in the store before, and that body still wearing a staff uniform proves it. Since there were staff members, there must be food inside, just taken away, but the problem is with so many things, how many people would it take to move it all? If a lot of people make noise, the disturbance would definitely be significant, but he didn't hear how long the noise outside lasted, indicating that not many people came. With this in mind, Su Wenhao's expression became even more puzzled because this was obviously contradictory. Few people couldn't move everything, but if there were many people, it would cause a big commotion. Unless someone had the ability to empty the entire supermarket by themselves. Suddenly, as if a flash of inspiration, Su Wenhao seized a possibility, and he increasingly felt that this was the truth. Right. There are so many superhumans online now, so it's not impossible for one to come out in this neighborhood. And if he could do such a thing, either he has some storage ability or he's incredibly fast. In any case, it's not something an ordinary person can do. With this in mind, envy and anger immediately appeared on Su Wenhao's face, cursing loudly, "Damn it! What a bastard, having the ability but disregarding the lives of others. There are only a few supermarkets in this neighborhood, and you've emptied them all. How are we supposed to survive?" Looking at the torn hole in his clothes, Su Wenhao felt a wave of fear. He was almost caught by the zombies, but luckily the poor quality of his clothes caused them to tear during the struggle, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Thinking about how he bravely went out to search for food, risking his life, only to come back empty-handed. Then thinking about someone effortlessly obtaining more food than they could eat with their superpowers, Su Wenhao's heart instantly felt unbalanced. Why? Why are we both survivors, but you have superpowers while I'm struggling? Why can't I sleep due to hunger while you can eat and drink without worries? Damn it, with great power comes great responsibility, haven't you heard that saying? Having superhuman strength means you should contribute to ordinary people. If he hadn't discovered it today, seeing the way the other person was trying to keep it a secret, he probably would have continued to conceal it. No, I must expose this matter. Food belongs to everyone, how can one person enjoy it alone? Have you no shame? With this in mind, Su Wenhao twisted his face and took out his phone, opened the neighborhood owners group, and began to write a short essay, harshly criticizing Lin Chen's actions. At this time, Lin Chen was still unaware, but even if he found out, he probably wouldn't be affected. After all, his motto was always to live well himself, regardless of whether others lived or died. Once Su Wenhao's essay was posted, the owners group immediately exploded. Even in the late night, there were many night owls, some playing games in despair, some unable to sleep due to hunger, and some simply scared and unable to sleep. Soon, the owners group, which had little communication before, quickly began to flood with messages. Building 302 Morning Song, is this really happening? This is too much, we're all in the same neighborhood, how can someone be so selfish? Building 701 Diamond King Old G, Su, is what you said true? The supermarket downstairs was emptied? I was planning to go down and try my luck tomorrow. Building 403 Who can stop me? Absolutely true. I saw the supermarket emptied absurdly, and there was a dead shop assistant there. It must have been done by someone with superpowers, there's no other explanation. Building 1202 Happy Family, this person with superpowers has no conscience at all, only thinking about themselves, regardless of everyone's well-being, how can they do this? Building 902 Internet Addict Girl, wow, there really are superhumans, and right here in this neighborhood, it's so cool. But, if you talk about him like this, aren't you afraid he'll write all of you down in his little book? Fear, Block C, Unit 702, I am a fierce man, what's so scary about upstairs? Does he dare to kill someone? Moreover, his selfish behavior is despicable. If I had superpowers, I would definitely speak up and find ways to help everyone survive. Unlike him, silently stealing food. Mr. Zhao in Block G, Unit 1301, leaving aside other matters, this person must hand over the food for fair distribution among everyone. Is there any management here? Where is the management? Subsequently, Mr. Zhao tagged several managers in the group, as he was unsure of who was alive or dead. Seeing Mr. Zhao's actions, many others also started tagging community managers, and some even directly called them. Soon, a person with the username Property Manager spoke up. Property Manager, everyone, rest assured, no matter who it is, in such difficult times, we must not only think of ourselves. Our ancestors have taught us that only unity can help us survive. Our property has been in contact with the police these past 2 days, and they have assured us that help is on the way, but we need to wait a little longer. As for the person with superpowers, I hope he will contact me voluntarily so that the community can distribute food fairly according to the current number of residents, ensuring everyone has basic supplies to survive. I understand that times are tough for everyone now, but it is precisely in such difficult times that we must unite and overcome this challenge together. Seeing the community managers speak, other residents breathed a sigh of relief, refusing to believe that the superpowered individual would dare to offend the entire community by hoarding food. Honey, something's wrong, quickly check the group chat. What's going on? Hearing Han Xuanxuan's urgent call, Lin Chen, who was still half asleep, immediately became alert. He sat up in bed, his sharp eyes scanning the room, thinking something had entered the house. But as Han Xianxian handed him the phone with a worried look, he realized it was not what he had thought. What's going on in the group chat? Why are they using such harsh language? Frowning at the continuous messages popping up on WeChat, Lin Chen's brows furrowed involuntarily. After all, no one would be happy to wake up to a bunch of disrespectful words early in the morning. And as he saw mentions of the supermarket, superpowered individuals, and missing food, his expression turned even more peculiar. Wait, why do I feel like they're talking about me? Ignoring the incessant new messages, Lin Chen scrolled down until he found the short essay from last night. After reading it, he suddenly realized that his act of emptying the supermarket had been discovered. Judging by the furious tone in the group chat, he almost thought they believed he had killed their mothers. Seeing the messages urging him to confess his identity and hand over the food, Lin Chen snorted and simply turned off his phone. Returning the phone to Han Xianxian, Lin Chen lay back down, burying his head in the still sleeping Li Jiasen's embrace, seeking the comfort of maternal love. He muttered under his breath, Xian, you're not being good waking up your husband for such a trivial matter, you deserve punishment. You'll have to wear a secretary outfit and work with me tonight. Hearing about the secretary outfit, Han Xuanxuan's face blushed, feeling that Lin Chen was becoming more mischievous. She glared at him coquettishly, blushing, you only know how to tease me, but is this matter really not important? Those people in the group chat don't seem like they'll let it go easily. When it came to this point, Hao Xuanxuan's expression turned somewhat ugly, obviously feeling very angry about those insulting words, but she also worried about how this would affect Lin Chen. Lin Chen snorted dismissively, let them be, what can they do to me? A bunch of trash can only bark in the group. If I were in the mood, I would have chopped them off one by one through the internet long ago. Lin Chen didn't care about these people who didn't even dare to go out to find food and could only rely on begging. He simply didn't pay them any mind, treating them as a group of talking corpses. Would you get angry with a corpse? The answer is, of course, no. Well, as long as you know what you're doing, I'll go make breakfast first. Seeing Lin Chen's indifference to the matter, Hao Xian relaxed and stopped paying too much attention. I'll be out for a while. Xian, Jason, take care of the house. The treadmill is all set up, so if you want to exercise, feel free to do so. After all, a healthy body is the foundation of everything. Keeping fit can never go wrong, Lin Chen said softly after dinner. Plans can't keep up with changes. After yesterday's gains, the minimal effects of exercise were no longer on his mind. Even if he exercised for 10 days or half a month, what difference would it make? He estimated that triggering an option himself would yield more benefits than what exercise could offer. He naturally wouldn't bother with such thankless tasks, but he didn't regret his actions from yesterday. He considered it as adding some entertainment for his women. Going out again. Yes, with more people at home now, the food will be gone soon. I plan to try my luck at Yida Mall. If successful, we won't have to worry about supplies for a long time. Yida Mall was the most famous chain mall in the city, with a vast area and several shopping levels covering a wide range of goods. When the biocrisis broke out, Lin Chen thought there wouldn't be many zombies there, but now, who knows? After so many days, there would always be warriors exploring, and naturally, they would bring many zombies along. Or perhaps some survivors had turned it into a temporary base. However, as long as the number of zombies wasn't outrageous, with his current strength, Lin Chen was confident he would return with a full load. Alright, take care, dear. Lin Chen, have a safe journey. Oh, call me dear. Watching Li Jiasun, who was holding her head and looking at him in disbelief, Lin Chen shook his fist threateningly. Only after hearing her call him dear did Lin Chen smile and give each of them a kiss on the lips before leaving. At this moment, inside Yida Mall, in a corner on the third floor, a group of exhausted-looking people sat together. The man leading them was named Li Youqiang, a burly figure and the night security guard of this mall. At this moment, his face was full of anger as he loudly scolded a thin man wearing glasses, I kindly let you in, and this is how you repay me? Can't even watch a door properly? As he shouted, he waved his strong arms, veins popping on his forehead. Seeing that he seemed about to hit someone, the thin man shrank his neck in fear, his voice trembling as he explained, I couldn't stop them, there were so many of them, and they were so fierce, I couldn't do anything. A middle-aged woman beside them frowned, hands on her hips, sharply shouting, Humph, you're just a coward. Even if you couldn't stop them, you should have tried. Now look, it's all over. Although she was also standing there at the time, not doing anything, she didn't think there was any problem with that. After all, she was older now, and it was only right for the young ones to take charge when needed. Hearing their conversation at that moment, another group of survivors sitting on the other side also refused to back down. One of them, with a face full of muscles and a large gold chain around his neck, stepped forward, pointing at Li Youqiang angrily, stop blaming us here. This mall isn't your family's property. Why shouldn't we be allowed in? You locked the doors and piled things in front of them. You really have some nerve. Upon hearing his words, the other survivors who came with him also chimed in, exactly, this mall isn't your home. Why lock the doors? Are you only concerned about your own survival and not others? That's right, seeing us and not opening the doors for us, it's like leading us to be bitten by zombies. In peacetime, this would be indirect murder. Nonsense. Li Youqiang glared angrily and was about to step forward. You still think you're right? You smashed the door and made so much noise, attracting the zombies. Now look, everyone is trapped on the third floor because of you. Tell us, what should we do? Exactly, a bunch of troublemakers, why aren't you dead on the road? Damn, say that again? What, you still want to fight? Just as the two groups were at a standoff, not giving in to each other, a chilling zombie roar suddenly echoed. Instantly, everyone fell silent, their faces pale, devoid of the earlier aggression and the desire to fight. A timid girl couldn't help but cry, Are we all going to be trapped and die here? This girl looked to be only 17 or 18, with soft black hair casually falling on her shoulders, slightly disheveled. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate like white jade, but now appeared somewhat pale due to fear. Beneath her curved eyebrows were big watery eyes, now filled with tears, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, like startled butterfly wings. Below her petite and straight nose, her cherry lips pouted slightly, trembling from crying. She wore a white school shirt paired with a blue pleated skirt, her slender waist barely a handful, her long and straight legs trembling slightly. She was a student from a nearby high school named Su Yuqing. As she was about to graduate, she had gone out for dinner with her classmates at night as a farewell banquet. Unexpectedly, a zombie outbreak occurred. Some of her classmates turned into zombies on the spot, some were bitten to death while fleeing. By the time she ran into the mall with the crowd, she was the only one left. And that farewell banquet had now truly lived up to its name. She didn't know how many people's seats she had taken. She had called her parents before, but no one answered, indicating things were not looking good. The mall was now in chaos. As several survivors looked down, they saw a sea of zombies on the second floor, surging like a tide. Roughly estimating, there were at least hundreds of zombies on the second floor, their twisted and decaying bodies sending shivers down the spine. Not to mention the first floor, probably even more. They had blocked the stairs leading to the third floor with some debris, so they were relatively safe for the time being. But the problem was that the third and fourth floors were where clothing and electronics were sold. Although Li Youqiang and the others had gathered some food, it would only last a few days at most. Not to mention the group of outsiders who were now all hungry. They were still in shock and hadn't fully grasped the situation, but if they did, clutching his backpack filled with food and water, Li Youqiang stood up silently and headed towards the fourth floor. Seeing his actions, the survivors who had already recognized him as their leader, although not understanding his intentions, followed suit. Hey, where are you guys going upstairs? The one speaking was the burly man with a face full of muscles, named Gao Hao, a man of society, accompanied by several of his henchmen. It was precisely because of this that his hot temper almost led to a confrontation with Li Youqiang just now. However, they were all in the same boat now, so when they saw them suddenly moving, he instinctively asked, "What's it to you?" Without looking back, Li Youqiang quickened his pace as if there were a flood or a fierce beast behind him. Nuts! Sneering inwardly, Gao Hao no longer paid attention and found a distant spot near the staircase to rest with his henchmen. Like them, the other survivors who arrived later also had no intention of going upstairs but found relatively safe spots for themselves. After all, they had just had a conflict, so it was better to separate and avoid seeing each other, which would only cause more annoyance. After Li Youqiang led everyone to the fourth floor, he immediately commanded, "Quick, block the staircase on this floor." Everyone was puzzled, looking at him with confusion. Li Youqiang sneered and said, "Don't you understand yet? If those downstairs find out we have food on us, what do you think they'll do? Will they still be polite to us? Blocking the way now can delay them a bit longer." Hearing this, everyone snapped out of their daze and started moving, lifting heavy objects they could find and piling them up at the staircase. At this moment, a man worriedly said, "But, can this stop them? Humans are not zombies. These things can stop mindless zombies who charge straight ahead but not intelligent humans." Li Youqiang's face darkened. "Even if it can't stop them, we have to try. They outnumber us, and if it comes to a fight, we definitely won't stand a chance. We can't just sit and wait for death." "Monkey, do you still have food on you?" "No, Hauga, with the situation just now, who would have the mood to bring food? Look at Jige, he was bitten to death by zombies just because he ran too slowly. Damn, it's outrageous. I can't believe I'm starving in a mall. And now we're stuck here. If I had known, I wouldn't have come." Gao Hao kicked some debris irritably. "No, we can't just sit around like this. We need to think of a way." The henchmen looked at each other, unable to come up with a solution for the moment. Just then, the man known as the monkey squinted his eyes and said, "Hauga, why do you think those people rushed upstairs earlier?" Gao Hao furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and said, "I don't know. Could there be something good upstairs? But it's an electronics store up there." Seeing that the boss didn't catch on, the monkey sighed and made it clearer. "Hauga, we just arrived and didn't have time to grab food, but those people have been here for a while. Do you think they don't have any food on them? I guess they rushed upstairs so urgently because they're afraid we'll compete with them." As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes lit up. "That's very likely, Hauga. Otherwise, why would they run so fast and block the staircase?" Another henchman chimed in. Gao Hao gritted his teeth. "If those bastards are really hiding food from us, I'll make sure to deal with them properly." But they weren't fools, they knew that the few of them couldn't charge up there. So Gao Hao's eyes flickered, and he turned to the other survivors on the third floor, shouting, "Brothers, there's food upstairs with them. We can't starve and wait to die like this. Let's rush up together. The survivors, who had been puzzled by the commotion upstairs, immediately reacted upon hearing about the food. In addition to the drive of hunger, responding to Gao Hao's call, they rushed towards the stairs leading to the 4th floor. Li Youqiang saw this scene from upstairs, his face changed drastically, shouting, "They are coming up, ready to throw things down." People upstairs frantically searched for items to block with, grabbing appliances, chairs, and anything they could find, smashing them towards the crowd coming up from below. Bang! A heavy appliance crashed in front of the crowd, startling the ones in the front. Ouch! A mobile phone model hit someone's head, causing them to cry out in pain, but they were pushed forward by those behind them. "Don't stop, there's food when we get up there," Gao Hao shouted loudly from behind. People upstairs kept throwing things down, various items falling like raindrops. However, those downstairs were blinded by the temptation of food, still rushing upwards regardless, turning the stairwell into chaos. Li Youqiang and others' blockade did not last long, and soon the line was breached. As a few unlucky ones were hit on the head and trampled to death, dozens of survivors rushed up like a pack of hungry wolves. "Give me the food." I don't have any food." "Bullshit, then what's in your hands? Hurry up and give it to me." Having experienced the baptism of the apocalypse, no one wanted to experience hunger again, and no one cared about etiquette or morals. They only knew that with zombies blocking them upstairs, without food, they wouldn't last more than a few days, either waiting to die or risking going downstairs to be bitten by zombies. Therefore, in order to survive a little longer, everyone was frantically snatching things from each other. The thin young man with glasses was surrounded by Gao Hao and a few henchmen, beaten to a pulp, and then ruthlessly stripped of his food. The old woman trying to act tough had her handbag grabbed, about to curse, but the next moment, a survivor across from her pulled out a knife and slit her throat. Blood splattered on the faces of those around, but they showed no fear or hesitation, only becoming more frenzied in their looting. And those being robbed, without hesitation, turned to snatch from those weaker than themselves. The so-called alliances had long since vanished, and now everyone was fighting for themselves. Soon, several bodies lay on the ground, not bitten by zombies but killed by human hands. Su Yuqing watched the human tragedy unfold in horror, tears streaming down her face. As a student who had lived in an ivory tower, she had never experienced such a scene. She could only curl her petite body behind a counter, silently praying not to be discovered. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her arm, making her scream, but such screams were now continuous in the mall, failing to attract anyone's attention. "Keep it down, it's me. Uncle Li, I'm so scared." The person was Li Youqiang, who was not in good shape either, with some blood on his face, seemingly scratched, and his security uniform torn in several places, but fortunately not breaking the skin. Li Youqiang pulled Su Yuqing up, saying nervously, "Don't be afraid, follow me, I know a place to hide." As a night security guard at the mall, he naturally knew more about the place than these ordinary survivors. He knew that in a corner on the 4th floor, there was a staff rest area, and conveniently, the key was in his possession. As long as they could get in, the sturdy wooden door was something this group of survivors with makeshift weapons could never open, making it an excellent shelter. And at this moment, Su Yuqing, completely panicked, did not doubt him at all, nor did she care why he wanted to take her away. She nodded repeatedly as if grasping at a life-saving straw, following Li Youqiang closely, running frantically through the chaotic crowd in one direction. "Li Ge, wait for me." Li Youqiang turned around and saw two familiar faces, considered part of his group. He furrowed his brows subconsciously, seeming reluctant to bring them along. But at this moment, he had no time to spare and could only quicken his pace. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the staff lounge. Li Youqiang swiftly took out the key to open the door, and everyone rushed in. As soon as they entered the room, Li Youqiang immediately closed and locked the door. The two people who followed them collapsed exhausted on the ground, gasping for air. Su Yuqing hid in a corner, her body trembling uncontrollably, her well-developed small rabbit-like figure rising and falling with her intense breathing, truly captivating to the eye. After locking the door, Li Youqiang visibly breathed a sigh of relief. After giving Su Yuqing a discreet glance, he smiled and said, "All right, hide here for now. As long as we don't open the door, those people outside won't be able to get in." One of the followers said, "Li Ge, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do." Another person added, "Exactly, it's crazy out there. Luckily, I ran fast, or they would have taken our food." After speaking, he pressed his bag against his back, showing that he still had some guard against the people in the room. Li Youqiang waved his hand without saying anything, his gaze shifting slightly, lost in thought. "This is tough. Aren't there too many zombies?" Outside the mall, Lin Chen squinted at the bustling mall, clicking his tongue in amazement. Without counting precisely, he could see at least hundreds of zombies. This number of zombies could be considered a small wave of undead. At this moment, they roamed the mall, and if one didn't look closely, they could be mistaken for customers shopping before a holiday. Rubbing his chin, Lin Chen was already considering retreat. He valued strength above all else and wouldn't overestimate his own power or take risks without certainty. The number of zombies in front of him clearly exceeded his expectations, so he naturally wouldn't risk his life. It was just supplies, there were other places to go, like supermarkets or restaurants. It might take more time, but it was worth it. Obviously, he wasn't the only one with this idea. He had encountered several groups of survivors before, and although they hadn't communicated, they left without hesitation after seeing the scene inside the mall. Joking aside, taking risks like this was just asking for death. No way. Although my steel skin makes me immune to zombie bites, there are just too many of them. If I get caught, I'll be ground to death. Unless I can teleport in, there's no hope. Option 1, retreat wisely, stay calm, give up the current goal, gain +4 speed attribute, +3 physique attribute, +2 strength attribute, +1 mental attribute. Option 2, brave forward, take a chance, transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, gamble, gain the ability teleportation, +3 mental attribute. No, system, are you provoking me? I say something and you make it happen? I should have asked for immortality earlier. Looking at option 2 in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly and instinctively asked the system, what if I choose the option and then don't do it? The teleportation ability excited Lin Chen, but the risks involved made him take it seriously. He wanted to see if he could exploit a loophole. I want the ability, but I won't risk my life. Unfortunately, the system indicated that Lin Chen was just daydreaming. If the host chooses option 2, the system will distribute the ability in advance to help the host achieve the option. However, if the host does not implement the option, the system will retract the ability, considering this choice invalid. A friendly reminder, through system analysis, option 2 is more challenging. It is recommended that the host choose option 1 for stable development. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, sinking into contemplation. He knew the system's advice had its merits. Although option 1 seemed to yield relatively less, it was prudent and would allow him to continue accumulating strength gradually. Yet, the ability to teleport in an instant was incredibly tempting. With it, he could easily overcome many dangers in the future. Moreover, if he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would encounter it again? Damn it! Let's go for it. What if it works out? Worst case, I teleport out and then give up the ability. After much deliberation, Lin Chen gritted his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. System, I choose 2. Instantly, Lin Chen felt a strange power surging through his body. He knew it was the ability to teleport in an instant. At the same time, his mental attribute increased by 3 points, already surpassing the limits of a human. Phew, let's give it a try first. Since this was considered a high-risk instance, Lin Chen had no intention of rushing in. Instead, he decided to familiarize himself with his newly acquired ability first. Otherwise, if he could only teleport a few meters at a time or if the consumption was too high to use it more than once, he might end up stuck inside, which would be a joke. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chen focused his mind, silently activating the ability as he looked at a small mound not far ahead. Subsequently, he felt a slight sway in his body, and in an instant, he appeared on top of the small mound. Not bad. The consumption isn't too high. Let's try long-distance teleportation this time. He looked towards a large tree in the distance, easily several tens of meters away. Concentrating, Lin Chen mentally aimed to reach the tree. In an instant, the scene before Lin Chen blurred, and when it cleared again, he was standing steadily beneath the large tree. Getting the hang of it, but still manageable. If I can teleport a few meters each time, with my current mental attribute, I should be able to support it 20 or 30 times. Even for 100 meters of long-distance teleportation, I should manage a few times. It's feasible. With his mind made up, Lin Chen sat down directly on the ground, preparing to rest for a while and recover from the mental strain he had just endured. After about 15 minutes, Lin Chen felt the exhaustion in his mind dissipate, returning to his peak state. Standing up, Lin Chen briefly stretched his body, his gaze determinedly set towards the direction of the mall. It's time to go in. Taking a deep breath, once he reached a suitable distance that wouldn't attract the attention of zombies, he instantly teleported into the mall. As soon as he entered, a strong putrid smell hit him, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. He immediately activated the teleportation ability once again. A white light flashed, and Lin Chen's figure disappeared from the counter in an instant. Due to the speed being too fast, not even a zombie that noticed him had time to react. Hearing the sound and catching a whiff of the human scent, the zombie staggered to the shelves and lightly bumped into them a few times. After not noticing anything unusual, it unconsciously wandered off. With no intelligence, it couldn't comprehend what had just happened, and this incident left no trace in its memory. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had successfully entered the underground floor of the mall. After using instant teleportation several times in quick succession, he could feel the fatigue setting in, his face showing a hint of paleness. At this moment, his face was full of a brilliant smile, showing no signs of pain. Looking at the rows of grains and food, the shelves of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and countless other food items, Lin Chen felt like he had stumbled upon a huge treasure trove. And all these things now belong to him. Take a risk, and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. And there aren't many zombies here, which is perfect for me to take a break. I'm going to fill my storage space to the brim later. Watching a few zombies wandering on the ground floor, Lin Chen didn't rush to deal with them. Instead, he teleported to a shelf several meters high to take a short rest. As for why there weren't many zombies on this floor, he had a rough guess in his mind. Probably the survivors upstairs had attracted them. Looking at the dozens of yellow dots overlapping with him on the biological radar, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel like laughing. He felt sorry for those survivors. You see, this mall had 4 floors above ground and 1 underground. The underground floor was for selling food, while the other 4 floors were for jewelry, restaurants, clothing, and electronics. In other words, only the underground floor and the second floor had food. When he teleported just now and glanced upwards, he noticed that the number of zombies on the second floor was almost the same as on the first floor. This meant that they couldn't get any food upstairs. As for leaving, forget about it. Even Lin Chen didn't want to jump down from that height of several tens of meters. Although he probably wouldn't die from the fall, he would definitely feel miserable. As for ordinary people, they would turn into meat patties. Honestly, Lin Chen didn't know whether to pity or mock them. If they managed to starve themselves guarding a food warehouse, that would be the epitome of foolishness. The survivors upstairs also felt helpless. The situation was too critical at the time. Running downstairs was a dead end, so running upstairs was the only chance for survival. Although it cut off their retreat, at least they had a better chance of surviving longer, right? Lin Chen's rest this time seemed longer than before. After about an hour, he felt the dizziness in his head had lessened. This was partly thanks to the system granting him 3 points of mental attributes when using his abilities. Otherwise, if he still had only 10 points, who knows how long it would take to recover. With his mental attributes reaching 13 points, besides making his ability to use powers more robust, the biggest benefit was his storage space. Although this ability had low consumption, the size of the space was directly linked to his mental attributes. When his mental attributes were only 5 points, his ability could store items in a space of 10 meters times 10 by 10. With his mental attributes more than doubled, he could now store items in an exaggerated space of 100 meters times 100 by 100. If he used it all to store water, he could fit a whopping 1 million tons of water. Although not an enormous amount, he believed he could easily clear out this underground floor. Without hesitation, he teleported back to the ground. Lin Chen didn't bother to be selective. Wherever he went, there was nothing left. After all, these things were ownerless now. Whoever took them first, they were theirs. So even if he missed a single grain of rice, he felt like he was losing out. Regardless of the brand or taste, as long as it fit, it was all his. What Lin Chen didn't notice at this moment was that as he conducted his massive sweep, a body under a certain shelf moved slightly and slowly opened its eyes. What's that noise? Someone's here? Wait, it's an Esper. The corpse quietly crawled out from under the shelves, and when he looked up and saw the scene in front of him, his expression immediately turned dumbfounded. He saw a man who looked like a survivor running around, and as he passed by, all the food that had been on the shelves had mysteriously disappeared. Witnessing such a sci-fi scene, he immediately confirmed that the other person was definitely a supernatural being, just like himself. Damn, if it were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but if he keeps taking things like this, what am I going to do? Lying motionless on the ground pretending to be a corpse, the man watched Lin Chen's busy figure and cursed under his breath. The man's name was Sun Chenyang, originally just an ordinary laborer. Although his salary was not much, it was enough to support his daily expenses, and he also had a virtuous wife and a lovely son, making his life happy and fulfilling. But after voluntarily working overtime one night, the apocalypse broke out, and everything changed. When he finally returned home after much hardship, what he saw upon opening the door was a scene that filled him with despair. His virtuous wife had turned into a zombie, and all that was left of his son, who had been eaten, was half of his body carelessly thrown on the ground. After smashing his zombified wife to death with a stool, Sun Chenyang's heart died completely. He ate up all the food in the house, then came downstairs without any protection, ready to be eaten by the zombies. But just as he was preparing to meet his end, he suddenly noticed a strange change in himself. The zombies seemed unable to detect him. Even though the zombies passed right in front of him, they did not attack him, completely ignoring him as if he were invisible. Realizing his change, he conducted several experiments and found out that not only zombies but even humans found it hard to notice him. To be precise, his presence had greatly diminished. As long as he didn't speak or touch others, even if he walked beside them, they would subconsciously ignore him. Through the internet, he gradually understood the reason behind this unknown change in himself. Superpowers. He had actually awakened superpowers. The effect was that he could significantly reduce his presence, almost indistinguishable from invisibility. Upon knowing that he possessed superpowers, Sun Chenyang's initially despairing heart suddenly came alive like a stagnant pool of water. He had to survive. He absolutely could not waste this chance given to him by fate. And once he regained his composure, the first place he thought of going was Yida's supermarket. There, the food could last a person for years, and as long as he could reach that place, relying on his superpowers, he could definitely survive. Even if he couldn't wait for the end of the world, he could definitely live longer than others. So, relying on his superpowers, Sun Chenyang managed to evade the zombies all the way and walked more than 20 kilometers to reach Yida Mall. But upon arriving, he felt despair. The main gate was tightly locked, and the entrance was cluttered with debris, making it impossible for him to enter alone. Pleading for them to open the door, the answer he received was a refusal, and as for forcing his way in, that was even more impossible. But when he was about to give up, another group of survivors arrived, bringing with them a large number of zombies. While this seemed like a disaster to others, for him, it was an unparalleled opportunity. Despite the numerous zombies, with his superpowers, they couldn't detect him at all. So, amidst the chaos, after successfully entering the mall, Sun Chenyang did not run upstairs like the other survivors but went straight downstairs. Later, he found himself trapped there, but unlike the other survivors, he had an abundance of food and water source. After a long journey, Sun Chenyang was exhausted. He hid under the shelves to rest after eating some food. It wasn't until he heard the commotion of Lin Chen killing zombies just now that he slowly woke up. As he opened his eyes and saw the scene before him, he was stunned. The treasure he had just obtained, not even had the chance to enjoy it, was about to be stolen while he took a nap? Seeing Lin Chen's fierce demeanor, he knew the other party wouldn't leave anything behind. But then, what should he do? Should he really be trapped here and die? No, these things are mine. No one can take them away. A glint of malice appeared in his eyes as Sun Chenyang reached behind him and pulled out a fruit knife stained with blood. He had no food or water on his way here. It was impossible to come this far without them. He didn't dare to enter the supermarket filled with zombies, fearing he would be discovered. After all, his ability was just to lower his presence. If he made any noise, he would be found out. So, he relied on the food he got from the survivors he encountered along the way. With his ability, he could easily sneak up behind them and deliver a fatal blow. Watching Lin Chen, who was unaware in front of him, Sun Chenyang slowly stood up, deciding to be ruthless as well. Of course, he didn't plan to kill Lin Chen directly, but to control him and make him hand over the food. In his mind, if Lin Chen was a bit weaker in character, he might even turn him into his own private storage bag, then he wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Otherwise, if Lin Chen died, the food would disappear along with him. Wouldn't he become a joke? Sun Chenyang gripped the fruit knife, crouched, and moved with the stealth of a hunting leopard. Every step he took was extremely cautious, avoiding any debris on the ground that could make noise, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen's back, afraid of making any sound that would alert him. He deliberately controlled his breathing, trying to make it steady and faint, not making a single sound. The shadows between the shelves seemed to be his best cover, using it to gradually close the distance with Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen was still focused on collecting supplies, seemingly unaware of the danger gradually approaching from behind. Sun Chenyang's heartbeat intensified, nervousness and excitement intertwined, tiny beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The distance kept shrinking, from 5 meters to 3 meters, then to 2 meters. Sun Chenyang could clearly hear Lin Chen's breathing, his hand slightly trembling from tension, but his grip on the knife tightened. Just as there was only 1 meter left between him and Lin Chen, Sun Chenyang suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, preparing for the final assault. But just as he was about to strike, Lin Chen, who had his back to him, suddenly chuckled and said, "Interesting, you must be an ability user too, right? To get so close to me without alerting me, you're really good." The moment Sun Chenyang heard Lin Chen's words, he stood frozen in place as if under a spell. His facial muscles twitched slightly due to extreme shock, his eyes filled with disbelief, cold sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. His brain was plunged into chaos at that moment, frantically thinking, how is this possible? I've been so cautious with every step, controlling every move to make no sound. How could he have noticed me? Or, could it be that abilities don't work on someone with the same ability? His hand holding the fruit knife remained suspended in mid-air, his palm sweaty from excessive tension and doubt. He even forgot to breathe, just stood there blankly, not daring to make any movement or sound. This was his first failure. Caught red-handed, he suddenly didn't know what to do. Should he continue to act? But the other party had already noticed him, must have been on guard. Should he say it was a misunderstanding? But only a fool would believe that. Seeing no movement behind him, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, a hint of mockery in his smile. He casually spoke again. Stop pretending to be dumb there. I know you're right behind me. I'm not in the mood to play this boring hide-and-seek game with you. His tone was full of confidence and composure, as if everything was under his control. It was only then that Sun Chenyang had to admit that Lin Chen had indeed discovered his presence. His mind was in a tangle of confusion, getting tighter and tighter. Where did I go wrong? Can he sense something others can't? Or is this just a coincidence? Sun Chenyang's heart was full of confusion. He couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, How did you find me? As he spoke, his voice trembled slightly with nervousness. Looking at Lin Chen turning around, his hand holding the fruit knife unconsciously tightened. For some reason, even though the other party's hands were empty, he had a feeling that if he made a move, he would be killed in the next second. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in his smile. Looking at Sun Chenyang askance, he said, With your little tricks, you think you can fool me? The blade is shining brightly. Stop wasting time here. Tell me, what were you planning sneaking up behind me for? Don't tell me. You wanted to kill me. Glancing at the fruit knife in the other's hand, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to Sun Chenyang's eyes, sharp as a knife, as if he could see through Sun Chenyang's heart. Sun Chenyang swallowed. Although he didn't understand what the other was saying, he forced himself to calm down, putting on a tough posture, and said, Since you found out, let's be honest. You can't take this food. They're all mine. Lin Chen crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdainful smile on his lips. Looking at him with interest, he said, Interesting, yours? Why don't you ask them and see if they agree? Before the other could speak, Lin Chen continued, Or should I call out and try? With that, Lin Chen called out the name of a biscuit on the nearby shelf, and in the next moment, all the food on the shelf disappeared and entered Lin Chen's storage space. You see, I only called out the name of the biscuit, but they all came to me. Do I need to say more about who these foods belong to? Damn it! Don't think I don't know you're using abilities. I'm telling you, hand them over now, or I'll kill you. Provoked by Lin Chen's words, Sun Chenyang's emotions became more agitated, his hand holding the fruit knife trembling incessantly, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Chen remained relaxed, even with a hint of mockery, saying, Kill me? Do you think you have the ability? Look at you, trembling like that? Completely provoked by Lin Chen's words, Sun Chenyang roared and rushed towards Lin Chen, disregarding everything. Although he didn't understand why he felt an inexplicable fear towards the other, it was too late to think about it. He had a knife in his hand, while the other was empty-handed. This was his biggest advantage, because as the saying goes, there is a high wall between armed and unarmed. Look at the lazy appearance of the other. As long as he landed a blow, let's see if he could still maintain that indifferent expression. Lin Chen dodged to the side effortlessly, avoiding Sun Chenyang's attack. Sun Chenyang, due to exerting too much force, missed and almost fell to the ground. Is that all you've got? Lin Chen taunted. Sun Chenyang, infuriated, swung his knife at Lin Chen again, cursing non-stop. However, for some unknown reason, Lin remained defensive, just evading without any intention to strike back, as if waiting for something. Finally, seeming a bit impatient, Lin Chen dodged a knife and then kicked Sun Chenyang in the waist, knocking him down, and coldly remarked, Can't you be a bit quicker? With this level of skill, you can't even trigger an option. It's a wonder you're the first Esper I've encountered. Useless. Arg. Go to hell. Sun Chenyang, face flushed with anger, contorted in a fierce expression. After being toyed with like a monkey for a while, he was beyond furious, more impatient than even the king of Jiji. Enduring the pain, Sun Chenyang stood up, raised his knife, and thrust it forcefully towards Lin Chen's chest, who this time did not evade. To Sun Chenyang's surprise, the blade pierced directly into Lin Chen's chest. However, before he could show a victorious smile, his expression turned pale as he realized something was wrong. It won't go in. How is this possible? Despite exerting all his strength, Sun Chenyang's forehead bulged with veins, but the knife seemed as if it had hit a piece of steel, resisting all his efforts to push it in. Lin Chen merely glanced down at his chest, then delivered a loving slap to Sun Chenyang's face. Instantly, under Lin Chen's powerful blow, Sun Chenyang's head seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, twisted sharply, completing a full 360-degree turn. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. A bone-chilling crack echoed as Sun Chenyang's neck snapped instantly. His eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting, filled with extreme terror and disbelief. His mouth wide open, as if attempting a final scream, but no sound came out, and his body collapsed weakly backward. The fruit knife clattered to the ground, emitting a crisp sound, its tip even appearing slightly blunted. Useless, wasted quite some of my time. The opponent's death did not stir any emotions in Lin Chen. He turned back to his work diligently, like a busy bee. Yet, the opponent did serve a purpose, giving Lin Chen a better understanding of his current strength. With his steel skin and ordinary adult strength, even with a knife, couldn't break his defense. Soon, Lin Chen looted this area clean, discarding only damaged or blood-stained items, not even sparing a bag of biscuits or instant noodles. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught a tightly shut, heavy iron door in a dark corner. It seemed out of place compared to the surroundings, piquing his curiosity. He approached, gently pushed the door, but it remained unmoved. Frowning, he exerted more force, but the door stayed firmly shut. Ahem, awkward. Blushing, Lin Chen thought his current strength could open it, but apparently, even the pinnacle of human strength was insufficient against a locked, specially made iron door. However, this didn't deter him. Is there something important hidden behind this door? Lin Chen muttered to himself, his curiosity growing stronger. He took a deep breath, activated his ability to phase through objects, and walked straight towards the iron gate. As he stepped inside, a cold chill hit him, making Lin Chen shiver. Looking around, he found himself in a huge cold storage room. The dim lights inside took a moment for his eyes to adjust before he could see clearly. Rows of shelves neatly displayed various frozen meats, pork, beef, lamb, as well as processed poultry and fish. Additionally, there were boxes of frozen seafood like crabs, shrimp, and shellfish. In a corner, there were some frozen fruits and vegetables, still looking fresh despite being frozen solid. I almost forgot about the cold storage. Luckily, I found it, otherwise, I would have missed out on a lot. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly started storing the frozen meats and food in his storage space. While he was busy, he noticed a few large freezers at the back of the cold storage. Walking over, he opened them to find various ice creams, popsicles, and frozen dairy products. What a great harvest! Lin Chen couldn't stop smiling as he hastened his pace in storing the goods. Soon, the cold storage was cleared out, leaving only some shelves and freezers that he discarded to save space. His storage space preserved items perfectly, whatever was put in remained unchanged, much better than regular refrigerators or freezers. Although the amount of supplies on this floor wasn't overwhelming, it didn't completely fill Lin Chen's storage space, leaving him uneasy. With the collapse of order and societal chaos, the entire manufacturing industry faced significant challenges, and the production chain could break, leading to a long period without new products. Therefore, he had to collect as many supplies as possible while the apocalypse had just begun, otherwise, he would be left scavenging for scraps later on. Upstairs, clothing and electronics are valuable resources. I can't let them turn into rags and scrap metal before my eyes. Clenching his fists, Lin Chen looked up at the third and fourth floors of the mall, dismissing the idea of leaving immediately. Since he was already here, he decided to finish everything in one go. The mall was far from his home, and he didn't want to make multiple trips. With his teleportation ability, he wasn't worried about accidents. If anything happened, he could just escape. As for the survivors upstairs, he was only taking things they didn't want, so they shouldn't cause trouble, right? But if they did, he could handle it. Ouch, that hurt. This bastard really went all out, but luckily, my skills are superior. In a clothing store on the third floor, a man wiped the sweat off his forehead as he tore a shirt into strips and tied it around his arm. As he tightened it, the white shirt turned red with fresh blood, causing him to grimace in pain. Just a moment ago, a survivor tried to steal his food, probably driven by desperation, and without a word, stabbed at him with a knife. If he hadn't blocked it with his arm in time, he might have been fatally wounded. Injured, he didn't dare to continue fighting and took advantage of the chaos to quietly sneak downstairs. After a while, the sounds from upstairs ceased, indicating that it was over, but no one knew how many had perished. Opening his bag, the man saw a lonely bottle of water and a few crumpled pieces of bread inside. He shook his head with a bitter smile. A week ago, he would never have imagined that he almost lost his life for something worth less than $10. Heh, what a damn messed up post-apocalyptic world. But I guess everyone else is in the same boat. Summer clothes, perfect timing to use them now. Whatever, I'll take them all. Just as the man pondered the unpredictability of life, a slightly surprised voice suddenly sounded in his ear, startling him. When he looked up abruptly, he saw a man in his 20s strolling in with one hand in his pocket and the other holding an ice cream. His relaxed demeanor didn't seem like that of a survivor but more like a wealthy young man out shopping, and his tone was no different from what the man remembered of a rich kid. The only puzzling thing was the man's words, "Take them all? Take what?" Just as the man was still puzzled, the man in front of him snapped his fingers, and all the clothes in the entire store disappeared before his eyes. His mouth slowly formed an O shape. The man subconsciously rubbed his eyes and even doubted if he was already dead, wondering if that blow had just taken his life. "Hey, do you know which store sells more interesting clothes?" The third store on the left over there seems to sell some cosplay outfits. I don't really understand that whole second dimension thing." Seeing Lin Chen suddenly looking at him, the man visibly hesitated but still instinctively pointed him in a direction. "All right, thanks." Nodding, Lin Chen glanced at the man's bleeding arm, casually cast a healing spell on him, and tossed him an ice cream stick. Without saying another word, he turned and left. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, then looking at his fully restored arm and the ice cream casually thrown on the ground, the man's face suddenly changed color like a chameleon. After holding back for a while, he only managed to mutter, "Damn, am I living in a market square? Oh my, there's something here." Hurrying to the store the man had pointed out, Lin Chen's eyes widened as he entered. The racks were filled with all kinds of cosplay outfits. There were gorgeous ancient-style costumes with elegant embroidered patterns, common Japanese school uniforms from anime with a youthful vibe, and magical robes with vibrant colors and pointed hats, exuding mystery and uniqueness. He also saw costumes of game and anime characters, like the heroic female warrior armor and the agile elf attire adorned with sparkling gems and feathers, crafted delicately. There were even cute animal-themed sets with fluffy tails. There were also regular outfits like flight attendant uniforms, nurse uniforms, secretary outfits, teacher uniforms, which left the innocent big boy Lin Chen dazzled. "Is this the power of the second dimension? Awesome!" A hint of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he unhesitatingly stored all these cosplay outfits in his storage space. If regular clothes were commodities, these cosplay outfits were rare items. In Lin Chen's mind, their value was immeasurable. After all, they could increase attack speed. He handled them with more care than when cleaning food, not letting go of even slightly dirty ones, carefully storing them away. Why? There was only one answer: because he was kind. He couldn't bear to see these handmade works of art being discarded like that. While sweeping through, Lin Chen also checked the prices. It can only be said that it's no wonder there's an extra charge for wearing cosplay costumes. After all, the cost is already there. While Lin Chen was bustling downstairs, the atmosphere upstairs was heavy and lifeless. Originally over 50 survivors, now only more than 30 remained, each one injured and bleeding, the sounds of crying and moaning filling the air. Despite this, everyone kept several meters apart, their vigilant eyes scanning each other, afraid that their weakness would make them prey in the eyes of others. Fighting desperately, venting out. Could it really bring hope of survival? No, it only accelerated death. If this brawl hadn't happened, they might have died, but with the food they had, they could have lasted a while, and even a lucky rescue wasn't impossible. But now, everyone was injured all over, enduring not only hunger but also the risks of fever, inflammation, and other diseases. In this current situation, even the most common cold could be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The fear of death had begun to spread in everyone's hearts, and they urgently sought a way to vent. One was shedding blood, the other was, "Uncle Li, what are you going to do? Don't come any closer." In the corner of the staff lounge, a scream full of fear suddenly rang out. Su Yuqing pressed her body tightly against the door, her beautiful big eyes filled with fear, her slender legs trembling slightly, but the kitchen knife in her hand showed no sign of loosening. "Xiao Su, look at yourself, what are you doing? Put down the knife, I was discussing with you, wasn't I? You say it's the end of the world now, we're trapped here again. As a woman, if you die without even trying, wouldn't you regret it? Uncle." With a fake smile on his face, Li Youqiang took a step forward without a word, his eyes fixed on the kitchen knife in Su Yuqing's hand. And there was a scratch on his arm, not deep, but oozing a little blood. It couldn't be said that it was his carelessness. After all, who would have thought that a seemingly gentle girl would hide a knife, and actually be able to use it? "Don't come closer. I said don't come closer." Okay, calm down a bit." Watching Su Yuqing waving the knife around, Li Youqiang hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to act rashly. Although the kitchen knife wasn't particularly sharp, if it cut the neck or poked the eye, it wouldn't be a joke. At this moment, Su Yuqing felt despair in her heart. She never thought she would encounter such a situation, thinking the uncle was kind, but he actually wanted to assault her. At first, everything was fine, the four of them sat in different corners, not bothering each other. But suddenly Li Youqiang said something to another man, and then, to Su Yuqing's disbelief, he suddenly strangled the other man to death. Without reacting to what had happened, Su Yuqing watched as the two men walked towards her, saying something about taking turns. Although timid, Su Yuqing was not the kind to not fight back. After slashing Li Youqiang with the kitchen knife she had been hiding in her pocket, she, a girl, confronted these two big men. Xiao Su, listen to uncle, see if this makes sense. You have no food. You won't last a few days. Uncle has food, uncle can share it with you, just close your eyes and endure it. While speaking, Li Youqiang attracted Su Yuqing's attention, and at the same time, he signaled to the other man. The man understood his meaning and silently moved a little closer. I don't want to. I want to go out. Sob, go out? Xiao Su, don't do anything stupid. In this room, you only need to accompany the two of us, but once you step outside, things might not end well for you. Look at how pretty and innocent you are. Do you really think those bloodthirsty people out there will spare you? Li Youqiang raised his voice, pretending to be fierce as he threatened Su Yuqing, and his words made sense. With order collapsing and human nature twisted, people were capable of anything, even murder. What wouldn't they dare to do? Su Yuqing, a weak girl, would only be jumping from one hell to another if she managed to escape. Hearing Li Youqiang's words, Su Yuqing didn't know what to say, just crying and shaking her head, on the verge of breaking down. Li Youqiang and the other man seized the moment. Xiao Su, how about this, think it over. Get her. As if giving up, Li Youqiang silently stepped back, and just as Su Yuqing relaxed her guard, he suddenly roared. Seizing the opportunity, the man rushed forward and grabbed Su Yuqing's arm, while Li Youqiang hurried to snatch the knife. But then, bang! It sounded like a heavy object hitting the door, making all three tremble in fear. To their disbelief, the thick wooden door was forcefully pierced, revealing half an arm in front of them. The arm retracted, revealing a handsome face at the gap, greeting them. Hey, Johnny huh? Why aren't you laughing? Wasn't my joke funny? Breaking the door open, Lin Chen frowned at the three in the room, sounding displeased. Rarely being humorous, and no one even played along, how boring. Li Youqiang and the man were stunned by the sudden turn of events, momentarily frozen. Su Yuqing, like grasping at a lifeline, found hope in her eyes again. She broke free from the arm's restraint, then hid beside Lin Chen, tearfully pleading, please save me, they want to force me. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but size up Su Yuqing. His gaze roamed freely over her beautiful face and delicate figure, then raised an eyebrow, silently giving her a score of 90 points. At the same time, he felt lucky that he followed his gut to the cry for help earlier, or he would have missed such a treasure. She was the most beautiful woman he had seen in a long time, even more exquisite than his former goddess, Hao Xian. Her modest chest might not be big, but at her age, it was already outstanding, not to mention the potential for further development. Dressed in the uniform of 16 middle school, she was the epitome of youthful beauty, a school flower. Even Lin Chen, who had tasted many delights, found himself a bit tempted, especially compared to the two men before him with no charm. Hence, their lack of self-control was quite understandable. However, understanding aside, Lin Chen was quite displeased. What were the precious resources in the apocalypse? Food, water, safe shelter, and of course, women. Especially high-quality women, extremely rare and disappearing by the day. For Lin Chen now, his requirements for women were no longer as simple as in peacetime. Beauty was a must, and purity was essential. With his current strength, there was no need to settle for second best. In this situation, the actions of Li Youqiang and the other person made Lin Chen extremely angry. What are you doing? You are destroying the top resources in my mind. How dare you? This is practically seeking death. Oh, what's going on here? Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of coldness. Li Youqiang reacted first, sternly saying, Kid, mind your own business and get lost. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Without a word, he moved like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Li Youqiang. With a swift motion, he ended his life. As Li Youqiang fell clutching his neck, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He never expected the other party to be so ruthless. He had only spoken a few words, and Lin Chen acted without hesitation, not even giving him a chance to react. Ah! The other man, witnessing this, widened his eyes in terror. Having seen Lin Chen's door-opening skills, he had no intention of resisting. He pushed Su Yuqing aside and tried to flee, but Lin Chen didn't give him a chance. He pushed Su Yuqing aside, and with a flick of his hand enhanced by his steel skin ability, he struck the man. The impact was like being hit by a meteor hammer. The man's head exploded, he collapsed to the ground, even his skull slightly caved in, blood flowing from his 7 orifices as he died. Su Yuqing leaned against Lin Chen, shocked and trembling at the bloody scene. It's okay, dear. They deserved it. Don't be scared. Watching Su Yuqing trembling in his arms, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, reaching out to stroke her soft, long hair. It must be said that she was naturally beautiful. Even though she hadn't washed her hair for days, there was no unpleasant smell, just a faint scent of a daughter. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen knew he was in for a good night. After all, he had just saved the beauty, so wouldn't she offer herself in return? Of course, even if Su Yuqing didn't agree later, it was fine. He considered himself quite the charmer. Love, after all, grows with time. At that moment, a commotion outside could be heard as others rushed over upon hearing the noise. The few survivors who gathered around the bodies on the ground were visibly startled. But soon, Lin Chen and Su Yuqing caught their attention. Su Yuqing naturally didn't need to say much, after all, beauty always attracts attention. But Lin Chen was different because he was just too clean. After surviving in the apocalypse for so long, where basic needs were hard to come by, let alone maintaining personal hygiene, everyone was disheveled, with dirty hair and ragged clothes being the norm. If you weren't a bit dirty, could you really call yourself a survivor? But what about Lin Chen? He was dressed in a clean and tidy tracksuit, with neat hair and a fair complexion, devoid of the pallor that comes from hunger and hardship. He looked like a young master out for a leisurely stroll. This person feels like we've never seen him before. Yeah, and look at how clean he is. He's a superhuman. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. A small survivor excitedly exclaimed, "He's a superhuman. He can teleport." What? What are you saying? It's true, I saw him appear out of nowhere just now, in a flash. Hearing this, hope filled the eyes of the crowd as they surrounded him, shouting all sorts of things, creating a lively scene akin to a marketplace. "Master with extraordinary abilities, please, take us away from here, it's too dangerous." "Yes, please save us. Please take me with you, you can do anything to me as long as you take me away." Lin Chen looked at them coldly, unmoved. "I'm not interested in your life or death." Of course, he wasn't interested, after all, none of these people were as beautiful as Su Yuqing, not even close. As for taking them away, joking, there are over 30 people here. Even if he took 2 at a time, it would take more than 10 trips, he's not a bus, it would be exhausting. Seeing him refuse, the initial pleas gradually turned sour. A burly man stepped forward, glaring, and said fiercely, "Don't think you're so great just because you have abilities. If you don't take us with you, no one will have it easy. In this post-apocalyptic world, killing is no big deal, we can take you on." A haggard-looking woman also shouted, "Yes. You can't be so selfish, we are all survivors, if you have the ability, you should help us, aren't we all human?" Another man with stubble on his face waved his fist, threatening, "Don't think we won't dare to act, if you push us too far, we'll all come at you, even if you have abilities, so what? With so many of us, we can exhaust you to death." The crowd began to echo, insults flying back and forth. "If you don't agree today, don't think you can leave this place. Let's all go together, let him know how powerful we are." The atmosphere became increasingly tense, the smell of gunpowder thickening. And just at this tense moment, Lin Chen suddenly burst into laughter. This laughter seemed particularly abrupt in the hostile atmosphere, leaving the survivors stunned. The survivors grew even angrier, more agitated, taking a few steps closer to Lin Chen. "What are you laughing at? Do you really think we won't dare to act?" Lin Chen stopped laughing, his eyes full of disdain, saying, "I laugh at how foolish you all are. Knowing I have the ability to teleport, I can leave whenever I want. What can you do about it?" With these words, the survivors looked at each other, their arrogance weakening slightly. But the burly man was still unwilling, roaring, "Even if you can leave, can you just watch us be trapped and die here? Can your conscience bear it?" Lin Chen sneered, "Conscience? How much is a conscience worth in this post-apocalyptic world? Why should I risk my life for you?" The haggard woman cried out, "Can't you show some kindness? We are truly desperate." Lin Chen remained unmoved. "Your desperation is your own business, what's it to me?" At this moment, an older person in the crowd stepped forward, saying, "Young man, leave a way out for yourself. We may meet again in the future. If you turn a blind eye to death today, aren't you afraid of retribution?" Lin Chen scoffed, "Retribution? I'd like to see how that retribution comes. And even if there is retribution, do you think you can escape?" With a cold sneer in his heart, he knew from the bodies on the ground what had happened here before. Despite their current righteous and moral appearances, how many of them hadn't shed blood on their hands? It was simply hypocritical. The survivors were completely provoked by Lin Chen's attitude, and they started hurling insults again, some even picking up things from the ground and throwing them at Lin Chen. Lin Chen dodged to the side, instantly appearing in front of the person, grabbed his collar in his frightened eyes, and then casually threw him aside. Then, that man weighing over 100 pounds was thrown several meters by Lin Chen in full view of everyone, crashing down below. With a loud thud, as if the lunch bell had rung, the zombies below instantly boiled over, their roars echoing one after another, causing everyone's faces to turn pale in fear. Brushing off the non-existent dust on his hands, Lin Chen placed his hands on his hips, revealing a harmless smile. "Don't be so impatient. Since I'm still here, it means there's still something to discuss. Please, have mercy and take me with you. My children are waiting for me at home, I can't die here. Sir, take me with you, I'll be your dog. I'll bite anyone you want me to, woof woof woof. Young man, as long as you take me out of here, all the dozen or so properties under my name will be yours. Stop, can you let me finish? I can take you out of here. Seeing hope spark in the eyes of the survivors, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, then extended a finger and continued, but there's only one spot. So, choose among yourselves, whoever you pick, I'll take with me. Upon hearing this, the survivors erupted in chaos. Only take one person? Who would be willing to give up their chance at life for someone else? Isn't this forcing them to turn on each other? Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed, their gazes towards each other turning fearful. At that moment, Lin Chen pulled Su Yuqing into his arms and added, "She doesn't count, choose from the rest of the people, how about that? I'm being nice, I even helped you eliminate a competitor." Su Yuqing, treated this way by Lin Chen, shivered, her cherry lips pursed, but she remained silent. She wasn't a fool, she also guessed that Lin Chen probably had ulterior motives towards her. However, compared to before, Lin Chen was alone, handsome, powerful, and had saved her. This combination made her resistance towards him lessen considerably. Moreover, she was more concerned about her parents' safety, and he was the only one capable of taking her away. In all fairness, she wouldn't say much. "You little bitch. Damn, why am I not a woman?" The envy and jealousy in the eyes of the crowd towards Su Yuqing seemed as if they could spew fire. In the midst of their jealous gazes, Su Yuqing lowered her head, leaning closer to Lin Chen. "Hurry up and decide, I'm running out of time, 15 minutes, I'll only give you 15 minutes. Glancing at the Rolex watch he had looted earlier, Lin Chen nonchalantly said. His words seemed to trigger something, as a man quietly approached a woman from behind, then suddenly grabbed her by the neck. "Election? What a joke! Only the one who survives till the end can leave." The woman struggled in terror, desperately trying to pry the man's arms off, her face turning red, making gurgling sounds in her throat. But at that moment, no one paid attention to her. The previous fighting that had stopped resumed, this time a real fight for survival. A young man seized an opportunity to grab a speaker from the ground and smashed it towards another person's head, blood splattering everywhere. Before he could catch his breath, someone next to him stabbed him in the chest. The scene descended into chaos, cries, curses, and sounds of fighting intertwined. Su Yuqing, trembling in fear, tightly shut her eyes, burying her head in Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen, however, watched the scene expressionlessly, quietly claiming his reward. Option 1, coldly observe without taking anyone, gain +5 mental attribute, special ability, sense of killing intent. Option 2, selflessly take all surviving survivors with you, gain +3 strength attribute, +2 mental attribute, special ability, telekinesis. Lin Chen never considered himself a good person, but he didn't think he was irredeemable either. Watching the humans killing each other with such a cruel pleasure, he didn't have it either. But there was no choice, that's how the system's options were, either save none or save all. He couldn't bear to leave Su Yuqing behind, nor could he give up the reward, so he had to resort to this last resort. After all, he didn't have the time and energy to take everyone out one by one, nor did he want to kill a part of them. So, if they wanted to survive, they had to take matters into their own hands. Looking at a damaged computer in the distance, Lin Chen's mind moved, and it was as if it was being crushed by an invisible giant hand, quickly shattering. Telekinesis? A versatile ability, very good. Although I'm sorry, I will remember your contributions. Feeling his power increase, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. But in this bloody scene, no matter how you looked at it, it felt extremely twisted, as if he was enjoying this slaughter. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and now only 3 survivors remained out of the dozens. One of them was Gao Hao, a social figure with a thick gold chain around his neck and a face full of muscles. The other was his lackey Monkey, who always followed him, and the third was a muscular man who had been making a lot of noise before. At this moment, it was 2 against 1, and the muscular man was almost at his limit under the siege of the other 2, barely holding on. Glancing at his watch, Lin Chen crossed his arms and said coldly, "Time's up, you decide who gets to go with me." Monkey sneakily glanced at Gao Hao, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes at first but quickly replaced by determination. Gao Hao keenly sensed Monkey's change and angrily shouted, "Monkey, what's with that look in your eyes? Do you have any evil intentions? I won't spare you." Gritting his teeth, Monkey tightened the hidden dagger in his hand and said, "Boss, how could I? After you leave, take care of my parents at home. Sorry, I must have this spot." Before the words had even finished, he suddenly pounced on Gao Hao like a vicious wolf, the dagger in his hand stabbing straight towards Gao Hao. Already on guard, Gao Hao reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, but due to his bulky build, his arm was still scratched by the sharp dagger, blood oozing out instantly. He widened his eyes, cursing loudly, "You ungrateful dog. I'd been good to you, and you dare lay a hand on me." Monkey's eyes were now red, attacking frantically regardless, stabbing and hysterically shouting, "Damn it, so what if you have some dirty money? It's the end of the world, and you still want me to be your lackey, ordering me around every day. What are you? I want to live on my own, I want to control my own destiny." After all, Gao Hao was an experienced gang leader, having been through many fights. He quickly regained his footing and started to fight back. He kicked out at Monkey, roaring, "You ignorant fool, daring to rebel, today I'll clean house." They fought back and forth, neither giving in, making it hard to tell who had the upper hand. But Monkey, being young and strong, gradually gained the advantage, inflicting more wounds on Gao Hao. Spotting a vulnerability in Gao Hao, Monkey forcefully plunged the dagger deep into Gao Hao's abdomen. Gao Hao fell to the ground in pain, staring at Monkey in disbelief, gasping for breath. "Monkey, I must have been blind to raise such an ungrateful wolf like you." Monkey looked at Gao Hao lying lifeless on the ground, showing no mercy, instead giving him a harsh kick and saying, "Boss? From now on, I won't have to listen to you anymore." With Gao Hao dealt with, Monkey turned to look at the heavily injured muscular man. The burly man, fear evident in his eyes, dragged his injured body backward, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me, I beg you. I won't leave, won't fight you for a spot. I'm already this injured, no threat to you. Please spare me." The monkey remained unmoved, advancing step by step, his voice cold and menacing. "Stop babbling, if you don't die, how can I live?" With that, he rushed forward, using his last bit of strength to ruthlessly kill the burly man. Gasping for breath, the monkey looked at Lin Chen, pitifully saying, "Big brother, I'm the only one left now, please take me away quickly." "Well done, ruthless enough." Lin Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as he looked at the bloodied, frail man before him. The man had been submissive during the earlier chaos, hardly lifting a finger. Lin Chen had thought he was a coward, but now he showed his true colors at the end. Although the means were somewhat unsavory, Lin Chen didn't mind. He kept his word, whoever remained in the end, he would take them away. As for what happened after leaving, well, judging by the man's injuries, he probably wouldn't live much longer. Lin Chen was about to nod in agreement to take him away when suddenly, another survivor appeared from downstairs. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he recognized the man who had previously guided him to the clothing store. He had heard the commotion upstairs and had been too scared to come up until things calmed down, only to be greeted by the sight of bodies strewn across the floor, a sight that turned his face pale. How did everyone die? What happened to you all?" Lin Chen, not bothering to explain, pointed at the monkey and said to the man, "You go kill him, and I'll take you away." "What?" Upon hearing this, the man's face showed fear, but the lure of survival quickly turned his gaze fierce. Having witnessed Lin Chen's methods before, he had no doubt about his words. As for killing, sorry, but he had children waiting for him at home. He couldn't die here. Enraged, the monkey shouted, "You dare!" The man tightened his grip on the iron rod he had picked up, slowly approaching the monkey, his voice trembling yet resolute. "This is my chance to survive, don't blame me." The monkey wildly brandished his knife, trying to intimidate the man. Although the man hadn't been in many fights, he carefully dodged the monkey's attacks, searching for an opportunity to strike back. Despite being a thug with plenty of fighting experience, the monkey was exhausted after the struggle, no match for a fully capable man. As expected, after a brief scuffle, the man seized an opening, striking the monkey's wrist with the rod, causing him to drop the knife. Seizing the moment, the man pounced, pinning the monkey down and relentlessly striking him with the rod. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" roaring as he struck, showing no mercy. Blow after blow rained down, and soon the monkey's head burst open, blood splattering everywhere. Gradually, the monkey fell silent, and the man slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Lin Chen. "I did it, take me away." Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he said, "All right, come here." Su Yuqing watched silently, her heart racing, feeling nauseous and overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Lin Chen gazed calmly at the man before him. Suddenly, he raised his arm, with a forceful swing, accompanied by a loud crash, shattering the glass of the mall instantly. The man trembled in fear at this sudden action. Before he could recover from the shock, Lin Chen swiftly grabbed his collar, lifting him up with remarkable speed. The man widened his eyes in terror, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Oh, nothing much, just trying to get you out of here, right? Relax, it'll be quick." Held up in the air by Lin Chen's hand, the man's heart was filled with fear and confusion. What is this all about? Didn't I kill someone as he told me to? Could it be that they are deceiving us? With these thoughts, the man felt a sense of desolation, as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. But that was just his overthinking. Lin Chen had no intention of deceiving them. It was just that, like teleportation and phasing, physical contact was necessary for him to bring others along. Su Yuqing was fine, but Lin Chen had no intention of carrying a big man like him. Lin Chen's lips curled up in a slightly mischievous smile as he said, "Come, let's have some fun." With that, without hesitation, he threw the man directly out of the broken window. The man flailed his limbs wildly in the air, screaming in terror, "Oh my God, help me! It's over, I'm done for." The man's mind went blank, filled with despair. However, just as the man was about to crash heavily to the ground, Lin Chen's figure disappeared in an instant from where he stood, only to reappear beneath the man the next second. He lifted his hand and caught the man steadily. Looking at his terrified and pale face, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Ha, how was that for excitement?" The man gasped for breath, sweating coldly, feeling scared out of his wits, thinking to himself that this was not excitement but a matter of life and death. But he still managed to say, exciting, it's just that I'm getting old and can't handle it." Lin Chen patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be so timid, I was just joking with you." Then, with a flash, Lin Chen teleported back upstairs, leaving Su Yuqing looking terrified, thinking he might throw her out too. Ignoring Su Yuqing's expression, Lin Chen tightly embraced her, saying, "Hold on tight to me, the tighter the better. Otherwise, you might get killed by the fall." Su Yuqing bit her lip, afraid but knowing she had to rely on Lin Chen at that moment, so she trembled and tightly wrapped her hands around his waist. Before Su Yuqing could react, Lin Chen once again used his teleportation ability, bringing her from upstairs to the ground in an instant. After landing, Su Yuqing quickly let go of his hand, standing aside, bowing her head and not daring to look at Lin Chen. "Brother, thank you." Looking at the nearby mall, the man still couldn't believe he had actually made it out. Wasn't this a dream? He reached out and pinched his thigh hard, feeling the real pain, and then it hit him, tears streaming down his face. Thud! Suddenly, the man knelt down in front of Lin Chen, knocking his head hard, and when he raised his head, tears were already streaming down his face. "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died in there. My children are still waiting for me at home if something happened to me. Thank you. His voice trembling uncontrollably, the man knocked his head a few more times, but Lin Chen frowned and dodged away. He hated it when people unjustly treated him as a villain, and likewise, he disliked being thanked without reason, making him seem like some kind of saint. Besides, the man was probably older than him by quite a bit, and he was afraid that bowing to him might shorten his own life. "You don't need to thank me, thank your luck. I said before, whoever stays with me in the end, I'll take them out. If you had been accidentally killed just now, it wouldn't have mattered to me." Hearing Lin Chen's words, the man stood still, his face still showing gratitude, but with a hint of complexity added. At this moment, Su Yuqing raised her head and whispered to Lin Chen, "Why do you speak so harshly? I genuinely appreciate your help, can't you just accept it graciously?" Lin Chen glanced at her and replied impatiently, "What do you know? I didn't do all this for his gratitude. Besides, didn't I save you too? Have you figured out how to thank me yet?" A smug smile appeared on his face as Lin Chen subtly pinched Su Yuqing's perky buttocks and said, "I'm not a saint, nor a hero who does good deeds anonymously. My actions are all driven by my desires. Why did I come to the mall? Because I want to eat and drink well. Why save a woman? Because I'm a man who enjoys women. Why become stronger? Obviously, to live more comfortably and enjoyably." As Lin Chen gained more abilities and grew stronger, he considered himself quite decent for not developing an inhumane personality. So, what more could you ask of him? Therefore, Lin Chen had no intention of concealing his feelings. He straightforwardly told Su Yuqing, "I saved you because I took a liking to you, it's that simple." And how did Su Yuqing react to this? The answer was negative. Although her face momentarily turned red and she held Lin Chen's hand to prevent further advances, she didn't resist vehemently. It wasn't because she fell in love with Lin Chen at first sight after being saved once, but because she knew that at this moment, she had to rely on him. It wasn't that she lacked self-respect, otherwise, she wouldn't have fought desperately before. But now was different, since she had survived a life-threatening situation, she had more important things to do. "Wait, not here, okay? As long as you promise me one thing, I'll give you everything, and I'm still a virgin." Watching Su Yuqing speak with embarrassment, Lin Chen's smile widened. He gently patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm not some lecher. How could I take advantage of you in this dump? As for your matter, as long as you honestly become my woman, I'll take care of everything for you." With that, Lin Chen embraced Su Yuqing, then vanished in a flash, abruptly interrupting his words. "Brother, my name is Zinhado. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness." After completing the latter part of his sentence in his mind, Zinhado couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Lin Chen disappear. He realized he had nothing to repay with, no wonder Lin Chen left without a second thought, probably not taking him seriously. Taking a deep breath, Zenhado composed his desolate expression, tightened his grip on the iron rod in his hand, and walked in a certain direction. Although he almost died there, he also found plenty of food from the hands of the corpses on the ground. With this food, this operation was not in vain. He had to hurry back home because his daughters were waiting for him there. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Finding a car that wasn't completely wrecked on the roadside, Lin Chen pulled out the person who had died in the driver's seat and took Su Yuqing into the car. Once inside, Lin Chen didn't rush to leave but instead asked Su Yuqing. He believed that any request from Su Yuqing that involved him as a bargaining chip must be significant, so he decided to listen first. If it was simple, he would help her out. If it was too difficult, he would have to apologize and admit that his safety was far more important than any promise. Anyway, since she was already in his hands, when and what to eat was entirely up to her own thoughts, right? Completely unaware of the dark thoughts in Lin Chen's heart, after seeing how concerned he was about her, Su Yuqing couldn't help but feel a bit touched. Since the other party took the initiative to bring this up, it meant that they truly took her words to heart. In the current situation, this was already quite rare. So Su Yuqing raised her delicate little face, filled with anticipation, and said, "Can you take me home? Take you home? Isn't that inappropriate?" The smile on his face instantly disappeared, his tone turning cold, and Lin Chen's gaze towards Su Yuqing also carried a hint of hostility. What did this mean? Just now, she agreed to be his woman, and now she wanted to go home? How come? Did she think she looked kind, so she could treat herself like a lapdog, coming and going as she pleased? If that was really the case, Lin Chen felt like he would be eating his words again. The space in this car seemed quite large. Anyway, if Su Yuqing really insisted on leaving, Lin Chen wouldn't stop her with a straight face, but he had to get what he needed. No. I'm not planning to back out, it's just that I can't reach my parents, so I want to go home and check on their safety. She still had the ability to read between the lines. When she saw Lin Chen's attitude change, Su Yuqing immediately realized that he had misunderstood her. So she hurriedly explained, as if afraid that Lin Chen wouldn't believe her. She even showed him her call records, showing several calls she had made earlier, all of which went unanswered. "Really, as long as you take me home and let me confirm my parents' safety, I will definitely go with you. Otherwise, will you believe me now?" As if she had suddenly made a decision, Su Yuqing, sitting in the passenger seat, blushed and leaned in. Then Lin Chen felt a soft touch on his lips, but it was fleeting, and the next second Su Yuqing's gaze shifted away shyly. First kiss? She made a soft sound, so faint that if Lin Chen's physical attributes weren't so high now, enhancing his hearing quite a bit, he probably wouldn't have heard it. His expression softened considerably, and the smile on his lips reappeared. Lin Chen was good at coaxing. "No problem, where is your home? I'll take you there now." Listening to the address Su Yuqing provided, Lin Chen nodded silently. He knew the place, and it was on the way to his home, so there was no need to go out of the way. However, extending a hand, Lin Chen gently touched Su Yuqing's delicate face, feeling the soft and elastic sensation, making him reluctant to let go. "You're really beautiful, there must be many people pursuing you at school, right?" Surprised, Su Yuqing didn't know how to respond. As a beauty on the level of a campus flower, she naturally had many admirers at school, even a few lapdogs. But should she really flaunt this kind of thing? "I don't know how you handle those pursuers of yours, whether you reject them directly or keep them hanging. It doesn't matter to me. But since you've decided to be my woman, I hope that when you're with me, you put away those little schemes of yours. I don't want to be bothered by these things, do you understand?" Swallowing nervously, Su Yuqing's beautiful big eyes were full of innocence as she shook her head and said, "I really don't have any other thoughts." "You better not." Giving her a light pinch on the face, Lin Chen silently started the car, and even after the car had driven a distance, Su Yuqing still hadn't come back to her senses. Staring blankly at the scenery speeding past outside the car window, she felt as though her heart had almost stopped just a moment ago. Were the ambiguous words she had spoken earlier really just a slip of the tongue? The answer was no. If Lin Chen had agreed to take her home directly, she might have regretted it. After all, what woman would willingly give her pure body to a stranger? But what she didn't expect was that her small probe would trigger such a strong reaction from Lin Chen. Although unspoken, she could clearly feel that his fondness for her had diminished significantly. Sensing this, she felt a slight chill in her fingertips, and regret surged in her heart. Why did she, having seen his cruel and inhumane side before, dare to gamble on an impossible miracle again? Fortunately, he was still willing to take her home, otherwise, she would truly have nowhere to turn to even shed tears. The car raced on, yet the atmosphere inside was heavy. Lin Chen drove attentively, while Su Yuqing remained immersed in her complex thoughts. After some time passed, the car slowed to a stop, and Su Yuqing looked up to see they had arrived at the residential area where her home was located. The noise of the car had already attracted many zombies, and seeing those monstrous creatures covered in blood, Su Yuqing had no more wandering thoughts and quickly hid beside Lin Chen. "Which building is your home in?" "Over there, the one with the supermarket." "Alright, hold on tight." Knowing that Lin Chen was about to teleport them, Su Yuqing pressed her body as close to his as possible. Perhaps to apologize for what had just happened, Su Yuqing, after pressing against Lin Chen, exerted a bit of force and then sneakily glanced at his face. To her disappointment, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. She felt a wave of fear, thinking that he still held a grudge against her, not realizing it was just his habit. After all, he was no longer the naive boy he used to be. He had seen much and wouldn't change over such trivial matters. Arriving at the doorstep, facing the gate, Su Yuqing took a deep breath, trembling as she reached out her hand and pressed the doorbell. However, there was no response from inside. "Mom, Dad, are you there?" Su Yuqing's voice carried a hint of tears. Knocking on the door and calling inside, but still no response. Have they turned into zombies too? It's a kind of luck, at least they don't have to endure the pain of seeing their loved ones turn into monsters. When Lin Chen approached the place earlier, he already knew the outcome. On the biological radar display, there were no yellow dots representing survivors in the room, only 2 red dots representing zombies. Needless to say, they were Su Yuqing's parents. Glancing at Su Yuqing, who was still calling out, Lin Chen sighed, his body gradually becoming ethereal, effortlessly passing through the tightly closed door. A putrid smell filled the room, and when he opened the bedroom door, he finally saw Su Yuqing's parents. However, they had already turned into ferocious, irrational zombies, immediately lunging towards him upon hearing the sound. The world, snapping his fingers, time, stopped. Opening the door, looking at Su Yuqing with red-rimmed eyes, Lin Chen calmly said, "Unfortunately, they have turned into zombies." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing was struck as if by lightning, her body trembling violently as tears streamed down her face. "No, this can't be," she hysterically shouted, trying to rush into the room. Lin Chen held her back. "Calm down." Su Yuqing struggled desperately, "They are my parents, I have to save them." Lin Chen held her tightly, his voice low, "They are no longer your parents, and you can't save them. Give up." Su Yuqing gradually stopped struggling, collapsing in Lin Chen's arms, her cries echoing in the corridor. After a while, Su Yuqing seemed to make a decision, lifted her head, her eyes filled with pain and determination. "Kill them, let them be free." "Okay, but I have them under control now. Don't you want to see them one last time?" "No, I'm afraid I can't." "Why?" Nodding, Lin Chen gestured for Su Yuqing to wait outside the door, then did his best not to damage Su Yuqing's parents' bodies, allowing these 2 unfortunate souls to find peace. As he walked out of the house, Su Yuqing looked lifeless, standing there blankly. "Let's go." "They left without pain," Lin Chen said softly. Su Yuqing nodded numbly, following Lin Chen with vacant eyes, as if her soul had been drained. "Honey, you're back, honey, welcome home." Upon returning home and just opening the door, 2 charming beauties greeted him from both sides. They helped him with his shoes and coat in a well-rehearsed manner, as if they had practiced beforehand. "Oh, so thoughtful, let me reward you, my dear." Lin Chen kissed both Hao Shuai and Li Jiasun on the lips, then led Su Yuqing inside. It was only then that the 2 women noticed someone following Lin Chen. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was another beautiful woman. She was even wearing a school uniform, appearing to be a schoolgirl. "Honey, a new little sister?" "Yes, Shuai, make something delicious tonight. We won't have to worry about food anymore." Walking into the kitchen, Lin Chen waved his hand, and a pile of ingredients appeared on the cutting board: fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits, making Hao Shuai and Li Jiasun's eyes light up. You see, during this period, not to mention eating well, most people couldn't even eat their fill. But what about them? Not only did their meals not worsen, they even improved a bit compared to peacetime. And they had no work to do all day, just occasional exercise, cleaning, watching TV, at most, they had to endure. But was this a flaw now? They knew as clear as a mirror that if other women outside knew about these conditions, they would probably be eager to join in. Fortunately, Lin Chen seemed to have a discerning taste. Without beautiful women, it wouldn't be long before the house became overcrowded. Not to mention the future, with Su Yuqing joining in, Lin Chen's 2-bedroom apartment was already feeling a bit cramped. Moving was becoming an unavoidable issue, but Lin Chen hadn't decided where to go yet. "Honey, what's wrong with her? You didn't force her, did you?" Just as Hao Shuai entered the kitchen to start cooking, the beautiful coach Li Jiasun approached Lin Chen and whispered softly. Seeing Su Yuqing's lifeless appearance, it was no wonder Li Jiasun suspected Lin Chen of doing something drastic. "It's not my doing. Her family turned into zombies, and she's just having a hard time accepting it." By the way, don't just stand there, take her to the bathroom, help her clean up, and change her clothes. With that, Lin Chen took out a school uniform from the storage space and handed it to Li Jiasun. Unlike a regular school uniform, this one was a short skirt paired with black stockings, not something conventional. Okay. Having understood Lin Chen's character, Li Jiasun was not surprised and, after saying a few words to Su Yuqing, led her away. And now that Lin Chen had some free time, he finally had the chance to take a good look at his gains for the day. First of all, there was no need to worry about supplies. Having practically cleared out the entire Yida shopping mall, he was now dripping with wealth. Food and water were not an issue. Even if dozens of people were to eat for 10 years, there would still be more than enough, considering time stood still in his storage space, so there was no concern about food spoilage. Other supplies like clothing, daily necessities, household appliances, luxury goods, and so on. Whether they were useful or not, as long as Lin Chen could carry them, he took everything, emphasizing being prepared for any situation. However, these were all external things. As for the most important aspect, name, Lin Chen strength, 13, human limit is 10, speed, 6, human limit is 10, constitution, 10, human limit is 10, spirit, 15, human limit is 10, abilities, time stop, vitality recovery, 8 extremities fist, storage space, etherealization, bioradar, steel skin, matter bomb, instant movement, telekinesis. There weren't significant changes in attributes, but he now possessed 2 extremely powerful abilities. Instant movement needed no further explanation, whether for escape or ambush, it was truly a divine skill. Telekinesis, on the other hand, was like a versatile ability, and once mastered, it was not to be underestimated. Lin Chen even thought that he might be able to achieve flight through telekinesis. As for other gains, it was naturally Su Yuqing. Although she seemed very sad at the moment, Lin Chen was actually very happy. He wouldn't let others affect his mood. Honey, what's wrong? Does it not taste good? Seeing Lin Chen frown after taking a bite of the meal she cooked, Hao Xuanyuan's face immediately showed a look of self-blame. As a woman with more traditional values, if she couldn't help her man, she felt useless. If she couldn't even cook a meal properly, wouldn't she just be a decorative vase? No, Xuanyuan, the food you cook is delicious. It's just that you might not be very familiar with some ingredients. After chewing for a while and not being able to chew the abalone in his mouth, Lin Chen simply swallowed it and then smiled as he rubbed Hao Xuanyuan's head. Although the current goal was to eat and drink well, Lin Chen himself didn't have such a great need for gourmet food. After all, in the past, his daily meals consisted of either takeout, instant noodles, or fast food. Being able to have a home-cooked meal like this was already very rare. Moreover, Hao Xuanyuan was just a young woman who had graduated from university a few years ago, and being able to cook well was already commendable. Look at Li Jiasun, she couldn't even chop vegetables, she just knew how to eat. Li Jiasun, honey, have some. Glared at, Li Jiasun thought Lin Chen had taken a liking to the chicken feet in her hand, so she pouted and put the half-eaten chicken feet into his bowl. I'm too lazy to gnaw on bones, crack the meat for me, and then I'll eat. Looking at Li Jiasun, who seemed like a useless person, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel amazed. Why was the gap between people so huge? Ah, you're not disgusted? Disgusted by what? You're my woman, I've even tasted your saliva, stop talking nonsense, crack the meat quickly, if the plate isn't full, don't expect to sleep tonight. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Li Jiasun blushed, feeling a bit shy, but upon hearing the second half, her face immediately turned bitter. She quickly finished the food in her bowl in a few bites, then picked up a few chicken feet and slowly cracked them on the side. Honey, I'm sorry, next time I'll cook for a shorter time. Also, she took a bite of abalone and, feeling the rubbery texture in her mouth, Haoran understood why Lin Chen had made that expression. It's so tough to chew, impossible to chew. It's okay, take your time to learn, who isn't a born chef? Shaking his head, Lin Chen picked up a piece of meat for Haoran, thinking to himself, should he go pick up a chef from there? But beautiful female chefs should be quite rare, right? And even fewer now that the world has changed. At that moment, Su Yuqing set down her chopsticks and said, I'm full, I'll wait for you in the room. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Su Yuqing left, leaving a table of people looking at each other. Haoran sighed lightly and said, Husband, Yuqing is feeling uneasy right now, please don't hurt her. Exactly, parents passed away at such a young age, unlike me, my parents are all abroad, can't even get in touch with them. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, I know, don't be too sad, accidents can happen at any time in this era, we have to learn to be strong. Honestly, Lin Chen couldn't empathize too much with them because he was an orphan, having no family, he naturally couldn't understand the pain of losing loved ones. And that's why he could adapt to the end of the world so quickly, because he had no attachments, nothing to lose. Even the house he had struggled for years to buy meant nothing to him back then, just a goal in life. Li Jiasun finished a plate of chicken feet, placed it in front of Lin Chen, and coquettishly said, "Here, the chicken feet you wanted." Lin Chen smiled satisfactorily and started eating. After dinner, Lin Chen went to the bedroom and saw Su Yuqing sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, still wearing the Japanese-style school uniform Lin Chen had given her. As a cosplay anime uniform, the skirt of the school uniform barely covered her thighs, revealing most of her smooth, fair skin. Her calves wrapped in black stockings were round and elastic, the absolute area between the sock tops and the skirt, tantalizingly alluring with a hint of innocence. Her ankles were slender, with distinct joints, like exquisite artworks, her tiny feet hidden in black stockings, curling involuntarily under Lin Chen's gaze. "What's wrong? You barely ate anything, not hungry?" Sitting next to her, Lin Chen asked with concern. "No appetite, don't want to eat." Leaning on Lin Chen's shoulder, Su Yuqing cried silently, the loss of her parents hitting her hard, almost breaking this young girl who had just come of age. Lin Chen gently patted Su Yuqing's back and said, "If you want to cry, go ahead, don't hold it in." Su Yuqing's crying grew louder, as if she wanted to release all the grievances and pain in her heart. Lin Chen quietly stayed by her side, letting her tears wet his clothes. After a while, Su Yuqing's crying gradually subsided. She raised her head, looked at Lin Chen with red, swollen eyes, and hoarsely said, "Take me in." "No regrets?" "No regrets, you saved me, this is what I promised, and I have no home anymore. As long as you don't abandon me, I'll follow you forever." Lin Chen gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and said, "Don't be afraid, you have me, from now on, this is your home." Su Yuqing nodded slightly, a look of dependence on her face. Physical pain is nothing, but the pain in the soul is unbearable. And for this fragile girl, Lin Chen showed his tenderness this time, doing his best to make her feel as little pain as possible. Due to Su Yuqing's lack of experience, she quickly became overwhelmed, which made Lin Chen suffer. Watching Su Yuqing tightly hugging herself as if afraid of being left alone even in her dreams, Lin Chen felt conflicted. Should he use his ability to blur and run away, then go next door to find his other two beautiful companions? Option 1, be understanding, stay, give Su Yuqing the greatest tenderness, gain +2 speed attribute. Option 2, stand firm, leave Su Yuqing alone, satisfy his desires, gain +2 physique attribute. Forget it, it's been a hard day, I'm tired too, and speed is currently my weakness, anyway. Let's just leave it at that. Gently wiping the tears from the corner of Su Yuqing's eyes, Lin Chen sent a message to Hao Shueshue on his phone that she didn't need to wait for him to sleep early tonight. Then he used telekinesis to turn off the lights, and as he closed his eyes, in the darkness, a faint smile of relief appeared on Su Yuqing's lips. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room. Lin Chen woke up from his slumber feeling refreshed. Despite a night of battle, he felt incredibly strong. His physique attribute was top-notch, he was like a bull. The reason for the other party's actions was not hard to guess, just to increase her favorability in his heart, or perhaps to vie for attention. Although he didn't like women being confrontational in front of him, if it was a friendly competition, he could accept it. After all, women just needed to think about how to make him happy, while he had much more to consider. Patting the blanket, Lin Chen said, "If you're tired, rest. If you're hungry, let your sister Shueshue help you heat up some food." Okay. Not lingering in bed for too long, at this time, the other two women were probably already awake, and he didn't want to leave a bad impression of fickleness in their minds. Whether they were newcomers or old-timers, he treated them all the same. Stepping out of the room, he saw Hao Shueshue and Li Jiasun already busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Hey, did you sleep well last night?" Li Jiasun asked mischievously. "Is the younger sister especially tender?" Lin Chen helplessly gave her a look and playfully smacked her pert bottom. "You talk too much." Hao Shueshue smiled and said, "Alright, stop teasing my husband, come help serve breakfast." Lin Chen couldn't tell how Hao Shueshue managed it, but at least on the surface, she and Li Jiasun seemed to be as close as sisters. Whether it was genuine or fake, it made Lin Chen appreciate Hao Shueshue a bit more. He had no doubt that he would have more and more women in the future, maybe even dozens, so naturally, he needed a main wife and name. If Hao Shueshue was good at this, he would be happy to relax. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Chen took out his phone to check the latest news and reports on the situation outside. Firstly, several small countries had already perished, their territories completely overrun by zombies, with only a few survivors struggling to survive. Secondly, plants had begun to grow rapidly, with weeds in some places reaching as high as a person's knees. At this rate, in a few months, cities would likely be completely covered by vegetation. Lin Chen had also noticed this, as although it was summer, the growth of plants was abnormally vigorous. As for the government's handling of survivors, residents were still advised to stay at home and not wander around, focusing on self-rescue, while the government was busy mobilizing the military. However, according to the reports, it seems that there may be a wave of supplies distributed in various residential areas recently, which has given many people hope of being rescued. Lin Chen, however, saw an unusual meaning in it. Strange, with the combat power of zombies now, shouldn't the military easily crush them? What are they really hesitating about? As the time of the apocalypse outbreak lengthened, more and more survivors dared to go out to search for supplies. With deepening experience, most people no longer just run away when facing zombies like they did at the beginning, but have a certain ability to resist. After all, zombies have no brains. As long as you are well prepared, even a woman can easily stab a knife into their heads. In a situation where ordinary people can barely cope, it is very strange that the government still does not have the ability to start large-scale search and rescue of survivors at this time. Either they have encountered some major trouble that they cannot free their hands from, or someone or some organization is deliberately obstructing the rescue efforts of various countries. Of course, it is also possible that they are currently saving those so-called dignitaries and temporarily have no time to care about ordinary civilians like them. Ding! Just as Lin Chen was contemplating, his phone suddenly vibrated, and then a friend request popped up. The request was added through the residential community group. The name was C Building 201, I play Rogue 6, with the note, "I know it's you, let's chat privately." Oh, interesting. Glancing at the several busy women around him, Lin Chen had no intention of making a fuss, so he casually accepted the request with a playful attitude. Soon, almost the next second after Lin Chen accepted it, the other party immediately sent him a long paragraph, as if it had been prepared in advance. C Building 201, I play Rogue 6, brother, let's not beat around the bush. Was it you who emptied the supermarket across the street? Don't rush to deny it. I heard the sound that day, saw you with my own eyes, and don't think I mistook the person, because I specifically asked the community for the information of all the owners in our neighborhood. I can be sure that the person that day was you. Since you haven't admitted your identity for so long, I think you also don't intend to hand over the food, right? I can understand that, after all, you obtained it at a risk. But, since I have discovered this matter, shouldn't you show some goodwill? I don't ask for much, just half will do. Don't rush to refuse. After all, you don't want this matter to be made public, right? After sending the pre-written text, Wei Hongbin adjusted his glasses on his face and a confident smile appeared on his face. He believed that after sending this message, the other party must be extremely scared, and he would probably reply to him soon. Of course, he also knew that his conditions were very high, and the other party probably wouldn't agree, but in fact, he didn't plan to get so much in one go, but planned to proceed step by step. The other party is a supernatural being, with much stronger ability to search for food than ordinary people. As long as he holds this handle in his hand, why should he worry in the future? He was not worried that the other party would turn against him. After all, he had been scolded by so many owners in the group for 2 days and remained silent, which already indicated a problem. Ding dong! Hearing the message alert from his phone, Wei Hongbin showed an expression of as expected. But just as he opened his phone, thinking about how to intimidate the other party, when he looked at the sentence sent by the other party, Wei Hongbin's smile froze involuntarily. C Building 1601, Night is Inc., TLDR. Wei Hongbin did not expect Lin Chen to give such a reply. He originally thought Lin Chen would vehemently deny it, or curse him out, or negotiate with him. But he never expected that the other party would reply with such a sentence, which made him feel a sense of powerlessness as if hitting cotton with a fist. He gritted his teeth and quickly typed out a message. Brother, don't be so heartless. I only want half, it's not much. Otherwise, if I expose this matter, you won't have it easy. Lin Chen saw this message and couldn't help but sneer, replying, "Idiot, if you have the guts, go ahead and say it." Acting like I'm scared. Wei Hongbin, seeing Lin Chen's reply, flushed with anger. He didn't expect Lin Chen to be so tough, so blunt, not taking his threats seriously at all. Don't be too arrogant, just because you have some special ability doesn't make you all that. The government has already started taking action. In a few days, when the world is back in order, people like you will be the first to be caught. Wei Hongbin sent another message. Building C, 1601, was as dark as ink. Nerve, do you have anything else to say? Right now, you only need to give me a share, it won't cost you much food. But if I expose this, how much will you have left when the whole community turns against you? I'll give you one more chance, don't push me. Building C, 1601, was as dark as ink. Oh. Seeing that the other party had nothing more to say, Lin Chen replied with a single word and then tossed his phone aside, ignoring further messages. Brother, think about it carefully. How about 3 bags of bread a day, and a bottle of water? 1 bag of bread and a bottle of water a day, that's my final offer. As Dark as Ink has initiated friend verification. You are not their friend yet. Please send a friend request for verification. Once verified, you can chat. Turning red, then pale, Wei Hongbin laughed bitterly after seeing Lin Chen had deleted him. Fine, since that's how it is, neither of us will have it easy. I haven't lost anything anyway. Let's see who comes out worse. At the same time, the women around Lin Chen also noticed something was off. What's wrong, darling? Chatting with someone? Hao Xianxian asked. Lin Chen waved his hand. Nothing major, just some guy trying to threaten me for no reason. Threatening you? How audacious. Sitting next to Lin Chen, Li Jiasun crossed her long legs and found a comfortable position. She was wearing shorts Lin Chen had brought back yesterday, revealing a large expanse of fair and firm skin, with slightly wheat-colored thighs that were tight and elastic, exuding a charming allure. Holding a plate of fruit in her hand, she brought it to Lin Chen and asked, "Want some?" Opening his mouth, Lin Chen gave Li Jiasun a look, indicating she should try it herself. "You lazy thing!" Muttering softly, Li Jiasun picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick and fed it to Lin Chen. Smack! The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed. Hearing Li Jiasun's comment, Lin Chen playfully slapped her thigh, the sound crisp and pleasant, indicating its firmness. While kneading Li Jiasun's thigh, Lin Chen casually said, "Who's lazy, I wonder? After bringing you back, all you do is eat or sleep all day. Did I save a woman or an ancestor? Now I regret it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought you back. How much food could I have saved? I could have found a few more. Honey, you're so bad, how can you say that?" You'll hurt someone's feelings. Hearing Lin Chen's slightly teasing words, Li Jiasun immediately put on a pleasing expression. She wasn't stupid. After a few days of comfortable living, who would want to go back to that small, dingy storage room to wait for death? And Lin Chen was different from what she had initially imagined. In everyday life, he wasn't cruel at all, but rather easy to get along with. He didn't treat them as tools for venting, but truly as his women. Not only did he not abuse them, but he also provided for their every need, from food to clothing and shelter. A man like him, who cherished a high-quality beauty like her during peacetime, was hard to come by. But in the current situation, finding someone like Lin Chen, who could treat her so well, was like finding a needle in a haystack. Although Li Jiasun's life was very comfortable now, except for not being able to go out, it seemed like nothing had changed since the apocalypse. However, with the existence of the internet, she could still access information from the outside world. She naturally saw the chaotic situation outside, with looting, rape, murder, and the ubiquitous presence of zombies. It was truly a living hell on earth. Knowing how hard-won her current life was, how could she be foolish enough to let Lin Chen think of abandoning her? "Darling, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders for you." With a soft voice, Li Jiasun set down the fruit plate and gently massaged his shoulders. "Humph, don't make these sweet gestures, I still prefer your unruly self from the beginning." With a slight hum, Lin Chen closed his eyes slightly, enjoying this moment of comfort. Just then, Hao Xianxian also approached, feeding Lin Chen while asking, "Darling, what's really going on? Can you tell us?" Surrounded by beautiful women, feeling comfortable and pampered, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, indicating that he deserved all this. This was what life should be like after gaining power. Otherwise, what was the point of having such extraordinary strength if he still had to worry about this and that? "It's nothing major, just that a fool found out about my abilities as a supernatural being and is now threatening to expose me in the group if I don't give him food." Completely unconcerned about the matter, Lin Chen casually mentioned it as if telling a joke. But while he didn't mind, Hao Xianxian and Li Jiasun were taken aback, worried about how this might affect their lives. After all, although they knew Lin Chen was a supernatural being with more than one ability, they had no idea about his current strength. In their minds, their husband could safely bring back so many resources, so he must be quite capable. But searching for resources was one thing, and fighting was another. He could handle 1 or 2, maybe even 10, but what about 30 or 50? They were afraid that if the people in the community united to pressure Lin Chen, not only would their food be at risk, but they as women might also face mistreatment. After all, people's hearts had changed, and any crazy actions were no longer surprising. "Oh no, what should we do if he's exposed?" "Yes, if he really gets exposed, won't our food be divided for real? How much does he want? Should we give him some?" Opening his eyes and seeing the two women looking anxious, Lin Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. Indeed, they still had the mentality of ordinary people and had no idea about his current strength. Forget about 30 or 50, as long as he wanted, even dealing with the remaining survivors in the community wouldn't take much effort. But he wasn't a killer or a maniac, nor did he have the time or inclination to waste on them. When he was trash-talking online, he treated them like barking dogs. Only those who dared to stand in front of him were worthy of his attention. Seeing the two women getting more and more absurd, even starting to suggest giving up some food, Lin Chen had to speak up. Stop, stop, stop. I'll tell you a joke. Why are you taking this so seriously? With a sigh, Lin Chen decided to reveal the truth to them, so they wouldn't worry needlessly. Don't worry, there won't be any problem. Just a bunch of rotten tomatoes and bad eggs, I don't even care about them. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Hao Xuanxuan's worried expression did not diminish. But what if they come looking for trouble? Come looking for trouble? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. Then we'll just take care of them. I'm not someone to be messed with. If they come knocking, I'll show them who's boss. Hearing Lin Chen talk about killing someone, both Hao Xianxian and Li Jiasun were startled, but Lin Chen's next words immediately touched their hearts. I'm not someone who enjoys killing, I won't harm people without reason. But, if anyone dares to threaten the safety of my woman, threaten the peace of our home, I won't hold back. Lin Chen's gaze was calm, his tone firm. Hao Xianxian and Li Jiasun's eyes welled up with tears, and Hao Xianxian tightly held onto Lin Chen's arm. Darling, with you here, we're not afraid of anything. Li Jiasun nodded in agreement. Yes, we believe in you. That's right. I'll handle anything that comes our way. All you need to do is take care of me. As Lin Chen finished speaking, the two women playfully rolled their eyes at him. Hao Xianxian lightly tapped Lin Chen's chest, saying, always so talkative. Li Jiasun smiled and said, you better walk the talk. Lin Chen pulled the two women into his embrace, of course. As for today, he had no plans to go out. After working hard for so many days, he deserved a break. Besides, he wanted to see what tricks that idiot on the second floor would come up with. If he went out, the few women might not be able to handle it. Ignoring someone who was constantly bombarding him with messages on WeChat, Lin Chen took out some high-end phones he had brought back from Yida Shopping Mall, deciding to indulge in being a gaming addict for a change. If I can't play cards, playing games should be fine, right? Lin Chen downloaded a mobile game and called the two women over. Come on, let's play together. Hao Xianxian and Li Jiasun curiously approached and sat beside him. As the game started, Lin Chen skillfully controlled his character, continuously explaining techniques to the two women. Hao Xianxian seemed a bit clumsy at first, making mistakes and feeling flustered. If it were a real gaming addict, they would have lost their temper long ago, but Lin Chen didn't mind at all. He enjoyed the atmosphere of having someone to play games with. After all, a beauty like Hao Xianxian would easily charge a few $100 per hour for this kind of company in peacetime. Encouraging her with a smile, Lin Chen said, take your time. Gradually, Hao Xianxian got the hang of it. Li Jiasun, on the other hand, showed more intelligence, quickly grasping the essentials and occasionally coordinating with Lin Chen. The three of them cheered and lamented while playing the game. Oh no, I died again. Hao Xianxian pouted. Ha, look at me, my moves are amazing. Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly. Ah, don't steal my items. Heal me, where's the support? Quick, heal me. Li Jiasun said in excitement. Are you guys playing a game? Yuqing, come on, we just need you to complete the team. We're short of a tank, the support keeps dying. Lin Chen said, you're strong, playing a mage and charging forward, right? Yuqing, you play the mage, let Li Jiasun switch to support. Unknowingly, time flew by, and the four of them were completely immersed in the joy of the game, temporarily forgetting the horrors of the outside world. Alright, you think I dare not? You'll regret this decision. Countless private messages went unanswered, friend requests remained pending, and after waiting for 2 hours, Wei Hongbin finally gave up. At this moment, his expression was terrifyingly ugly, like that of a resentful woman from a deep boudoir. Frankly speaking, he didn't want to expose this secret because even if he could really distribute food fairly, only a very small portion would end up in his hands. Fairness? Fairness is bullshit. Can the people in the community take less? Can those related to the leaders take less? Or can those with social status take less? In his heart, it was as clear as a mirror, the so-called fairness is all just deceiving people. When the food is collected, who knows how much there will be? As for ordinary people like him, it doesn't matter, they can at most have some leftovers. But he had no choice. Lin Chen was determined not to respond, so he could only take what he could. As for Lin Chen continuing to be tough, not taking it, that never crossed his mind. The pressure of public opinion is something ordinary people cannot bear. If it's not exposed, it's fine, but once exposed, can you withstand the pressure from hundreds of people in the community? Even if you can handle the pressure, when everyone comes to your door, what can you do? A mouthful of spit from each person could drown you. Building C, Unit 201, I am a wild thief 6, listen everyone, I know who the person with the ability to take food is. Just a few seconds after the words were spoken, a bunch of private messages kept popping up on Wei Hongbin's phone, and the homeowners group started scrolling one message after another. Building D, Unit 403, who can stop me? Damn, is it true? Brother, do you know who it is? Building K, Unit 1402, big car riding small horse, quick, I must give him a good poke in the spine. Not even a peep for so long, what a despicable person. Building A, Unit 902, internet addict girl, wow, it's actually true, did you see what he looks like? Is he handsome? Building H, Unit 401, fashionable tofu, since the person has been found, does that mean we can get food soon? The food at my house won't last for even 2 days. Building G, Unit 1301, Mr. Zhao, management, where is the management? At property manager. Property manager, are you sure? Don't get it wrong. At Building C, Unit 201, I am a wild thief 6. Watching everyone crazily mentioning him, sending him private messages, and some even resorting to desperate measures, Wei Hongbin suddenly felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction, as if he had become the center of the world. After enjoying this feeling of being in the spotlight for a while, he quickly picked up his phone and started composing a short essay. Building C, Unit 201, I am a wild thief 6. That's how it is, Sai. I've been trying to persuade him all this time out of consideration for our neighbors, to make him confess voluntarily, but not only did he not listen, he even insulted me like this. I can't continue to cover up for him like this, after all, it's most important that everyone can eat. Adding fuel to the fire, Wei Hongbin completely portrayed himself as a shining figure of justice, and depicted Lin Chen as a selfish and dark person. He wasn't worried about Lin Chen coming out to expose his previous coercion, after all, who would believe it? Seeing him say this, most of the other homeowners in the community were furious, with insults one after another, and all kinds of nasty private messages filled Lin Chen's inbox. But when Lin Chen saw this scene at home, instead of getting angry, a big smile appeared on his face. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. A stupid threat is useless, but when many people come together, it can trigger something. Option 1, swallow your pride, let the storm come, I remain calm and do not make any statements, gaining +2 mental attribute, +2 physical attribute, ability invisibility. Option 2, get straight to the point, a bunch of useless people dare to bark, admit to everything I've done, gaining +2 strength attribute, +2 speed attribute, ability laser eyes. Are these a group of bad neighbors? No. Clearly, they are all good people who are desperately trying to be stepping stones for him. He originally wanted to rest today, but these rewards came knocking on his door. What do you say? Honey, don't be angry, don't mind them, they don't have the courage to go out and find food, so they resort to begging online. Exactly, they have no shame. With water stains still in their hair and their faces slightly flushed from the steam, it was evident that the two women and Lin Chen had just taken a bath together. Also in the group, Hao Xianxian naturally saw those unpleasant remarks, furrowing her delicate brows in anger. Angry? I'm not angry at all, they are all good people. Watching the two women united in anger, Lin Chen didn't react as they expected. Instead, he chuckled happily. This unusual reaction startled them, making them think Lin Chen had gone mad with anger. But at that moment, Lin Chen pulled them both to his side, waved his hand, and a table full of delicious food appeared. There were instant foods, snacks, and even the leftovers of the meal Hao Xianxian had prepared earlier, which he had saved to prevent them from spoiling in the heat. The table was now filled with a variety of dishes, making everyone's mouth water. Honey, are you hungry? I'll go cook now. No need, take a picture with me, and make sure you're dressed properly, I don't want my darlings to be exposed. Although they didn't understand what Lin Chen meant, both Hao Xianxian and Li Jiasun obediently changed into the most conservative outfits, covering everything except their necks. What are you all doing? Seeing Su Yuqing, who had just woken up and walked out from the side, Lin Chen handed her a normal school uniform and made her sit on his lap. Then, in a state that made all men envious, he took a family photo. After taking the picture, Lin Chen's lips curled up, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. He opened his phone, sent the photo to the residential community group, and added a caption, "Stop calling, food brother has plenty, but not everyone can enjoy it. Here's the deal, confident in your appearance and figure, send a picture for private chat, as long as I'm satisfied, I guarantee you'll only eat well in the future." As soon as this picture was posted, the residential community group exploded. Those who had been insulting Lin Chen were left bewildered by this sudden showing off, and for a moment, the group fell silent. However, this silence didn't last long. Like a spring compressed to its limit, the next moment, the WeChat group erupted completely. Building B, Unit 203, flying grass, damn, can anyone tell me if this is photoshopped? I'm almost out of succulents at home, and now you're telling me someone has a table full of food? Building D, Unit 1101, my black hand eats, hey, What are you pretending for, bro? I know where you live, don't make me make you fly. Building E, Unit 802, struggling with gotcha, no. Are you all just looking at the food? Didn't you see the 3 beautiful women beside him? Building B, Unit 1502, happy nut. Why didn't you see that? I even noticed water droplets in their hair. Whatever they were doing just now, I envy them to tears. Building X, Unit 303, little fairy, pa. What beauty, being so close to a man, you can tell she's not a good girl at a glance. Building L, Unit 601, slightly plump girl, exactly. And what do you mean by that, objectifying women? I'll report you to the authorities, you jerk. The group was bombarded with comments, but Lin Chen couldn't care less, let them envy and hate as they pleased. As for the message Lin Chen posted, he wasn't joking. If there was a beauty that met his standards, he wouldn't mind making a trip. After a day had passed, the emotions of the owners in the group were still running high, with tens of thousands of messages flooding in within just one day. However, unlike yesterday, the attitudes of some people had changed significantly. They realized that even if they knew who had the food, they still couldn't get any. Originally, they were starving because they were afraid of zombies and dared not go out, but now, although they were not afraid of Lin Chen, they still didn't dare to go downstairs to find him. As for the community, for some unknown reason, there had been no activity since yesterday, and there was no intention of coming to demand an explanation. This made some people realize that maybe the community management staff were all talk and no action, right? They wasted so much time arguing, yet people were still eating well and laughing at them. Weren't they just pure clowns? Look, that jerk is showing off again. Building C, Unit 1601, Night is Inc. I don't have much of an appetite today, let's just have some hot pot. Oh, you guys shouldn't follow my lead. Eating hot pot in the middle of summer is easy to get overheated, but if you have ice cold cola like me, then it's fine. Take a photo, edit the text, upload it, all in one go. Lin Chen wasn't trying to infuriate them, mainly to see if he could push them to the edge and trigger a few more options. Seeing the pictures Lin Chen posted, the other owners were all stunned. They were all so hungry that they couldn't even sleep, but what about others? They were all having hot pot, and some even had ice-cold cola. They were even saving water to drink. After all, who knew if the tap water had been contaminated now? Unless there was no water left, no one dared to try it. Like how Shue cooking, she used bottled water brought back by Lin Chen, and tap water was only used for washing clothes. Therefore, when many people saw Lin Chen's lifestyle, their eyes turned green with envy, and they began to consider whether they should lower their proud heads. For every thought, there is an action. Soon, the first group of people who betrayed the masses appeared. Building H, Unit 503, armed helicopter, hey buddy, can you bring me some food? I won't take it for free, I'll pay for it. Can I get a bag of bread for 1,000 yuan? Building D, Unit 403, who can stop me? Damn, buddy, are you out of your mind? The food is everyone's common property, why should you pay for it? Building H, Unit 503, armed helicopter, stop talking nonsense, can't I pay if I have money? How about it? 1,000 yuan for a loaf of bread, you'll make a killing, I'll take as many as you have. At Building C, Unit 1601, Night is Inc. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was at home eating hot pot and singing, also saw the message mentioning him, his eyes flickering slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect someone to start asking him for help so soon. What Lin Chen didn't know was that after so many days had passed, most people's food supplies at home had already run out, barely managing to survive on one meal a day. If everyone was in the same situation, it would be fine, but seeing some people eating so well and flaunting it made them feel uneasy and even hungrier. Building C, Unit 1601, Night is Inc. Are you a beauty? Building H, Unit 503, armed helicopter, no, I'm a manly man. Building C, Unit 1601, Night is Inc. Then why are you tagging me randomly? A manly man wouldn't go out and find food for himself? I'll say it again, I only help beauties, and they must satisfy me, otherwise don't bother me. Ding ding, a friend request came in, and upon seeing that the gender was female, Lin Chen clicked to accept. The other party immediately sent a flirtatious voice message, hey big brother, little sister is so hungry, can you come and bring me some food? Big brother is the best him. After a Cold War, Li Jusin felt goosebumps all over her body. Where did this roast chicken come from? The way it was sandwiched seemed more artificial than herself. Shaking her head, Li Jusin quickly picked up a few pieces of lamb to calm herself down. Lin Chen's mouth twitched, feeling nauseated by the other party's voice. Although they both used the same tone, there was a big difference between them. The genuine and natural tone sounded soft and cute, while the forced tone only gave off a sense of coquettishness and foolishness. The other party was clearly the latter, with an overly affected demeanor that seemed to overflow from the screen. However, without seeing the face, Lin Chen decided to give the other person a chance. What if they were just trying to please him due to hunger and ended up being clumsy about it? Maybe the person was actually a very pure and charming beauty. Survival is key, no shame in that. Building C, room 1601, the night was as dark as ink, send me a photo, no filters. The other person immediately sent a recent half-body photo, and surprisingly, she was indeed a beauty. Burgundy long wavy hair, oval face, big eyes, fair skin, and ample assets that would probably satisfy many men's preferences. Even if Lin Chen were to rate her, she would score at least a 7.5. However, from Lin Chen's perspective, this level was somewhat unsatisfactory. Just the fact that she was a rune mage was enough for Lin Chen to deduct points from her. In the photo, she was wearing a camisole, and at a slightly higher position on her chest, there were some letters he couldn't understand, wondering what that gibberish meant. Building C, room 1601, the night was as dark as ink, are you a virgin? After sending this message, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Did he really need to ask such a good girl this question? As expected, the other person reacted as if offended, hastily asking back, what do you mean by that? It's such an outdated and feudal mindset, you. The night as dark as ink has initiated friend verification. You are not their friend yet. Please send a friend request for verification. Once the request is accepted, you can chat, answering a question with another question. Lin Chen wasn't being futile, it was just that with his current strength, his standards had naturally risen, and he didn't need to deal with leftovers, not knowing how many had already partaken. Pure girls were good and precious in his eyes, he had no interest in second-hand goods. Honey, I'm glad you didn't agree to her. I've seen this woman several times, bringing different men back to the neighborhood. Seems like she works at a bar nearby. Sitting beside Lin Chen, Hao Shueshue naturally observed their interaction. When she saw Lin Chen delete the other person, she visibly relaxed. She wouldn't interfere until Lin Chen made a decision, to avoid any potential discomfort if the other person was indeed welcomed into their circle. But now, there was no issue. As a relatively traditional woman in her thinking, she looked down upon women with chaotic personal lives. If she really came into their lives, even if she didn't say it out loud, she would feel uncomfortable. Why didn't you tell me earlier, honey? If you had, I wouldn't have accepted her friend request. She's ruined my appetite. Picking up the chopsticks, to Li Jiasen's disbelief, Lin Chen took a piece of cooled lamb from her bowl and put it straight into his mouth, calming himself down. Sister Shueshue, look at your husband, always bullying me. Pouting, Li Jiasen expressed her unhappiness. What kind of behavior was this? It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Sister Jiasen, don't be mad. Your husband just likes you. Here, have a freshly cooled beef meatball. It's delicious. After all, as a newcomer with good emotional intelligence, Su Yuqing naturally wanted to get along well with the other women around Lin Chen. So, she quickly offered the beef meatballs from her bowl to Li Jiasen, while also worrying if the other party would feel disgusted or not. But she was overthinking it. Li Jiasen, whom Lin Chen called a useless person, was not stupid, but clearly not that scheming. The key was adaptability. You treat me well, I'll treat you well. Seeing Su Yuqing offering the beef meatballs, Li Jiasen smiled and said, Yuqing is indeed sensible, unlike a certain big villain. Lin Chen swallowed the lamb in his mouth, watching this scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This was the kind of good girl he wanted, sensible, obedient, and clever, with a bit of temper and cunning. As long as it was controlled well, it was also a lovely trait. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang again. Looking at it, it was a message from another unfamiliar number. Big brother, I'm from Block B, Unit 702. There's really no food at home. Please be kind and give me some food. I can work for you, do anything. Lin Chen frowned and replied, are you a boy or a girl? I'm a girl, big brother. Lin Chen continued, send me a photo. Soon, a photo came through. The girl in the photo had a delicate face, looked young, probably similar to Su Yuqing. She seemed pretty, but for some reason, lacked the youthful vigor of a girl, instead giving off a plain or, to put it bluntly, rustic vibe. And perhaps it was just a feeling, but Lin Chen could sense a hint of fear and weakness in her eyes, as if this wasn't voluntary. Block C, Unit 1601, the night was dark as ink. Are you a student? Never been in a relationship? Block B, Unit 702, blooming with prosperity. Big brother, I'm not a student, never been in a relationship. Not a student? This confused Lin Chen. Given her age, she probably just graduated from high school. Did she drop out? As for not having money for school, that wasn't his concern, considering the economic status required to live in this neighborhood. Indeed, while not a noble district, the residential area where Lin Chen lived was considered upscale in Tianhai City. At least one had to be middle class to afford a house here. As for Lin Chen, he chose to buy here because it was closer to his company. And then he shouldered the mortgage that still wasn't paid off. But now he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Despite some doubts, seeing that the girl had good looks and figure, and he found her pleasing to the eye, Lin Chen didn't hesitate and replied, "Alright, but from now on, you'll be my woman and live with me, okay?" Block B, Unit 702, Living Room. At this moment, 4 people were sitting in the living room. There was the plain-looking girl Lin Xiao, who was talking to Lin Chen on the phone, the man Jiang Zhiheng with tattoos on his arms smoking, the young delinquent Zhang Hanwen with dyed blonde hair and acne on his face, and the middle-aged woman Zhao Manfang with heavy makeup that couldn't hide her aging appearance. Seeing Lin Chen's message, Lin Zhao's face without makeup showed visible panic, pleading to her mother. "Mom, I don't want to go, please don't make me go, okay? I eat very little, so I won't waste much food." But faced with her daughter's pitiful request, Zhao Manfang scolded with a stern face, "Nonsense. If you don't go, do you want to see our whole family starve to death? Or do you want me to go? Ungrateful child, I've raised you for so many years for nothing." "Mom, I didn't mean it like that." Tears welled up in the corners of Lin Zhao's eyes as she shook her head repeatedly. Despite hearing her daughter's explanation, Zhao Manfang showed no mercy and instead roared in anger, "You didn't mean it like that? Then what did you mean? Stop pretending to be pitiful and just agree with me. Lower your voice, stop making a scene." Jiang Zhiheng, who was standing nearby, extinguished his cigarette on the table, gave Zhao Manfang a cold glance, and with just a few words, Zhao Manfang's face immediately softened, and she fell silent. "Dad, please talk to Mom, I really don't want to go," sniff. With tears streaming down her face, Lin Xiao pinned her hopes on Jiang Zhiheng. She knew that as soon as her new dad spoke up, her mom would surely not object. Little did she know, Jiang Zhiheng, who had no blood relation with her, would not have an ounce of compassion for her. Not only did he not try to persuade Zhao Manfang as Lin Xiao had hoped, but he calmly said, "Xiao Xiao, just go, look at those women in the photos, aren't they living well? They don't seem to be suffering at all. It's better for you to go there than to endure hardship with us here, it's a good thing." Zhang Hanwen chimed in, "Exactly, sis, don't be ungrateful. This is an opportunity to save our whole family. If you don't go, then who will?" Lin Xiao looked at her family in despair, tears swirling in her eyes, her pearly white teeth biting down on her lip tightly, holding back her sobs. Building C, room 1601, was as dark as ink. "Why aren't you replying? Are you playing me? I'll give you one more minute, if you don't reply, I'll delete you." Sharp-eyed, Zhao Manfang snatched the phone from Lin Zhao's hand when she saw the message pop up, and disregarding her pleas, swiftly started editing a message. Building B, room 702, where flowers bloom and wealth prospers. I agree, but big brother, how much food can you provide? I have many family members, if it's not enough, it won't be fair." "Ha? You have family members too?" Quietly deleting the typed message, Lin Chen also felt that his words might have been impolite. But for a moment, that's exactly what he thought. After all, he knew exactly what kind of deal he was making, forcing the innocent into prostitution. He had initially thought the other person was alone at home and couldn't hold out, hence willing to sell their body, but now you're telling me you have family members? No way, what kind of parents would watch their daughter jump into the fire pit like this? Wait, did I just curse myself? How could it be a fire pit? Clearly, it's heaven. But the problem is, whether it's heaven or not, the other side might not know. Sensing that something was amiss, Lin Chen didn't care. If they tried to pull any tricks on him, he would just crush them all. Building C, room 1601, was as dark as ink. "How much do you need?" Seeing Lin Chen's question, Zhao Manfang hesitated to make a decision and looked up at Jiang Zhiheng, seeking his opinion. Lighting another cigarette, Jiang Zhiheng took a deep drag, blew out a smoke ring, and said, 30 bottles of water, plus 30 loaves of bread. "Ah, Dad, can the other side agree to this?" Hearing Jiang Zhiheng's bold demand, even Zhang Hanwen couldn't help but be surprised. What's the value of food and water now? It's worth 10,000 times more than gold and diamonds. And these 30 bottles of water plus 30 loaves of bread would be more than all the remaining food in their building combined. Even though the other party had looted an entire supermarket, they weren't fools. Would they really pay such a high price for a woman? You brat, what do you know? Only by quoting a high price can you negotiate the most suitable deal in the following negotiations. Otherwise, if you quote too low, wouldn't that be a loss? Looking at his foolish son, Jiang Zhiheng sighed helplessly. With such a useless appearance, how could he inherit his company in the future? Oh, the company is gone now, so it doesn't matter. Amazing, truly amazing. Dad, you are so smart. Zhang Hanwen's face showed admiration. At the same time, as soon as Jiang Zhiheng finished speaking, Zhao Manfang sent a message to Lin Chen according to his wishes. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, watching them casually sell her off with just a few words. Her heart was already riddled with wounds from their indifference and cruelty, a scene of devastation. She knew her mother didn't like her because her father passed away early, causing her mother to suffer a lot in her early years. Because her mother couldn't find a partner due to taking care of her, her resentment towards herself grew stronger, believing that she was the cause of all their troubles. Her mother's resentment towards her, Lin Xiao didn't say it out loud, but she knew it in her heart. So when Zhao Manfang asked her to drop out of junior high and work, she agreed. When she was asked to marry the village chief's disabled son the following year, she also agreed. She thought that by doing so, she could make her mother love her again, but she realized she was wrong, terribly wrong. Clearly, sacrificing her daughter for her own survival, but at this moment, she couldn't see any shame or reluctance on Zhao Manfang's face, only regret. Was it regret for her future in life? No. It was regret that she could have exchanged herself for 300,000, but now she could only exchange for 30 loaves of bread and 30 bottles of water. Building C, 1601, the night was as dark as ink. Okay, I agree, I'll come over later. The price the other party asked for was not low, but for Lin Chen now, it was just a drop in the bucket. After all, she was his family, and he was willing to make this deal. He agreed. All attempts to negotiate the price were shut down, and Zhao Manfang clearly did not expect Lin Chen to agree so readily. Jiang Jiheng, who had been watching from the side, also widened his eyes and cursed. Damn, underestimated him. It seems that the guy has far more food on him than just a bit from the supermarket. Jiang Jiheng's eyes flickered slightly as he took out another cigarette from the pack, the taste of nicotine and tar spreading in his mouth, making his mind clearer. Initially, Lin Chen's straightforward agreement was a good thing for him, but the problem was that the other party's agreement was too swift, without even negotiating the price. What did this mean? This meant that the resources on the other party had reached a terrifying level, to the point where he didn't even care about these things. This inadvertently made Jiang Jiheng's mind active. Am I really worth so little? Well. Raising her head, Lin Zhao's gaze swept over the faces of the three. Those excited smiles now felt like sharp knives stabbing at her heart. Suddenly, she smiled too, a bright smile as if she had forgotten all the pain, as if she had let go of everything. Great, this way we can hold on until rescue comes, and as long as sister becomes that man's woman, can't we just keep asking him for food? Of course. As long as Lin Xiao marries him, we'll be a family, right? Hanwen, you'll be his nephew, how could he let you go hungry? Her face lit up like a chrysanthemum. Zhao Manfang gently rubbed Jiang Hanwen's head, as if he were her own son. Yes, even though he wasn't her own flesh and blood, in Zhao Manfang's eyes, Jiang Hanwen was much more important than Lin Xiao. After all, only boys can support a family, girls are just water thrown out. Tisk, don't touch my head. Subconsciously furrowing his brows, even though Jiang Hanwen knew that the woman in front of him was the new mother his father had found for him, he still had no good feelings towards this rural woman he had only met a few times. She wasn't good looking, she was old, had no money, and he didn't know how his father could have taken a liking to her. Could it be that she had some leverage over him? The daughter, on the other hand, was quite pretty. In the current situation, he might even have some comfort in the future, but unfortunately, she would have to be sent away to someone else. Suppressing the evil thoughts in his mind, Jiang Hanwen disdainfully dodged Zhao Manfang's hand, but in that split second he turned his head, his pupils instantly widened. Sis, what are you trying to do? Stop her! Shouting in a mix of shock and anger, Jiang Hanwen hurried towards the window, trying to intercept the other party, but it was already too late. Before he could get close, Lin Xiao, amidst the drastic changes in their faces, forcefully flipped out of the window, with a happy smile on her face and the sound of whistling wind in her ears. In the moment of falling from the building, Lin Xiao's mind went blank, but then, countless memories rushed in like a tide, flashing scenes from the past before her eyes. Ironically, in these images, she couldn't find a single moment of happiness. Fatherly love, motherly love, friends, lovers, even the meaning of living, she found herself devoid of all. If I had known it would be like this, I would have preferred to be relieved earlier. Closing her eyes, Lin Xiao prepared to welcome the arrival of death. She had heard that one doesn't lose consciousness immediately after falling from a building and would endure immense pain for a short period. She wasn't afraid of death, she just hoped that if there truly were gods in the world, they would take her soul away soon. Look at my luck. No windfall from the sky, but I caught a beauty falling into my arms. Since it's like this, I'll accept it with a smile. A mocking voice sounded in Lin Xiao's ear, and she felt her body lightening, the downward motion abruptly stopping, not a hint of pain, instead landing in warm embrace. Instinctively opening her eyes, the fear and lack of oxygen from the fall made her vision still somewhat blurry, but she could vaguely see a man's face before her. You are. Yes, I am your. Nodding, Lin Chen admitted his identity with a smile. He never imagined that their first meeting would be in such a thrilling situation. It was truly a close call just now. If he didn't possess the ability to teleport and stop time, the other party would probably have turned into a pancake by now. However, there seemed to be some hidden story behind this, right? Otherwise, why would the other party jump off just as he was about to arrive? Are you the Grim Reaper? Blinking, Lin Chen felt that the girl must have been scared silly, otherwise, she wouldn't have said he looked like the Grim Reaper. Do I look like a skeleton, or am I wearing a cloak, or holding a scythe? Setting down Lin Xiao, who was still confused about the situation, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she couldn't help but go weak, and Lin Chen had to half-carry her to support her body. Pinching her chin, Lin Chen gestured for her to look at his face. Hey, don't be silly, you're not dead yet. Tell me, what happened? Now that you're in my hands, you're my woman. Any problems, wifey? I'll take care of them. It's over, it's over. Why didn't you keep an eye on her? Someone will be here soon. Who should we hand over, you? Consumed by anger, Zhang Zhiheng couldn't contain his fury and raised his hand to give Zhao Manfang a resounding slap. With a loud smack, the sound reverberated like a firecracker, and at the same time, his hand was covered in powder. Her cheeks instantly flushed, accompanied by a sharp stinging sensation. Zhao Manfang, though covering her face, dared not resist. Instead, she endured the pain and explained, "Honey, don't blame me. Who could have imagined that little wench would silently jump off the building? What a despicable person, unwilling to contribute anything to us even in death. I've raised her for nothing all these years." Zhang Zhiheng coldly watched Zhao Manfang. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to deal with her. He quickly considered how to handle Lin Chen when he arrived. Without Lin Xiao, there would be no food, and he would not allow such a situation to occur. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as Zhang Zhiheng reaffirmed the idea that had surfaced in his mind earlier. Listen to me, when that man arrives, tell him Lin Xiao is shy and hiding in the house, let him go inside and call her himself. Dad, but... Zhang Hanwen's words were cut off as Zhang Zhiheng glanced at Zhao Manfang and said, once he enters, quickly lock the door, and then Hanwen and I will take him down together. Do you understand? The words were clear. At this point, Zhang Zhiheng had no intention of making any more deals. He would just seize by force. In his view, Lin Chen was just one person, while they had three. How could they not overpower him together? It was ironic that he was afraid to face zombies outside, yet now he had the courage to act against someone who could freely move around the neighborhood. This idea was strange but also very reasonable. To most people, zombies were far more dangerous than other survivors. After all, zombies were ugly and fearless, leading to a fight-to-the-death situation upon confrontation. What was even more terrifying was that any injury meant death. Fighting zombies had very little room for error. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to take that risk. However, dealing with fellow humans was different. They seemed easier to bully. Answer me, understood? Don't mess it up later. Understood, I'll do as you say, honey. Zhao Manfang nodded repeatedly, promising compliance. If nothing else, she was good at being obedient, which men seemed to like. It seemed that Zhang Zhiheng was truly hungry. Nodding, he looked at his son. For some reason, Zhang Hanwen's face was pale, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. A child is still a child, even with a mature mind at this age. In today's world, people die, so what? Surviving is what matters. Sighing, Zhang Zhiheng still had plenty of patience for his immature son. After all, he was his only child. Hanwen, what's wrong? Are you scared? Don't worry, as long as you help me control him later, the rest will be handled by Dad. And no, Dad, it's Lin Xiao, she. Shaking his head, Zhang Hanwen's gaze subconsciously shifted to the window, but quickly returned, his fear becoming more apparent on his face. Frowning, Zhang Zhiheng said in a deep voice, as my son, Zhang Zhiheng, can't you show some backbone? What are you afraid of, a dead person? He thought his son was scared after seeing Lin Xiao's body downstairs, but upon hearing his words, Zhang Hanwen completely lost control, pointing downstairs and shouting loudly, it's gone, the body is gone. What did you say? Stepping forward quickly, Zhang Zhiheng pulled Zhang Hanwen aside and looked down. At a glance, even the cigarette in his mouth dropped in shock. Not because he saw a bloody corpse, but because there was nothing there, so clean that not even a trace of blood could be seen. How was this possible? Even if the zombies took it away, there should at least be some traces left behind. Darling, do you think there's something dirty? Zhao Manfang leaned towards the window, also glancing down, then quickly stepped back, as if afraid that Lin Xiao's bloody face would suddenly hit the window the next second. Nonsense! What era is it now? There's no such thing as ghosts and spirits. Can't we talk some sense? His face also turned slightly unpleasant. Zhang Zhiheng had intended to say something profound to ease the fear in his heart, But then he thought, with zombies and supernatural powers around now, what's the point of talking about science? Maybe there really is something dirty after all. Thud! Just as the three fell silent, a loud knocking sounded from outside the door, intense as if someone was pounding on it with a fist. Ah! Already in fear, Zhao Manfang let out a piercing scream, startling both Jiang Zhiheng and his son. What's with the screaming? It should be the man coming now. Go open the door, stick to the plan. Having seen more of the world, Jiang Zhiheng quickly calmed down and scolded Zhao Manfang to go open the door. Reluctantly, Zhao Manfang walked towards the front door, but just as she was about to open it, she inexplicably glanced through the peephole. The next moment, she felt a chill rushing from her feet to her brain, as if all the blood in her body had frozen. Outside the door, her daughter, who had just jumped off in front of her moments ago, was now standing there alive. Zhao Manfang's heart seemed to stop beating instantly, her legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Her throat felt like it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, unable to make a sound. Seeing Zhao Manfang hesitating to open the door, Jiang Zhiheng impatiently shouted, "What are you waiting for? Open the door!" Trembling, Zhao Manfang turned her head and stammered, It's Lin Xiao, she's outside the door." Jiang Zhiheng and Jiang Hanwen's faces turned pale in an instant, the air seemed to freeze. This can't be. Jiang Zhiheng widened his eyes, his voice trembling. However, the knocking on the door became more urgent and violent, as if the door was about to be smashed any second, accompanied by Lin Xiao's calm voice. "Open the door, I'm back." "Ah, ghost. Jiang Hanwen cowered in the corner, trembling like a leaf. Jiang Zhiheng forced himself to stay calm, took a deep breath and said, "Don't be afraid, maybe it's not a ghost, someone might be playing tricks." Zhao Manfang's voice trembled with tears. "How is that possible? She clearly jumped off." Jiang Zhiheng gritted his teeth and shouted at the door, "Lin Xiao, are you human or ghost?" There was a moment of silence outside the door, then Lin Xiao's voice came again, "It's me, I'm not dead, please open the door." Jiang Zhiheng hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked towards the door, his hand on the handle, but hesitated to turn it. At that moment, Zhao Manfang suddenly rushed over and grabbed Jiang Zhiheng. "Don't open it, what if it's really a ghost?" Jiang Zhiheng shook off Zhao Manfang's hand, made up his mind, and opened the door. As the door opened, Lin Xiao stood at the doorway, pale-faced but with a hint of strange light in her eyes. "Lin Xiao, you. Ah." His forehead was already soaked with sweat. Looking at the mysterious Lin Xiao in front of him, Jiang Zhiheng opened his mouth as if wanting to say something. But the next moment, he felt as if an invisible tentacle suddenly wrapped around his neck, immense pressure and suffocation making his eyes almost pop out. Then his body seemed to be lifted by something, his feet slowly leaving the ground, as if he were a dehydrated fish flapping in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Manfang and Jiang Hanwen screamed in terror. Lin Xiao's face remained expressionless, but the invisible tentacle tightened more and more, Jiang Zhiheng's face turning purple. "Lin Xiao, you can't do this, he is your father." Zhao Manfang sat on the ground, crying and shouting. "Father? He is not my father has long been dead. Why are you treating us like this?" Lin Xiao finally spoke, his voice transitioning from calm to filled with pain and anger. At that moment, Zhao Manfang and Jiang Hanwen also received the same treatment as Jiang Zhiheng. Invisible hands wrapped around their necks, lifting them into the air and slowly guiding them towards the window. Now, the spacious living room was left with only Lin Xiao, no more noise, no more crying, quiet as if the previous scenes were just illusions. Standing by the window, Lin Xiao supported herself against the glass, her long hair lifted by a gentle breeze, murmuring to herself, "Is this what it's like to be thrown to death?" Roar! Crack! The sound of heavy objects falling attracted many zombies, emerging from nearby shadows and quickly surrounding them, followed by the sounds of tearing flesh and bones. "Have you avenged? Are you satisfied? Are you happy?" Suddenly, a voice broke the silence in the living room where no one else should be. With footsteps approaching, Lin Chen walked up behind Lin Xiao, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. Without surprise or fear, Lin Xiao gently shook her head and whispered, I don't know. Well, I'm satisfied anyway. Those who dare to bully my woman deserve no mercy." Yawning, Lin Chen spoke warily. The mental manipulation consumed quite a lot, proportional to the extent Lin Chen used it. Hanging 3 adults and throwing them downstairs in a row, although not causing him a headache, still had some impact. This exhaustion manifested in him, feeling a bit drowsy. Of course, it could also be due to overeating hot pot at noon. Sitting on the sofa with Lin Xiao in his arms, Lin Chen felt a deep sense of calm from her soft body and faint virgin fragrance. Resting his chin on Lin Xiao's head, Lin Chen softly said in her ear, "Don't be sad, it's all over now, let it go." Lin Xiao's eyes welled up with tears. "But I still feel so bad inside, I didn't do anything wrong, why did they treat me like this?" Lin Chen gently patted her shoulder. I understand. Bearing everything alone is painful, but you don't have to worry anymore because you have me. Lin Xiao remained silent, letting the tears fall freely. After a while, she took a deep breath and asked, does the deal need to continue? What? Looking puzzled, Lin Chen tilted his head. However, his actions contradicted his words, as his fingers had already discreetly explored the beauty of the other person. Suddenly, as Lin Chen was petting her head like a cat, Lin Xiao grabbed his wrist, looked up, and softly said, in the previous deal, you paid 30 loaves of bread and 30 bottles of water, and I was to be your woman. Does this deal need to continue? With a wry smile, watching the blushing face and watery eyes of the girl in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't understand what she was thinking. Of course, once caught by me, there is no option to leave. You are already mine. Holding Lin Xiao's chin, Lin Chen looked into her eyes and said each word deliberately. Don't think I'm helping you vent, and I'm a good person. If you dare to run, believe me, I'll turn on you right away. Unexpectedly, despite his tough treatment, Lin Xiao's face lit up with a big smile, as if she had gained some advantage. Alright, from today onwards, I am yours. You must take care of me for a lifetime. You can hit me, scold me, but you must never abandon me. Of course, so should I get you food and water now? How about we go back home and have something good to eat? No, I don't want anything. I'm giving myself to you for free. After all, I'm worthless. As long as you want me, it's enough. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, but Lin Xiao's lips curved into a smile, yet the words she spoke sounded somewhat harsh in Lin Chen's ears. That room is mine. Sensing the man's change, Lin Xiao hesitantly pointed to a room. Next thing she knew, she found herself lying on the bed, facing the handsome face gasping for breath. Am I going to be devoured? Her gaze fixed on Lin Chen's face, Lin Xiao seemed to want to imprint his features, every inch of his skin, deep into her mind. He was the first man to get angry because of her, and soon to be the only man in her future. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if trying to conceal the inner tension and turmoil. She tightly gripped the bedsheets beneath her, her knuckles turning white from the force. Fear? Perhaps not much, but anyone, experiencing such a thing for the first time, would react like her. Closing her eyes, Lin Xiao braced herself for the storm, but then Lin Chen unexpectedly said something untimely. By the way, what's your name? Ha? Lin Xiao, Lin as in forest, Xiao with the character for dawn. Why are you suddenly asking me this? Feeling like her hard-earned courage was shattered by Lin Chen's question, Lin Xiao covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. Well, they were about to engage in the most intimate act, yet they didn't even know each other's names. Could she really be so cheap? The thought made Lin Xiao chuckle self-deprecatingly. Oh, so we're actually related, both surnamed Lin. Lin Chen, remember this name well, it will accompany you for a lifetime. Okay, Lin. Husband. Her expression froze, then Lin Chen's lips involuntarily curled upwards, gently pinching Lin Xiao's cheek and saying, very good, I also like this title very much. You understand well, women were easy to find, but to find one that satisfied Lin Chen was no easy task, yet he felt very satisfied with Lin Xiao. Cupping Lin Xiao's face in his hands, Lin Chen looked into her eyes earnestly and said, since you call me husband, you are my wife, and you must never belittle yourself again. My woman is not something that can be measured by money, do you understand? Thank you. Thank you for what? It seems you still don't get it. Let your husband teach you personally. Honey, you're back. Is this the new little sister? Come in, let me introduce everyone properly. We will definitely get along very well. Seeing Lin Xiao standing timidly as if she were an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws for the first time, Hao Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With just one glance, she understood that the other party shared the same attributes as herself, making it easier to get along. Oh, don't get it wrong, she wasn't boasting. Lin Zhao's arrival not only enriched Lin Chen's nightlife but also didn't have much impact on their large family. After all, with Lin Zhao's somewhat self-conscious nature, she felt timid in the presence of the other dazzling women, even speaking with a touch of formality at first. Fortunately, Hao Shuai and the other girls were not the type to act superior just because they arrived first. After a few days of getting to know each other, they were now able to communicate normally. Among them, Su Yuqing and Lin Xiao got along the best, perhaps because they were close in age and both newcomers, making their interactions less constrained. Their relationship quickly warmed up over the course of a few days, to the point where they would sleep in the same room without any intimacy and chat late into the night. Lin Chen occasionally overheard their conversations, such as, Su Yuqing, Lin Xiao, how old are you this year? Lin Xiao, I just turned 20 last month. Oh, you're older than me. I thought I could be the older sister, but turns out I'm the younger one. Again with a sigh, Su Yuqing glanced at Lin Zhao's chest, then at her own, suddenly feeling more emo. She felt like she had stopped developing. Why hadn't there been any changes for so long? Wasn't it said that being touched by a man frequently would make them grow bigger? Clearly, Lin Chen liked it when she. No, Yuqing, you're the older sister, I'll be the younger one. Seeing Su Yuqing sighing like that, Lin Xiao thought she had upset her and quickly tried to make up for it. Her panicked expression amused Su Yuqing. No need to be so polite, I haven't been here much longer than you. My husband doesn't want us to argue about this, but as long as we get along well in private, calling each other sister and husband won't make him angry. Yes, my husband is a very good person, gentle and kind, a good man. Meeting him is the greatest happiness of my life. Blushing, Lin Xiao said softly, occasionally caressing her smooth belly. Don't get the wrong idea, she wasn't pregnant, just feeling some sensations from the morning exercise she did with Lin Chen not long ago. But she did want to have a child for Lin Chen, believing that the best expression of a woman's love for a man was to bear his offspring. And because of her past suffering, she was confident in being a good mother, ensuring the child would never feel a lack of love. Well, he's gentle enough, but kind? Hiss. Thinking back to when Lin Chen made those people turn on each other ruthlessly, even if she wanted to defend him, Su Yuqing felt that the words kind and him were incompatible. His gentleness was only for those he approved of, everyone else was probably just NPCs in his eyes. However, watching Lin Zhao's happy expression, Su Yuqing couldn't help but be curious about what had happened between her and Lin Chen. After all, since they returned, Lin Xiao had this lovesick look, yet they didn't say much, leaving Su Yuqing feeling uneasy. With her big eyes rolling, Su Yuqing decided to share some of her own experiences first, hoping to draw out some information. This way, if there was something to be said, Lin Xiao would say it, and if there were any sad stories, neither of them would feel awkward. So Su Yuqing nodded and said, "You're right, my husband is truly a good person, back then. Whoa, I'm so sad, if I had known, I wouldn't have gone out with my classmates, I'd rather turn into a zombie like my parents. They've worried about me all their lives, but I haven't made their lives better. There, don't be sad, your parents love you very much, I'm sure they would want you to live happily and safely like you are now." Holding Su Yuqing in her arms, Lin Xiao gently patted her back, and in a hidden glance from Su Yuqing, Lin Zhao's eyes were filled with envy. How nice it would be, she also wanted a pair of parents like this, ordinary, average, but never harsh in their love for their children. Lin Xiao, what about you? Well, it seems that even in the situation where she made herself cry, Su Yuqing did not forget her initial purpose. Me. I'm similar to you. Have your parents turned into zombies too? Blinking her big eyes, Su Yuqing felt a bit embarrassed as she wriggled out of Lin Zhao's embrace and wiped her tears. Not exactly, but my family was also taken care of by my husband. I see. Wait, what do you mean by that? Her brain momentarily malfunctioned. Su Yuqing looked at Lin Zhao's gentle smile in front of her and suddenly felt a chill down her spine for some reason. But obviously, Lin Xiao didn't want to say more. Just before leaving the room, Lin Xiao blinked at Su Yuqing and indulgently said, "Today I'm helping Sister Xian cook, and I'll make your favorite braised prawns. Eat up and cheer up." "Oh, thank you." Watching the closed door, Su Yuqing felt that what she just experienced must have been her imagination. How could such a gentle girl make anyone feel scared? "Honey, your back don't move, there's dirt on your face, let me wipe it off for you." Furrowing his brows, looking at Li Jiasun holding a towel in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Are you Li Jiasun? Or is it Xian pretending to be you? My useless wife Xian is definitely not this gentle." Several question marks appeared above his head. Li Jiasun stepped forward, pressed the towel on Lin Chen's face, rubbed it hard, and mumbled, "How's that, huh? Does your Xian have this much strength?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved Li Jiasun felt. Rarely did she try to be gentle like them, to please him, and he couldn't give a positive response? It's really demotivating. Phew. Alright, you've stuffed it in my mouth, you did well, I'm satisfied, can I pat your head now? Taking the towel from Li Jiasun's hand, Lin Chen rubbed her head like comforting a child. It wasn't that Lin Chen had any issues with Li Jiasun, but mainly because she was so reluctant to come along at first, but then adapted immediately within 2 days and acted like a pampered young lady all the time. This made him feel a bit, well, you know. I've arranged the rooms next door, you can go pick one later, so that 2 or 3 people don't have to squeeze into one bed. With more and more people in the house, his 2 rooms were almost full, so Lin Chen took the opportunity today to tidy up the other 2 rooms on the 16th floor. One of them was originally Xuan's room, so it didn't need much cleaning. The other one was different, as the zombie body killed by Lin Chen was still lying there, now emitting a foul smell and maggots due to the hot weather. After spending a long time cleaning with Xian, they finally managed to get rid of the disgusting smell and turned it into a gym. Now it was time to allocate rooms for the girls. After Lin Chen finished speaking, the girls' eating stopped abruptly, their beautiful eyes met, seemingly engaging in some silent communication. Although the other two rooms were on the same floor and not far apart, they all knew deep down that if given the choice, being closer to Lin Chen would be better. Although Lin Chen himself didn't treat them differently, proximity does leave a stronger impression on him. Not to mention, if there were any dangers, being closer would ensure better protection. So, honey, how about we switch rooms, like tonight it's my turn. Me and Yuqing, let's inconvenience Jiasun and Lin Xiao to stay at my place for one night, and then switch back tomorrow, is that okay? When cleaning earlier, Heox Wangchuan had already prepared her excuse, so naturally, after Lin Chen finished speaking, she voiced her idea. After all, no matter who was sent away, it would affect everyone's mood, so why not just switch, one day for you, one day for me, whoever's turn it is. I see. That works too. Do you have any objections? After some thought, Lin Chen thought Heox Wangchuan's suggestion was good. He would just have to wait for different beauties to come to him every day, rather than going to each room himself, which saved him the trouble. So he looked at the other women and asked, "Do you agree? I think it's fine. Let's go with what Xuanxuan said." "Okay, I'm done eating. I'll go help my husband tidy up the bed." Setting down her chopsticks, Su Yuqing blushed and left first. Although she had experienced this several times before, she still felt embarrassed with someone watching her. What's more, Lin Chen enjoyed listening to her sing, saying her voice was very moving, even better than most celebrity singers. Seeing Su Yuqing hurriedly leave, the other women couldn't help but smile and cover their faces. A young girl was still a young girl, with thin skin. "Alright, it's settled then. You all eat, I'm full too." Watching Su Yuqing's departing figure, Lin Chen glanced at the dishes on the table, deciding which looked more appetizing, he knew. So he wiped his mouth and headed towards the room. TSK. Such a big rogue, it's not even dark yet, and he's already thinking about these things. Poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, Li Jiasun muttered under her breath with a slightly red face. How could anyone eat with all this noise? Having a husband with abundant energy is a good thing. Otherwise, if there are more people in the future, who knows how many days it will take for your turn? Heox Wangchuan didn't see anything wrong with it. She was only afraid that some seductive little demon would completely captivate Lin Chen, causing her to be gradually forgotten. As long as Lin Chen was strong in that aspect, there was no need to worry about this issue. After all, with their current strength, they had no chance against Lin Chen. Late at night, Lin Chen used his blurring ability to slip out of bed. After tucking in his little cat, he came alone to the living room. Even though everything was going smoothly now, and life was vibrant, Lin Chen, looking at the bright moon in the sky, couldn't help but sigh. It's frustrating, my strength is increasing slower and slower. When will I truly become invincible? Clenching his fist, Lin Chen spoke a sentence that would sound like boasting to ordinary survivors but was his true inner thought. In reality, he knew he was still too weak. Although he now possessed several abilities, and his attributes had reached the human limit, Lin Chen knew he still had a long way to go. Not to mention anything else, if he were ambushed, a sniper rifle would be enough to take his life. Besides a sniper rifle, missiles, poison gas, or even nuclear bombs, or other ability users he hadn't encountered yet, could pose a threat to him. Just thinking about it made him feel itchy all over, unable to sleep well at all. Unfortunately, it seemed that his strength had reached a bottleneck now. Despite all these days passing, there hadn't been much progress. He wasn't indulging in beauty and staying in his comfort zone. On the contrary, whenever he had time, he would leave the community to explore outside, without any specific goal, just trying his luck, to see if he could meet any beautiful women to his liking or trigger a few options. But apart from bringing back all sorts of miscellaneous supplies every time, there was no harvest at all. He had encountered many survivors, some seeking help from him, others attempting to rob him. He had faced several waves of over 100 zombies, but none had triggered the option. It seemed that for him now, this level was far below the appearance of the option. So he was in a very awkward situation now, where only triggering the option could make him quickly stronger, but becoming too strong would prevent triggering it. In summary, the stronger the strength, the weaker the strength. So reluctantly, he had started exercising with the women. Although the benefits of the overloaded training every day were minimal, it was still better than nothing. No choice, let's try our luck in the city center tomorrow, where there are more zombies, posing a greater threat to ourselves. The teleportation ability should also be blocked as much as possible, or who knows how many opportunities we might miss. Downing the water in his cup, Lin Chen yawned and prepared to go back to his room to sleep, but at that moment, a piercing scream rang out from outside the window. The scream tore through the night like a thunderbolt, instantly lighting up many floors outside. "Honey, what's happening?" Wrapped in clothes, Hao Xianxian and Su Yuqing walked out of their rooms, obviously awakened by the chilling scream. "I don't know, go back to sleep, I'll handle whatever it is." Shaking his head, Lin Chen pushed the two women back towards the room, but at that moment, his door was knocked on, and through his biological radar ability, he naturally knew who was outside. "Honey, we're so scared. Be good, don't be afraid, I'll protect you both." Seeing the pitiful two women standing at the door, Lin Chen simply pulled them inside, and soon his small room was filled again. But for the women, as long as they were with Lin Chen, even sleeping on the floor was more secure than sleeping in a bed. Early the next morning, the long silent WeChat group exploded again, and it was all because of a picture. The picture was taken by a resident in the community, showing the security door across from their own home. But at this time, the once extremely sturdy iron door was covered with scratches, as if it had been sawed by an electric saw, and a little lower on the door was an irregular hole cut out by something unknown. Through the hole, one could see a female corpse, or rather a pile of female corpses inside the door, as if they had been brutally dismembered by some maniac, scattered all over the floor. Building A, Unit 1002 is starving, seeking help. Damn, someone tell me how the hell this was done, don't tell me it was scratched out by zombies. Building G, Unit 902 lets the world feel the pain. Stop messaging me privately, I really don't know. I heard the screams last night, I didn't dare leave the bedroom, until this morning when I looked through the peephole, I felt sick and vomited. After a long period of consumption, there were even fewer survivors in the community now. Some were bitten to death by zombies when they went out due to extreme hunger, some couldn't bear the mental breakdown and committed suicide, and some had pre-existing illnesses and died without treatment. Those who survived now either successfully went out to find food or had enough remaining supplies at home to endure. As for the WeChat group, no one had spoken for a long time. Even when they saw the pictures Lin Chen posted every day, they would at most curse him in their hearts as a show-off, and then feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. But now, the WeChat group was lively again, with quite a few people speaking up, which in a way also showed how adaptable humans were. However, they were not in the mood for chatting now. Fear enveloped everyone's hearts. For such a long time, the only thing that could comfort them was the sturdy anti-theft door of their own home. As long as they didn't do anything stupid and go out, no matter how the zombies pounded on it, they couldn't break through. They just needed to wait, to see whether rescue or death would arrive first. But now you're telling me that something can destroy the anti-theft door? Even the only place that could guarantee their safety has become unsafe. How could they control their emotions? Honey, how do you see this? Everyone sat around on the sofa, looking at the horrifying corpse in the phone picture. The faces of the women were somewhat pale. Su Yuqing, who had a weaker psychological endurance, even ran to the bathroom to vomit several times, and even Lin Chen couldn't help but frown at the body that had been cut into dozens of pieces. How do I see it? I'm just sitting here watching, wanting to make a joke to lighten the mood, but seeing the worried expressions of the women, Lin Chen silently swallowed the words and then stood up. You all stay at home, lock the door later. I'll go see what's going on. If there's a threat, I'll deal with it as soon as possible. With that, Lin Chen looked out the window, and the next moment, he disappeared from the living room. In a few flashes, he had already reached the bottom of Building G, where he found that the door downstairs also had scratches similar to those in the picture, along with a hole that looked like it had been gouged out. Trouble, looks like it ran out. Opening the door, Lin Chen stepped inside. Although he knew that the thing had probably already left, he decided to first look for clues at the location where the picture was taken. And as he went upstairs, more and more gruesome scenes that had not yet been discovered appeared before him. In the stairwell, the once white walls were now completely covered in blood, as if someone had splashed red paint all over them. And on the stairs were the bodies of several dismembered zombies. Not all buildings were as lucky as Lin Chen's, where all the zombies had been lured out. Many floors actually had wandering zombies, which was why so many survivors would rather starve to death than go out. After all, as soon as you pushed open the door, 4 or 5 zombies would rush at you. Who wouldn't panic? And for survivors who had lived in peace all their lives, where would they find the courage to step out of their homes? But the people in this building should no longer have this concern. All 7 zombies roaming the entire building had been dismembered, without exception. Most of them weren't as fragmented as the female survivor in the photo, but were cut into several pieces. However, Lin Chen believed that this was definitely not something a serial killer or zombies could do. On the 9th floor, looking at the severely damaged door in front of him, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He gathered his strength and kicked it with all his might. With a loud bang, he kicked the iron door open, scaring the survivors inside the building, their faces instantly turning pale as they hurried into the bedrooms, thinking that some unknown monster had appeared again. As Lin Chen stepped through the door, he stood motionless at the entrance, his expression changing rapidly from disgust at the pile of body parts to excitement. Option 1, investigate to find out what happened here, gain the ability weakness perception. Option 2, ignore it, do whatever, stop caring. receive 100 bags of instant noodles, 50 bottles of bottled water, 30 packs of toilet paper, and 10 power banks. Oh my, system, you finally made a move. I missed you so much, I thought you had unbound me. Looking at the familiar choices in front of him, Lin Chen was so moved that he was almost in tears. How many days has it been? You haven't been here for days. Thank you for thinking of the host. Please select an option, of course. Let's go with option 1. What's there to hesitate about? Even a second of hesitation is disrespectful to the supernatural ability. As for instant noodles and water, what junk is this? His storage space is already overflowing with these kinds of things. Alright then, since triggering an option means I won't be sleepy, and I've just arrived and can already trigger an option, what if I find something else that triggers another one? Thinking about deeper matters, Lin Chen suddenly felt a surge of energy, but for now, let's focus on claiming the rewards for this option first. This house has the same layout as his own, just a simple 2-bedroom, 1 master bedroom, 1 guest bedroom, and then the living room, bathroom, and kitchen. The space is not large, and Lin Chen quickly explored it, grabbing things like a desk lamp, power bank, laptop, and refrigerator. Since the original owner is already dead, might as well take what's there. After all, his storage space isn't full yet at this point. Lin Chen already has a rough idea of what's happening, especially since rewards for options triggered without prior notice are usually straightforward. The system seems afraid that if he chooses an option, he won't be able to fulfill it and get the reward. Interesting, knowing that humans can evolve superpowers makes me think other creatures might be able to as well, but I never expected the first one I encountered to be a mutated animal, not a mutated zombie. Rubbing his chin, Lin Chen murmured softly. The side room turned into a cat's den, bags of cat food, scattered and destroyed toys, and scratches on the wall almost identical to the door. Didn't die from hunger or zombies, but was killed by the pet he carefully looked after? So, compared to cats, I still prefer dogs. After receiving a new ability, Lin Chen left without looking back. He needs to find that little kitty that has turned ferocious as soon as possible, and then kill it. Where could it have gone? Searching like this is like finding a needle in a haystack. Hands in his pockets, Lin Chen strolled around the neighborhood as if nothing was amiss. Hearing noises, the zombies hiding in the shadows let out a series of howls and lunged at him from all directions, but he acted as if he didn't see them. It wasn't until the zombies surrounded him that he took a step forward, and in an instant, he disappeared, leaving the zombies raging helplessly in place. Sitting on a ventilation fan on the 3rd floor, Lin Chen looked down at the ground below, now overgrown with weeds, and sighed in resignation. After leaving Building G, he had been searching the neighborhood for almost half an hour, but to no avail. However, this wasn't unexpected, considering it had been a whole night and morning. That mutated cat could have left the neighborhood by now. Nevertheless, not finding it was still very frustrating for Lin Chen. He wasn't particularly interested in that mutated cat, but he was very curious about what option encountering it would trigger. He had a feeling that if he really encountered it, there would definitely be something good. Another 10 minutes of searching, if nothing, then forget it. Not one to be fixated, Lin Chen took out a chopstick from his storage space and casually tossed it. As the chopstick landed on the ground, Lin Chen followed the direction it pointed to, relying on luck. And as he passed by the first building, he looked up and was surprised to find himself back at Building G. Whether it was truly the goddess of luck smiling upon him or not, as he walked out of the building, he unexpectedly collided head-on with a kitty dragging a zombie's thigh. However, the creature before him, rather than a kitty, was more like a little tiger. At this moment, the mutated cat was at least 2 to 3 sizes larger than a normal cat, with bulging muscles visible beneath its fur. 2 sharp fangs protruded from its gaping mouth, with traces of flesh and blood between them, sending shivers down one's spine. Its claws were not visible, seemingly retracted, but Lin Chen, who had witnessed its capabilities, had no doubt about their sharpness. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the mutated cat did not hesitate for a moment, dropping the thigh it had in its mouth and pouncing towards Lin Chen in an instant. Its muscular hind legs provided an unimaginable burst of power, closing a distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. It then leaped high into the air, sharp claws springing out from its paw pads, measuring a full inch in length. The jet-black, razor-sharp claws were capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. The world. Grasping the mutated cat by the neck, Lin Chen decisively used his psychic ability, twisting and breaking all of its limbs, despite its struggles and attempts to bite his arm. Maintaining this action that could easily end its life, Lin Chen spoke with a hint of admiration. "You are truly powerful. Not to mention ordinary survivors, even dozens of zombies or regular ability users wouldn't stand a chance against you. I cannot allow something as strong as you to exist in my territory. So, I'll give you 2 options, either I end your life or you become my obedient pet. Choose." Lin Chen was not insane, nor would he casually converse with an animal. His actions were based on his earlier speculations coming true. Option 1, kill the mutated cat, gaining +3 constitution, +3 speed, +3 strength attributes. Option 2, attempt to tame the mutated cat, making it his pet, gaining the ability Beast Speaker, +3 mental attributes. Although Lin Chen initially intended to kill the mutated cat, he had now changed his mind. Why not turn it into his household guard instead of just disposing of it? Despite easily dispatching it with a few abilities, it didn't mean the mutated cat was weak. On the contrary, it was incredibly strong. Whether in speed, aggression, or resilience, it was a formidable opponent Lin Chen had encountered since the apocalypse began. So, he decided to take a gamble. If successful, he would have a powerful guardian to protect the women in his absence. If he failed, it would only be a minor loss of an insignificant ability. Currently, he was negotiating with the mutated cat, which already possessed considerable intelligence, using his abilities. While it seemed like he was speaking human language, to the mutated cat's ears, it sounded like meow 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 meow. Instantly, the mutated cat froze, even its orange-yellow pupils widening. Despite having intelligence equivalent to a 10-year-old human, it struggled to comprehend why this two-legged creature suddenly spoke their language. Nevertheless, even though it didn't understand, the fact that the other party wanted it to continue being a pet? What a joke! The Beast Clan would never be enslaved. Meow. Meow meow, meow meow meow. Impossible. Foolish human, put down your cat master immediately. With a stern gaze, Lin Chen increased the pressure on its neck, producing a bone-grinding sound. Little one, I don't have time to waste on you. Submission or death. I hope you consider it carefully before answering me. If you behave, I will heal your wounds and ensure you have food and shelter in the future. Isn't that appealing? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the mutated cat hesitated briefly, but stubbornness quickly replaced it. It cried out once more, meow meow meow. Meow meow. You're lying, you humans are all liars. That female two-legged beast used to say the same, but she actually wanted to eat me. Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly, loosening his grip. I'm different, I have so much food that I can't finish it all, and I don't like eating cat meat either. The mutant cat stared at Lin Chen with a mix of belief and doubt, emitting a low growl from its mouth. Seeing this, Lin Chen continued, think about it, follow me, and you won't have to hide from danger everywhere, plus I can help you become stronger. The mutant cat seemed persuaded, the stubbornness in its eyes gradually fading, replaced by a hint of compromise. Unable to resist, it didn't want to give in so easily, but it felt like it would soon meet its fate. It weakly meowed, meow. Alright, I'll trust you for now. Lin Chen smiled, released his grip, and began treating the mutant cat's wounds. He wasn't worried about a sudden change of heart from the other party, he had been cautious, ready to kill the little thing if it showed any hostility. Feeling the warm energy from the wound, the mutant cat's body gradually relaxed, showing no signs of aggression. From today, you'll follow me. I'll give you a name, let's call you Xiao He, Lin Chen said. The mutant cat grumbled discontentedly, meow meow meow. What a terrible name, it sounds awful. Lin Chen chuckled, how about Xiao Hu? The mutant cat shook its head, thinking it was too strong to be named after a mere tiger. Then let's call you Jifeng, hoping you'll act as swiftly as the wind in the future, Lin Chen suggested. Meow, that's acceptable. After some thought, the mutant cat nodded, accepting the name. Once Jifeng's broken bones had almost healed, Lin Chen patted its head and said, let's go, come back with me and let everyone meet our new member. Jifeng obediently followed behind Lin Chen as they headed towards Lin Chen's home. On the way back, Lin Chen didn't use his teleportation ability, intentionally testing Jifeng's strength. He didn't want his first pet to be useless. And was Jifeng useless? The answer was definitely no. Perhaps still feeling resentful, when they encountered zombies along the way, Jifeng dashed towards them before Lin Chen could even give the order. The zombies didn't attack each other, but it was clear that Jifeng, as a mutant creature, was not part of their group. Even brainless, the zombies wouldn't just stand there waiting to be killed. Their resistance wasn't entirely futile, but they were completely defenseless. As Jifeng agilely maneuvered among the zombies, their heads seemed to line up, rolling off one by one, followed by headless bodies collapsing to the ground. 5 zombies, took 2 seconds, the timing had barely begun before it ended. Watching Jifeng squatting and licking its paws on the ground, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel relieved for his decisive actions earlier. Thankfully, he had taken it out in one move, otherwise, letting it scratch him a few times wouldn't have been pleasant. Steel skin? Just a matter of steel hardness. As Lin Chen entered the house with Jifeng, the women who had been waiting were all surprised. Honey, what did you bring back? Looking at Jifeng, resembling a little tiger, Hao Xianxian couldn't help but ask. Meow meow? What is this two-legged beast saying? She's praising how good-looking you are. Lin Chen casually brushed off Jifeng's curious inquiry with a white lie. But to Jifeng's ears, it lifted its spirits a bit. More compliments, Miao likes to hear them. There was no intention to hide anything from the women. Lin Chen briefly introduced Swift, then smiled and said, "That's right, from now on, it will be our pet. I'll name it Swift. It can protect you when I'm not around." However, after Lin Chen finished speaking, the women's faces did not relax. Instead, they turned even paler. They understood that this cat-like creature was the culprit behind the murder case. Protect us? Could it really resist its own instincts? Honey, is this safe? Yes, we wouldn't want to be harmed by bad people only to be eaten by it. Hiding behind Lin Xiao, watching the kitty yawning in Lin Chen's arms, Su Yuqing felt goosebumps rising on her skin. Don't worry, your safety is my top priority, of course. It won't harm you. Or rather, it won't even have the chance to. Glancing at Swift in his arms, Lin Chen could only silently wish it could seize this opportunity. As long as it obediently followed him, not only would it be well fed and cared for, it might even become the king of mutant beasts. But if it caused any trouble, he would have to get rid of it. After all, a mutant cat was far less important to Lin Chen than the safety of the women. Since he dared to bring it back, he naturally had enough confidence. And the source of his confidence was his all-powerful system. The previous option was taming. What does taming mean? Complete obedience is true taming. Therefore, as the system's after-sales service, once the mutant cat reluctantly agreed, its life no longer belonged to it. In simple terms, the system placed hidden restrictions on it. Any malicious thoughts would lead to immediate death. Lin Chen naturally had no intention of telling it about this small matter. It was all up to its fate. Seeing Lin Chen's confident demeanor, the women gradually relaxed, showing an almost indescribable level of trust in his words. Who cares? If the husband says it's fine, then it's fine. They didn't have any abilities themselves, so why worry so much? Everyone gathered around, curiously examining Swift. Initially cautious, Swift gradually relaxed under Lin Chen's reassurance. Honey, is this little one male or female? After staring at Swift for a while, Li Jiasun suddenly asked. She was known as the most unconventional among Lin Chen's wives. While the other women focused on Swift's strength and intelligence, she was fixated on its gender. I don't know, let me check. Holding Swift up high, Lin Chen glanced and said, "It's female." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Jiasun's eyes lit up mischievously, teasing, "Oh, just as I suspected, is this the new little sister you found for us, honey?" With that, she paid no attention to Lin Chen's expression and prepared to run away. Just having some fun, so satisfying. Honey, I'm sorry, please let me down, I feel dizzy, I'm going to throw up. Watching Li Jiasun being spun around in midair by Lin Chen's telekinesis, the women couldn't help but shake their heads helplessly. No wonder the husband bullies you every day, making you talk back until you face some consequences, right? But she was still their good sister, so the women began to plead on Li Jiasun's behalf. However, they knew in their hearts that Lin Chen wasn't really angry, as most of them had seen him truly angry, which was much scarier. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, gently set her down, and flicked her nose, saying, "You're mischievous." Continuing, Lin Chen handed Jifeng to her and said, "Since you want her to be your sister, from now on, Jifeng will be under your care." He said this to deliberately scare Li Jiasun and had no real intention of letting her take care of it. After all, Jifeng's record was a bit too terrifying, and he estimated that it would take at least 10 days to half a month for the women to get used to its presence. But what Lin Chen didn't expect was that faced with his challenge, Li Jiasun actually agreed. Li Jiasun was first stunned, then a confident smile appeared on her face. "No problem, husband, I promise to take good care of it." With that, Li Jiasun carried Jifeng to the bathroom, saying to it as she walked, "Little one, let's go take a bath." Jifeng seemed a bit reluctant, wriggling a few times, but whatever Li Jiasun did, it obediently stayed still. After a while, Li Jiasun brought Jifeng to the living room and showed everyone the result. "Look, what a beautiful little one." As the bloodstains and dust were washed away, Jifeng revealed its original orange fur. Coupled with relaxing its muscles in a safe place, it no longer had the fierce appearance from before, looking indeed much cuter. Cute things are always popular. Seeing the transformed Jifeng, the women's fear of it noticeably decreased, and they all gathered around, petting and feeding it. Jifeng seemed to enjoy the attention and care, squinting its eyes and making a purring sound in its throat. Meow, this is the life of a cat. Watching Jifeng quickly adapt to its new life, Lin Chen suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu. Strange, why did this scene feel so familiar? Husband, what's with that look? I've already apologized, feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze, Li Jiasun grabbed Lin Chen's hand, shaking it playfully. It's nothing. Since you two have a connection, I'll leave it to you to take care of. Shaking his head, considering she was his silly wife after all, Lin Chen decided to save her some face. Okay, I'm not bragging, but I actually have a way with these little animals. Patting his chest, Li Jiasun proudly declared. At that moment, the voice of Hao Shue came from the kitchen. Jiasun, aren't you supposed to be learning to cook? Are you coming or not? Coming. Tonight, everyone will get to see my cooking skills. Xiao Wang, how long can our current food supply last? Jinwan Community, Property Management Office, Manager's Office. At this moment, an ordinary-looking, tall man was slumped in the boss's chair in the office. His big feet in leather boots were casually crossed on the desk in front of him, puffing smoke as he looked at the man standing before him and asked, we currently have 127 bags of various types of bread, 21 cases of 12 bottles of mineral water, and 94 cans of various canned goods. Seemingly well prepared, the man in a manager's uniform had a wry smile on his face as he read out the notes in his hand one by one. From his hesitant tone, it was clear he seemed to fear the man before him. Stop, I'm asking you how long it will last. Where did you get all this nonsense from? Listening to Wang Zihan's incessant chatter, Chen Yu's face showed obvious impatience, then he harshly scolded. Exactly, Xiao Wang, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Gu asked you a question, just answer it, no need for all this gibberish. Chen Gu, don't be angry, don't ruin your health. Wang, hurry up and apologize to Chen Gu. What are you pretending for? As soon as Chen Yu spoke, the two security guards standing behind him, dressed in security uniforms, seized the opportunity and started cursing at Wang Zihang. Instead of stopping them, Chen Yu even smiled, seemingly enjoying being echoed. Bah! A bunch of useless security guards, pretending to be something? I'm a top student. What are you? If it weren't for... With a firm grip on the notebook, Wang Zihang suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the rules. Brother Chen, if we continue to eat based on the current number of people, we can probably last for about 2 months. 2 months? I raided 2 whole supermarkets just to last 2 months? You guys are pigs, eating so much. Brother Chen, it's not that we eat a lot, but with over a dozen mouths to feed 3 meals a day. Wang Zihang explained with a bitter face. Little did he know that after his explanation, Chen Yu exploded. 3 meals a day? You useless bunch rely on me to support you, and you still have the face to demand 3 meals a day? Who gave you the courage to divide it like this? Do you want to die? Gripping the edge of the desk, amidst the terrified expressions of the other 3, Chen Yu effortlessly flipped the solid wooden desk weighing over 200 pounds. The huge desk drew an arc and slammed into the wall behind Wang Zihang, causing a significant impact that even made some wall plaster fall off. Ah! Startled, Wang Zihang knelt on the ground, hands clutching his head, his teeth uncontrollably chattering. Satisfied with the reaction, Chen Yu stood up, walked over to Wang Zihang, grabbed his hair, and lightly slapped him a few times. Xiao Wang, I'm a rough person and not good at management. That's why I left you to handle things for me. But don't you dare take me for a fool. If you touch my things without my permission to play the hero, I'll twist your head off. Do you believe me? I believe. Brother Chen, I was wrong, but it can't all be blamed on me. I've already tried to reduce the distribution of supplies, but they still find it insufficient. With a face showing despair, Wang Zihang indicated that it wasn't his idea, he was forced into it. He didn't mention how he used food to win people's hearts and secretly developed his own team. He completely distanced himself from it. Not enough? Go gather the remaining people, I want to see who thinks it's not enough. With a fierce smile on his face, Chen Yu dragged Wang Zihang up and pushed him out the door. Soon, the remaining dozen or so people in the community management office were gathered by Wang Zihang, each with a puzzled look, seemingly unaware of what had happened. As a relatively large community, the Jinwan district naturally had a considerable number of property management personnel. Even though some had died, there were still 17 people left. They had various professions, including maintenance workers, sanitation staff, customer service, finance, and a few department heads. Seeing the overturned wooden table on the ground and the somewhat pale-faced Wang Zihang, everyone remained silent, not wanting to be the first to speak out. With a gloomy gaze sweeping over them, Chen Yu calmly said, I had Xiao Wang call you here for one thing only. Starting today, each person will only receive a bottle of water, a bag of bread, and 1 snack per day. Any questions? Of course, there were questions. Upon hearing that Wang Zihang intended to withhold their food, the crowd immediately began to discuss, clearly reluctant to accept it. Observing their expressions silently, Chen Yu grinned and said, if you have any questions, speak up. After a moment of silence, a man with a somewhat Mediterranean look stepped forward, wearing a badge on his chest that read Security Supervisor. Xiao Chun, what you're doing is a bit unkind. We follow your lead because you have the ability to feed us all. But if you act like this, we will lose trust in you. Once trust is lost, it's hard to lead this group. The Mediterranean man patted Chun Yu's shoulder and spoke with a serious tone, hinting at a subtle threat in his words. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu remained expressionless. He glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, blew a smoke ring towards the man's face, and coldly said, "Who the hell are you to call me Xiao Chun? Before the apocalypse, you were the supervisor, and I was just a lowly security guard. It was fine for you to call me Xiao Chun, but now, it's the end of the world, and I'm a damn supernatural being. You still call me Xiao Chun, still treat me as a security guard. Do you not know how to spell death?" A sly smile appeared on his face. Chen Yu, who had planned to make an example, didn't need to bother anymore. The chicken had come to him. Grabbing the Mediterranean man's wrist, Chen Yu took a deep drag of his cigarette, then forcefully twisted it outward. With a crisp snap, the Mediterranean man's arm immediately bent at an impossible angle, as if even the bones were slightly protruding. The Mediterranean man let out a pig-like scream, cold sweat instantly drenching his forehead as he writhed in pain on the ground, clutching his arm. The surrounding people were shocked into silence by this sudden turn of events, none daring to speak. Chen Yu coldly watched the Mediterranean man writhing on the ground, flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, and stomped it out with his foot. "From now on, show me some respect, or this will be your fate. Understand?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in fear, clearly shaken. "Xiao Lu, Xiao Sun, get this guy out of here, he's annoying." With a glance at the Mediterranean man almost fainting from pain on the ground, Chen Yu waved his hand, pronouncing his sentence. The two security guards who had already become his followers immediately lifted him up, one on each side, and dragged him away amidst the terrified expressions of the others. "All right, everyone get back to work. Keep an eye on all the exits for me. If anything gets in, it's on me, but you might not be so lucky." Everyone obediently left, but just then, Chen Yu suddenly spoke again. "Wait, Xiao Zhou, you stay. I have something to tell you." At his words, a woman with some charm in her appearance stiffened, then stopped in her tracks. 10 minutes later, Xiao Zhou, looking a bit disheveled, pushed the door open and ran out, carrying some food and water in her hands. "Just 10 minutes, Chenggu can't wait." "Shut up, keep your voice down. If he hears you, you won't have it easy." Nodding, Sun Jiannan fell silent, standing beside Lu Yang as he knocked on the door. "Chenggu, we're back. Come in." Pushing the door open, they saw the table that had been knocked over was mysteriously back in place. Chen Yu was smoking and staring at the table absent-mindedly, as if in a moment of contemplation. But soon, he snapped out of it and asked coldly, "How did it go?" "He's dead. Old Sun and I saw him being overwhelmed by zombies, a pitiful sight." As Lu Yang spoke, he even demonstrated the ugly appearance of the Mediterranean man before his death in vivid detail. "Very good. Let him, who always scolded us for no reason, think he was something as a damn security supervisor." Clutching his fist tightly, Chen Yu felt like he held the whole world in his hands. After the initial fear of the early days of the apocalypse, he had completely fallen in love with this new world. Because he was different from ordinary people, he was an extraordinary person with supernatural abilities, chosen by fate. Those who used to look down on him, now had to kneel before him obediently. Whether it was the Mediterranean supervisor or the customer service representative Xiao Zhou, their fates were in his hands. He could decide whether they lived or died. The pleasure of wielding the power of life and death like an emperor had completely engulfed Chen Yu's heart. Previously, he might have thought about protecting the surviving humans as much as possible, waiting for government rescue to earn some credit and maybe even a position. But now, he no longer cared about that. Rather than being a small figure in a big operation, he would use his current power to do as he pleased, without caring about others' opinions. Not to mention the so-called rescue efforts, it had been half a month with no sign of them. Anyone who still believed in them was simply a fool. He wanted to be the ruler of this community, starting from this neighborhood. Ding ding, his phone vibrated, and Chen Yu picked it up to see a picture in the WeChat group. The image showed a warm family scene with an abundance of extravagant dishes on the table. The caption read, "Building C, apartment 1601, under the night sky as dark as ink, a simple meal today, tasting the cooking of my second wife. Chow. This BYD is here again, who is he trying to disgust every day?" Looking at the photo, Sun Jiannan felt extremely sour. If thoughts could kill, Lin Chen would have been torn to pieces long ago. Humph. Almost forgot about this guy, living happily, huh? Seeing the delicate faces of the women in the photo and recalling Xiao Zhou from earlier, Chen Yu, who had been quite satisfied, suddenly felt a huge sense of disparity. Something was off, very off. As fellow supernatural beings, why was the other party eating so well while he could only have some stale bread? Was that fair? He used to ignore him, but now he couldn't help but feel irritated. A storage ability? Perfect for turning himself into a granary. With thoughts racing, Chen Yu looked up and said with a smile, envious? Want to share? Chen Gu, what do you mean? Share what? Sun Jiannan, a bit slow on the uptake, hadn't realized yet, but Liu Yang had already understood Chen Yu's intention. He wanted to take action against that guy. Chen Gu, if you want to do it, go ahead, we brothers will support you. And not to mention, only someone as powerful as Chen Gu deserves to be surrounded by so many beautiful women. That guy shows off with his possessions every day. I've been fed up with him for a long time. He deserves a good lesson. You're right. Laughing heartily, Chen Yu stood up from his chair proudly. In this world, the strong are respected. No matter how many possessions one has, they are just wedding clothes for others. There's a saying, right? Stockpile guns while your neighbor stockpiles food. If the neighbor is my granary, let's go, let's pay this neighbor a visit. Chen Gu, you're truly amazing, just like those superheroes in the movies. What's it called? Failman? I'm not sure if that's appropriate to say. What you're referring to is Spider-Man. With Chen Ji's strength, he's not just a superhero, he's more like the Hulk. Wearing protective gear, holding a riot shield and a baton, Sun Jiannan and Liu Yang watched Chen Yu's back as he killed zombies as easily as chickens. They were filled with excitement. So powerful. Was this the strength of a supernatural being? He was more like a monster. Chen Yu, as one of the lucky awakened with supernatural abilities among humans, had a very simple ability, immense strength. There were no fancy mechanisms, just pure brute force. He had experimented and, with his current strength, could even lift a car and throw it several meters away. With such terrifying power, as he swung the iron rod in his hand, the zombies practically died upon impact. By the time he reached the bottom of the Lin Chen building, the dozen or so zombies he encountered along the way didn't even make him break a sweat. Chen Gu, the door is locked. Sun Jiannan pushed the door hard and shook his head at Chen Yu. Chen Yu frowned, said nothing, walked to the door, took a deep breath, and kicked it hard. With a loud bang, the seemingly sturdy door was instantly kicked open, the door hinge broke, and even the debris behind the door was pushed aside by the impact force, wood chips flying. Trying to block the door, but it's all in vain. Thinking the obstruction at the door was Lin Chen's doing, Chen Yu sneered, stepped in first, and his two younger brothers quickly followed. As they ascended the stairs, the corridor was eerily quiet, as if the building had turned into an empty shell. And indeed, apart from Lin Chen and his group, there were no survivors left in the building. Just a few days ago, unable to resist, they went upstairs together, wanting to ask Lin Chen for some food, and then, there was no then. Lin Chen had said that only those standing in front of him deserved to be killed by him. That's what he said, and that's what he did. Since they had chosen this path, no matter what the outcome, they shouldn't blame others. Meow, so tired, a cat? Reaching the 7th floor, Chen Yu and the others couldn't help but show a curious expression as they watched the lazy orange cat coming down the stairs. Strange, whose pet is this? It's still alive, and quite plump. Chen Gu, shall we catch it and take it back to eat? After all, it had been a while since they had tasted meat, and seeing the well-fed cat in front of them, Sun Jiannan even drooled a bit. Alright, go catch it. Drip drip dash, the sound of water droplets hitting the ground. Chen Gu, help me. Sun Jiannan covered his neck with both hands, as if he wanted to say something more, but his whole body swayed, as if he were drunk. Stepping back unsteadily, with one step into nothingness, he tumbled down the stairs. Then in the horrified gaze of Chen Yu and Liu Yang, a headless operation unfolded. Lao Sun. Watching the headless body at the foot of the stairs, Liu Yang couldn't suppress a terrified scream and turned to run. Swish dash, a dark shadow flashed by, and the next moment, Liu Yang's terrified expression froze on his face. The headless body ran a few more steps due to inertia before falling to the ground. Meow meow meow, one left, now we can play slowly. What kind of monster is this? Seeing the completely transformed Jifeng in front of him, muscles bulging, Chen Yu raised the iron rod in his hand and struck without hesitation. Bang! The iron rod hit the cement floor, leaving a sizable dent, with debris flying. Letting out a scream, Chen Yu's right knee involuntarily bent down, and half of his body knelt on the ground. On his right thigh, 3 deep claw marks were visible, blood flowing incessantly, staining his blue pants a deep red. Jifeng leaped lightly, its sharp claws instantly slashing across Chen Yu's arm, blood gushing out, causing Chen Yu pain, and the iron rod in his hand fell. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Chen Yu, enduring the intense pain, lunged at Jifeng in front of him, clenched his fist tightly, and struck down with all his might. Thud! With a loud bang that seemed to shake the entire building, Lin Chen's fist smashed into the cement floor, creating a 1-meter diameter crack. However, the swift wind had already moved behind him, leaving several bloody marks on his back. Honey, aren't you eating? Yeah, Jifeng's movements have slowed down a bit. I'll go check out the situation. Waving his hand, Lin Chen signaled to the women not to worry about him and to eat and drink. He then opened the door and went outside. Following the trail of blood on the ground, Lin Chen quickly found Chen Yu on the third floor, barely clinging to life, and Jifeng, who was like a cat playing with a mouse, occasionally leaving a wound on his body. Chen Yu was now in a pitiful state, covered in numerous wounds, some just skin-deep scratches, while others revealed white bones underneath. His survival until now was solely due to the powers he had acquired, which not only increased his strength but also enhanced his physique. However, he was now running out of breath, barely reacting even when Jifeng scratched him. I thought you were in some trouble. Why all this bloodshed? Meow. Meow meow. Serves them right, they said they wanted to eat me. Oh, I see now. That explains it. Nodding, Lin Chen didn't say much more, letting Jifeng go home to clean up while he stayed behind to dispose of the bodies to prevent them from decaying and smelling. Previously, Jifeng had almost been eaten by its original owner. Although it had escaped due to becoming a mutated creature, the incident had clearly caused significant psychological trauma, hence its current behavior. Cough, help me. Grabbing Chen Yu's shoulder, Lin Chen was about to throw him out when he weakly pleaded for help. Save me, please. Option 1, repay kindness with kindness, help Chen Yu, gain +5 strength attribute. Option 2, root out the problem, kill Chen Yu, gain +5 physique attribute. Seeing the options in front of him, Lin Chen paused, a question mark appearing in his mind. Just one person triggering options? Looking at the half-dead Chen Yu in his hands, Lin Chen, who was unaware that the other party was also a powerful supernatural being, was clearly puzzled. However, he didn't care much about it. A reward was a reward. I choose option 2. Making his choice, Lin Chen twisted Chen Yu's neck and then threw him out of the window. The passing zombies would naturally clean up the mess. As for Chen Yu, Lin Chen had no interest in investigating further. Since the option indicated that he held a grudge against him, killing him was definitely not a problem. In comparison, another event that happened today was more important to him. That was the power outage. Without any warning, Lin Chen and the others, who were happily watching TV in the living room, were suddenly plunged into darkness. After a brief moment of surprise, they quickly understood what had happened. Honey, the power's out. Getting up, Hao Xian went to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked outside, only to see the entire neighborhood shrouded in darkness. Even the distant areas were engulfed in blackness, indicating that it wasn't just their area experiencing a power outage. Fortunately, the moon in the sky provided enough light, so they could still see. In the next moment, the lights in Lin Chen's living room came back on, the sudden brightness causing the women to instinctively shield their eyes. Darlings, move around, go place these lamps around. Taking out several fully charged table lamps from the storage space, Lin Chen distributed them to everyone. He knew the power outage was coming, so he had already charged countless power banks and appliances in advance to prevent any sudden power cuts that could disrupt his life. As the women arranged the table lamps around, the fear that had engulfed them in darkness just moments ago subsided significantly. Honey, the power's out. Will the water stop soon too? Looking up, Su Yuqing leaned curiously against Lin Chen's chest and asked. Yes, and it won't be long before even the internet crashes. By then, we might truly regress from the electrical age. But don't worry, we have enough supplies for decades, and we can generate electricity with a generator. I've already prepared everything in advance, so rest assured, Lin Chen reassured. Taking it all in stride, Lin Chen took out a large-screen laptop and prepared to finish watching the movie he had paused earlier. Hearing his words, the women nodded calmly, sitting back down, each appearing more composed than the other. However, they truly weren't worried, especially since their husbands said everything was fine. After spending so much time together, Lin Chen had almost become synonymous with a certain blue chubby robot in their hearts, capable of anything. Just as agreed at the beginning, all they needed to do was obey, without worrying about survival. So, they continued watching the zombie-themed movie playing, which surprisingly had a unique charm in the current environment. System upgrading. Upgrade successful. Loading. Loading complete. Divine Choice System 2. 0 version at your service. For more functions, please check on your own. Honey, what's wrong? Blanket. Concealing his delighted expression, Lin Chen bent down and kissed Lin Zhao's forehead, saying, Sorry for waking you up. It's still early, and you were up late yesterday. Go back to sleep. Nodding, Lin Zhao lightly touched her lips with her fingers, half asleep. Is there still a goodnight kiss? Glancing at the gradually brightening sky outside and then at the expectant Lin Zhao, Lin Chen smiled and gently kissed her lips, whispering, Good night, my little darling. Seeing Lin Zhao contentedly closing her eyes, Lin Chen silently shifted his gaze to another person and slowly approached. What's this guy doing so early in the morning? Is he going to? Should I refuse? Or should I refuse? Or refuse? But if I refuse, will he punish me more severely? He's getting closer. Watching Lin Chen getting closer to her face, Li Jiasun, who had been sneakily observing, quickly shut her eyes tightly, afraid of being caught. But as she felt the man's breath nearing, her heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. Just as she thought she was about to be kissed, she suddenly felt her nose being pinched. What are you doing? Pushing away Lin Chen's hand pinching her nose, Li Jiasun glared at him with a fierce look, almost wanting to bite him. But because Lin Xiao seemed to have fallen back asleep next to her, she tried to keep her voice down. What are you doing? Can't you just behave and let people sleep in peace in the early morning? Looking innocent, Lin Chen smiled and leaned in to give her a kiss. Go to sleep, and next time, no more peeking. Realizing her little action had been discovered, Li Jiasun pulled the blanket over her head, muttering in a muffled voice, "Who's peeking? I'll sue you for defamation." With a helpless smile, Lin Chen didn't dare to tease further, afraid of getting carried away. He swiftly got off the bed and made his way to the living room alone. It was still early, only 5 o'clock, and none of the women were up yet, but he clearly couldn't sleep. Meow, is it mealtime? No, you go back to sleep too. Feeling a vibration on the sofa, Jifeng immediately opened his eyes warily. Seeing Lin Chen, he lazily lay back down, curling up into a ball. Taking a sip of water to calm his excited heart, Lin Chen silently summoned the system in his mind. System, you've been updated? What's new? Yes, host. In order to better assist the host in surviving, the system has automatically updated to version 2.0. The update includes daily options, weekly check-in, challenge, and system store. The next moment, a blue light screen unfolded before Lin Chen's eyes. Unlike the usual attribute panel, there were 4 additional checkboxes on the right, clearly the result of the update. What are these functions for? Give me an introduction. Too lazy to explore on his own, since his system could speak anyway, he directly asked for help. The system was straightforward in its explanation. Daily options refreshes automatically at 5 a.m. With a choice for the host to implement, weekly check-in refreshes every Monday at midnight, granting a random mysterious reward. Challenge randomly searches for factors that may pose a threat to the host. Eliminating threats successfully earns point rewards. System store refreshes irregularly, allowing the host to exchange freely with points. Quickly understanding it all, Lin Chen disregarded the challenge and store functions, triggering the daily options and weekly check-in without hesitation. Compared to rewards that required effort, he preferred these effortless benefits. Drawing complete. Obtained basic strengthening potion X10, options generated. Generation complete. Option 1, rescue Lolita, go to room 902, building A, Jinwan District, Tianhai City, to receive a Lolita, 10 pounds of candy, 10 boxes of milk. Option 2, rescue mature woman, go to box 301, 3rd floor, Qiming Restaurant, Tianhai City, to receive a mature woman, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 boxes of red wine. System, are these options serious? Looking at the somewhat unusual options before him, Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't quite tell if the system was joking with him. Lolita? Mature woman? What was going on? Naturally serious, or rather, it depends on the host's wishes. The generation of options is determined by the host's thoughts, meaning your subconscious desires more female companions. Stop right there. Don't you accuse me. Blushing, Lin Chen quickly cut off the system's speech. What did it mean by wanting more female companions? It was all nonsense. However, is one of them really in this neighborhood? If it requires rescue, it's probably due to food shortage. I might as well go take a look. Rubbing his chin, Lin Chen chose option 1. He didn't particularly like Lolitas, but it was closer and more convenient. As for the so-called Qiming Restaurant, it was a high-end restaurant in Tianhai City, located in the city center, which would be quite a hassle to visit. So for now, Lin Chen decided to focus on the Lolita rescue first and see what level she was before considering whether to save the mature woman. If it really fits his aesthetic, even without a reward, he would be willing to make the trip, and maybe scavenge some supplies along the way. With his decision made, Lin Chen didn't rush to leave but instead summoned a test tube from his storage space containing blue liquid. Primary enhancement potion can increase each of the 4 attributes by 3 points, limited to 1 dose. Just this little thing can make me stronger? TSK. Indeed, the rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutations, but luckily I have both. Looking at this obviously high-tech medicine in his hand, Lin Chen opened the lid and sniffed it, finding no unpleasant smell. Then he tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Smacking his lips, he tasted a hint of sweetness, feeling like a cheap drink. But the effect was quite evident. Soon after drinking it, Lin Chen felt a warm sensation in his lower abdomen, as if he had applied a hot water bottle. As the feeling subsided, Lin Chen discovered that his attributes had indeed increased by 3 points each. Good stuff, this is almost as good as triggering 2 options. It's a pity it's only 1 bottle, otherwise, with 10 bottles down the hatch, each adding 30 points to attributes, I'd easily be 2 to 3 times stronger. Feeling the pleasure of his strengthened body, Lin Chen felt a slight regret but quickly adjusted his mindset. Since there are primary potions, there must be intermediate and advanced ones too, which he could enjoy sooner or later. Besides, attributes are relatively easy for him to obtain, usually coming as rewards with various options, so he didn't need to pursue them excessively. In comparison, these potions would be much more useful for Hao Shui and the others. After all, his several beautiful wives, each stunning in their own right, seemed to lack any talent. Not to mention awakening abilities, even just exercising seemed sporadic for them. Although Lin Chen was confident in protecting all of them, he would be pleased if they had some self-defense capabilities. These few bottles of potions could help them undergo a simple transformation, adding 3 points to their attributes, giving them at least 7 to 8 points each. Don't underestimate these extra points, considering an average adult male is around 5, just by drinking it, they could instantly possess physical qualities similar to a typical athlete, which would suffice before more mutant zombies and animals appeared. Placing the 4 potions on the table, Lin Chen wrote a brief note, which Hao Shui would see when she woke up to make breakfast and naturally distribute them. Meanwhile, Lin Chen planned to take this time to visit Building A, Room 902, curious about entities that could be used as options by the system. Gurgle, I'm so hungry. Damn old man, if you don't come to rescue me soon, your lovely daughter will die here. In the bedroom, on the excessively decorated pink princess bed with dolls, lay a very delicate young girl. Her porcelain-like fair skin, under the faint light filtering through the pink canopy, exuded a soft glow. Her black curly hair, resembling seaweed, scattered casually on the pillow, with a few playful strands sticking to her smooth forehead. Below her petite and straight nose was a cherry-like pink and slightly pouting mouth, appearing particularly delicate and pitiful due to hunger. Her once plump cheeks, slightly hollowed due to prolonged malnutrition, still couldn't hide her innate sweetness and cuteness. The pink lace nightgown she wore wrinkled slightly as she tossed and turned in hunger, adding a touch of endearing charm to her appearance. The girl's name is Tanghua, an 18-year-old legal loli, a second-dimensional otaku, an internet-addicted girl, and also the apple of the eye of Tang Qiming, the famous chairman of the Tang Group in Tianhai City. As Tang Qiming's youngest and only daughter, she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, accustomed to getting whatever she wanted. Due to being pampered, she developed a proud and arrogant personality. After a quarrel with her father over a blind date, she moved out in a fit of anger. With her pocket money, she easily bought a house in Jinwan district, thinking she would return home after a few days once her father apologized. However, to her surprise, a sudden apocalypse broke out. Despite sending numerous distress messages to her father, all her pleas fell on deaf ears. She dared not dwell on despair and convinced herself that her father was currently unavailable but would send bodyguards to rescue her once he stabilized. Being an otaku, she had stocked up on food and water in advance, which now proved to be invaluable. While other survivors struggled with hunger, she lived a relatively comfortable life. Her days were spent watching anime, playing games, or eating and sleeping, drifting aimlessly until today. Now, she could no longer afford to be idle. After nearly half a month, her food supplies were running dangerously low due to insufficient replenishment. What made her even more desperate was the power outage last night, depriving her of even the solace of gaming. She found herself lying in bed like a dead fish, silently awaiting rescue. Despite her unwavering faith in her father's capabilities, she began to feel a sense of hopelessness. Perhaps, rescue would not come, or if it did, she might not survive until then. Just as she was on the verge of tears, a knock on the door startled her. Tanghua jolted upright from the bed, her beautiful eyes fixed on the door, and then, knock, knock, knock. It was not her imagination, someone was indeed knocking on the door. The rhythmic sound assured her that it was not a zombie. However, despite knowing that it was not a zombie outside, Tanghua remained vigilant, realizing that dealing with humans could be even more troublesome. Is it my father sending someone to rescue me? Cautiously getting off the bed, Tanghua picked up a mop handle prepared by the bedside and tiptoed towards the door. Without confirming whether the person outside was a friend or foe, she dared not open the door and decided to peek through the peephole first. But just as she crouched down and reached the door, a man's voice suddenly came from outside. Open the door, I'm here to bring warmth. Her body tensed up. For some reason, upon hearing this voice, Tanghua was certain that the person outside was not a good Samaritan. Without any evidence, she had a subconscious feeling that opening the door would lead to something she would regret. Holding her breath, Tanghua decided to ignore the man outside and wait for him to leave on his own. You, who are you? Since she had been discovered, Tang Guo no longer remained silent and mustered the courage to ask through the door. "My name is Lin Chen, and I'm here specifically to rescue you." "Rescue me?" A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes as Tang Guo hurriedly asked, "Did my father send you?" "No, but I am indeed here for you. It's inconvenient to communicate through this closed door. How about you open it for me?" The joy in her eyes faded in an instant as Tang Guo made up her mind. She was sure there was a big pervert outside the door. Irritated, she shouted, "I'll kick your ass. Do you think I'm a child? Let me tell you, get out of here right now, or there will be consequences." Lin Chen outside fell silent for a moment, then a light chuckle followed. "Little girl, you have quite the temper, but I mean no harm. It's dangerous everywhere now. How long do you think you can hold out alone in there?" Tang Guo bit her lip and replied loudly, "I don't need you to worry about me, just get lost, idiot." However, deep down, she was also starting to worry because she dared not leave the room. With food and water running low, she wouldn't last much longer. It's not nice to curse, a good child shouldn't do that. "If you don't open the door soon, I'll come in myself." "Ha, if you dare, come in. If you can really come in, I'll," she sneered, crossing her arms, her face full of disdain. After the initial panic, she was starting to calm down now. What was there to be afraid of? As long as she didn't open the door, what could the other person do? "Don't come any closer, you ghost." Clutching the mop handle tightly, Tang Guo's face turned pale as she watched Lin Chen, who seemed like a ghost, enter from outside the door. Instinctively stepping back, she lost her balance and plopped down on the floor. Pink bear. Glancing briefly, Lin Chen averted his gaze, his expression unchanged. He liked all kinds of girls, but he had no interest in children. Yes, due to the misleading title and Tang Guo's height of less than 1.6 meters, Lin Chen really mistook her for a child at this moment, so naturally, no strange thoughts crossed his mind. "Ah, pervert. Deviant." Not bothering about her flipped-up nightgown, Tang Guo forcefully threw the mop handle at Lin Chen and then turned and scrambled towards the bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door was slammed shut, and Tang Guo quickly locked it, then dragged a nearby gaming chair over to block the door, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Little girl, why is the bedroom so messy? Can't you throw away the empty instant noodle boxes?" As if her body had rusted, Tang Guo stiffly turned around to see Lin Chen casually sitting on her princess bed, curiously playing with her expensive dolls. Wanting to escape by opening the door, Tang Guo was horrified to find that she couldn't move, as if something was pulling her back, making her retreat. "Don't be afraid, little girl, I'm really not a bad person." Lin Chen looked at Tang Guo's frightened expression and sighed helplessly. Rarely wanting to be a good person, why was she so wary of him, hurting her family's feelings? Tang Guo was forced to sit next to Lin Chen, her voice trembling as she said, "What do you want? I advise you not to act rashly, or when my father comes, you're done for." You really are a child, thinking of calling your father when things go wrong, how cute." Chuckling lightly, faced with such a delicate little girl, Lin Chen also felt playful for a moment, deliberately saying, "Your father? Who's your father? Tell me, can you scare me? Is it Li Gang?" "I'll Li your damn, this Mrs. Father is Tang Qiming, the chairman of the Tang Group." "Scared now? Hurry up and get out, or else." Suddenly pushed down, Tang Guo found herself lying on Lin Chen's thigh, her eyes widening. Just as she was about to say something, she felt a sharp pain in her buttocks. At the same time, the room echoed with that crisp sound. Her face instantly turned bright red, a mix of embarrassment and mostly anger. Who did they think she was? She was the noble daughter of the Tang family group. How dare anyone disrespect her? She had grown up without even her father daring to lay a hand on her. But now she had been groped by such a lecherous man, it was a huge disgrace. You. How dare you spank this lady's bottom? You're dead, truly dead, not even Jesus can save you now." Ignoring Tang Guo's feeble struggles, Lin Chen delivered another slap to her bottom. "Tang Qiming? I don't know him, but I guess as a father, he didn't educate you well. Otherwise, how could a little girl like you speak so rudely? Come on, apologize quickly, and after that, Big Brother will give you a lollipop to eat." Seeing the lollipop swaying in front of her, Tang Guo's pupils dilated for a moment. She felt that all the humiliation she had ever experienced in her life probably happened today. You see, in her life, she hated two things the most: someone pulling out her internet cable while she was gaming, and being treated like a child. Damn it, you're the child here, your whole family is a bunch of children, go eat your lollipop yourself. Good, feisty, I love your stubborn little girl personality the most, don't give up easily now. With an evil smile, Lin Chen rubbed his hands and took a deep breath. What are you going to do? No, stop. What? You're telling me not to stop? Have some backbone, I'll indulge you. Phew, that felt good, naughty kids need to be disciplined like this. Exhaling a breath of air, Lin Chen shook his slightly numb hand from the spanking, feeling like he had been uplifted. Unlike typical physical violence, his actions were not meant to be violent but rather carried an educational message. It was all to help a child who had gone astray find the right path. It was reasonable and commendable. After all, as the saying goes, the light of righteousness shines on the buttocks. Smack! Ah, look at that, such perfect coordination. However, Lin Chen also intended to stop now, as even if he held back his strength, continuing like this would surely leave the other person's bottom in a sorry state. If getting a sweet date was as easy as getting a slap, Tang Guo would probably end up with cavities after eating them all. Little girl, do you realize your mistake? As long as you soften up, Big Brother won't hit you anymore, and he'll even take you to eat and drink well, and your little bottom won't hurt anymore like the big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. Lin Chen stroked the unbelievably soft hair of the other person while enticing her. But at this moment, Tang Guo, lying on Lin Chen's lap, couldn't hear what he was saying at all. Her face was so red it was frightening, almost as if blood would drip out. Her eyes seemed dazed and confused, as if she had been stunned. For the first time in her life, she, who had grown up so far, was being spanked, initially feeling pain and embarrassment. She even wished she could drown the strange man in front of her in the river. But as the spanking continued, she suddenly felt something change. Her bottom didn't hurt as much, instead, it felt warm, tingly, and even a little pleasurable. Upon realizing this strange sensation, Tang Guo was startled, even suspecting if the other person had secretly drugged her. And after the other person stopped, this feeling not only didn't fade away but intensified. What did he say just now? Not hitting anymore? Humph. Even if he stops now, don't expect this lady to forgive you, but worthless. Ha? What did you say? The smile on his lips froze on his face. Lin Chen even doubted if he had misheard. I said you're worthless. Tang Guo shouted loudly, as if trying to vent out the complex and inexpressible emotions in her heart. TSK tisk tisk, growing up only knowing how to bully girls, do you think you're so great? Really? And with your weak and feeble slaps, I can't even feel a thing, I'm almost falling asleep, are you even trying? A rebellious smile appeared on her face as Tang Guo provocatively glanced at Lin Chen, showing no sign of remorse but rather happily swinging her legs. Her neatly trimmed toenails brushed across Lin Chen's chin, it was outrageously bold. Grabbing her mischievous little foot, Lin Chen's expression instantly darkened, his once gentle eyes turning increasingly dangerous. Little girl, know your place. As a man, he detested being told he couldn't do something, in any aspect. Tang Guo defiantly raised her head, her determined expression resembling that of a captured female general by the enemy, exuding a heroic and unyielding spirit. Locking eyes with Lin Chen, Tang Guo pouted, then, sticking out her tongue, Tang Guo made a cute, no, a wicked face, even spitting on Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's patience was finally worn thin by Tang Guo. He raised his hand again and struck heavily. Fine, you're tough, huh? Then you can forget about your little butt today. Smack! A crisp sound rang out once more. Tang Guo's body trembled, unable to hold back a cry. Ah, that hurts. Yet, there was a strange sensation spreading in her heart, a mix of pain and an indescribable stimulating pleasure. Suppressing any odd expression, she continued to defiantly shout, you dare. Give me another one if you can. Do you know who my father is? Do you know who I am? I am the noble Miss Tang from the Tang family. Can trash like you touch my butt? With that, she gritted her teeth and began to enjoy the increasingly intense beating. While striking, Lin Chen remarked, who cares who your father is? What, miss? Do you think you're in a TV drama? Unfortunately for you, this isn't a wealthy family romance drama, it's a zombie disaster movie. Arrogant folks like you need a good lesson. Swallowing hard, Lin Chen couldn't help but admit to a strange feeling welling up inside him. Listening to her arrogant words, he felt an exhilarating rush with each slap, each one elevating the pleasure in his heart. In fact, he almost wished she wouldn't admit her mistake, or else he wouldn't get to spank such a perfect little butt, soft and elastic. The sensation was simply amazing. Lin Chen's slaps kept coming down, Tang Guo's cries growing louder, yet the strange pleasure in her heart only intensified. Humph, you jerk, one day I'll make you pay. Don't let me find an opportunity, or I'll hang you up and whip you. Tang Guo continued to talk tough, but inside she was screaming, ah, Tang Guo, what are you thinking? Isn't this going on forever? You are the noble Miss Tang, how can you succumb to this sinful pleasure? Resist. Use your strong will to resist. Lin Chen was panting heavily from the exertion, but his hands showed no sign of stopping. Still tough, let's see how long you can hold on. After all, he had been controlling his strength, maintaining a level that caused pain but didn't harm her too much. After a while, even Lin Chen felt a bit weary, but just as he raised his hand high, ready to apply a bit more force, he suddenly stopped. It's not about feeling sorry, but Hey, did you just laugh? Ha! I don't understand what you're talking about. How could I, miss, be laughing? Do you think I'm a masochist? I really can't understand you men, quite amusing. If you can't take it anymore, just say so. If you're tired of fighting, I'll just tease you a bit. What's the big deal? Ah, don't pull my hair. Grabbing Tang was seaweed-like flowing hair, Lin Chen carefully observed her abnormally flushed face and those moist eyes that he was quite familiar with. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt like he had been shocked, and he threw Tang Guo back onto the bed as if he had touched something dirty. Ouch! My butt, jerk, I'll fight you. In the moment Lin Chen threw her up, Tang Guo had a bad feeling. Sure enough, when she landed heavily on the bed, the sharp pain in her but made her scream out loud. Even though her mattress was of the most luxurious brand, incredibly soft, her abused little butt couldn't withstand any more stimulation. Enduring the pain, Tang Guo got up and grabbed whatever was next to her, throwing them at Lin Chen. Pillows, custom dolls, cosmetics all turned into her most advantageous weapons at that moment. However, Lin Chen didn't even bother to dodge, crossing his arms and activating his phasing ability, silently watching her tantrum. His mental attribute had now reached an astonishing 21 points, more than twice the human limit. Like before, when using his phasing ability consumed a lot, now it was almost as easy as short-range teleportation for him, playing around for hours like it was nothing. And with the increase in mental attributes, his recovery speed also accelerated, to the point where he now used his abilities without much concern. No wonder he was becoming lazier, replacing things like walking with teleportation. Had enough yet? If you're done, then hurry up and follow me. Otherwise, just with you alone, I bet you won't last 3 days. Ha! What nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think I am? I am the noble Miss Tang from the Tang family. Saying I won't last 3 days? Sorry, but I'm living quite comfortably. It's you who should get out of my house. With everything around her already thrown, Tang was searched but couldn't find any new weapons, so she crossed her arms and looked away, like a proud little swan. As the heiress of the Tang group, her pride and self-esteem prevented her from yielding to anyone, because with her status and position, even in peacetime, there was no need to be submissive. But now, in the apocalypse, she was fortunate to meet Lin Chen, a cheerful and sunny boy. Otherwise, with her temper, she wouldn't even know how she would have died. Even Lin Chen's patience was wearing thin at this point. Today, he had the whim to be a good person, but that didn't mean he was one. Picking up a piece of clothing that had just been thrown on the ground, Lin Chen smirked and said, small in size, extravagant in taste, do you think this suits you? Or maybe the pink teddy bear is more fitting. Ha! What pink teddy bear? For a moment, Tang Guo didn't react, but when she opened her eyes and saw the black lace panties in Lin Chen's hand, her face went from red to pale and then back to red, as if she was changing colors. Ah! You jerk, shameless, despicable! Tang Guo screamed and pounced on Lin Chen. Lin Chen sidestepped effortlessly, teasing, oh, is the miss in a hurry? Tang Guo stopped in her tracks, glaring at him with fiery eyes, give me back my stuff. Lin Chen waved the item in his hand, smirking, want it? Come and get it yourself. Tang Guo stomped her foot in anger and charged at him again. This time, Lin Chen didn't dodge, but instead seized her collar and lifted her up. Stop messing around, follow me if you want to survive. Lin Chen's expression turned serious in an instant. Tang Guo struggled hard, no, I'd rather die than go with you. Rather die? Really? Ha! Ah! The scenery before her eyes changed instantly. One moment Tang Guo was inside the house, the next moment she found herself suspended in midair. Looking at the buildings below, and the zombies moving around like small black dots, she felt a sense of dread washing over her. Her face turned pale in an instant, and she instinctively clung tightly to Lin Chen's arm, tears streaming down her face. What's wrong? My lady, I thought you weren't afraid of death. Why hold on so tightly? Floating high above, Lin Chen teased, shaking his arm deliberately, causing Tang Guo to scream in fear. Yes, he had successfully mastered the ability to fly. Well, more accurately, the ability to levitate. Using his telekinetic powers, Lin Chen could suspend himself in midair, but moving was challenging as it rapidly drained his mental energy and was hard to control. So, he combined it with teleportation, achieving a pseudo-flight effect. Teleportation allowed him to move to any visible location, including midair. After a few days of training, he learned how to halt his movement after teleporting, resulting in the current effect. However, compared to traveling, this pseudo-flight ability was more for show, as it required double the energy consumption by using two abilities simultaneously, keeping his mind in a tense state. Moreover, being stiff in midair limited his movements, making teleportation alone more practical. But who cared, it looked cool. And with air superiority in a country strict on firearms, he was practically invincible. Coupled with another unused ability he possessed, it was a force to be reckoned with. Ah! Stop shaking, put me down quickly. Seeing Tang was struggling to hold on, seemingly unable to endure it any longer, Lin Chen, unfazed, asked, "Do you realize your mistake now? Will you come with me or not?" Seemingly wanting to resist further, but seeing Lin Chen about to let go, facing the fear of heights and death, Tangwa, who had never encountered such danger in her life, finally gave in. "Woo, I was wrong, I get it. I'll go with you, just put me down quickly." Watching Tangwa's terrified expression, Lin Chen finally stopped teasing her and slowly descended to the rooftop. As soon as Tangwa's feet touched the ground, she collapsed, not caring about the dirt, gasping for air, taking a while to recover. Who are you exactly?" Lips trembling, she looked at the man seemingly enjoying the view in front of her, finally asking the question she had been wanting to ask. "Me? I told you, I'm Lin Chen. You don't recognize me?" Choked for a moment, looking at the man in disbelief, Tangwa wanted to retort. "How could she not know you with such a big face? Are you a celebrity or some wealthy elite? Why should I know you?" But Lin Chen. That name did sound familiar, and thinking carefully, she seemed to have seen this man somewhere before. Suddenly, a look of realization dawned on Tangwa's face as she pointed at Lin Chen and exclaimed, "It's you, the show-off in the WeChat group every day." When Lin Chen's identity as an esper was first revealed, Tangwa was quite interested in him. After all, being an esper sounded cool. As a middle school girl with financial means, how could she not like superpowers? She even had the idea of hiring Lin Chen to escort her home at first, but for various reasons, she dismissed the thought. Later, seeing Lin Chen showing off in the group chat every day, mingling with several women like a playboy, Tangwa, who looked down on him, slowly forgot about Lin Chen. After all, what was her identity? How could she sell her body for temporary material comfort? But she never expected to end up in his hands after all, and it wasn't even her initiative, but he forced himself on her. Now she even doubts whether Lin Chen was lying before, saying he didn't know her, when he had actually seen her in a newspaper, plotting against her ladyship all along, right? Otherwise, why would she have no impression of him, yet he came to find her on his own initiative, saying he wanted to save her? Isn't that pure madness? Don't point that at me, or I might just break it. Lin Chen didn't comment on Tangwa's address to herself and casually pushed her small hand away. "Hey, can't you be gentler with a girl?" Holding her reddened hand, Tangwa couldn't help but complain. Even though she had just experienced a life-threatening situation, Tangwa's pride wouldn't be shattered so easily, and the princess syndrome she had developed over the years wasn't going to be easily cured. Chuckling twice, Lin Chen bent down, getting close to Tangwa's face, whispering softly in her ear, "I've always been gentle with my women, don't believe me, you can ask them when we get back, especially in bed, who tries who agrees, as for you." With a disdainful look, Lin Chen reached out and tousled Tangwa's flowing hair, saying unabashedly, "I'll take care of you for a while, and you'll see later." Unfortunately, Tangwa was still too insignificant in Lin Chen's eyes, in every aspect. Standing at a barely 1.6 meters tall, with a somewhat immature face, in Lin Chen's eyes, she might as well be a middle schooler? Not to mention whether he could lower himself to her level, she hadn't fully developed yet, right? She was a kind person, how could she do such a cruel thing? A smile played on his lips, clearly Lin Chen was proud of his high moral standards, possessing such power and still being so upright, who wouldn't enjoy it? What do you mean by that? Her expression turned somewhat desperate, and unknowingly to Lin Chen, he had touched on Tangwa's most vulnerable spot with just a few words. Growing up with a silver spoon in her mouth, Tangwa was only dissatisfied with one aspect of her life, her figure. Despite being of marriageable age, her body hadn't developed as much as an average middle schooler's, or even some well-developed elementary schoolers. Although her face was cute, she was constantly mistaken for a child, a pain that had always lingered in her heart. She had asked her father to take her to many large hospitals for examinations, but the results showed everything was normal, even her physical condition was better than the average woman's, but she was just slow to develop. In the end, there was nothing she could do about it, but it had truly become a sore point for her. Not to mention teasing her on purpose, even unintentionally, would make her furious, and now she could barely hold back because her butt still hurt. Don't understand? It's okay, when you grow up in a couple of years, you'll understand. During this time, Big Brother will fatten you up, even make up for the missing childhood. Big Brother will help you slowly make up for it. After all, they both regarded each other as mischievous kids, unable to understand each other's words. Although it seemed a bit absurd in this rapidly developing information age, Lin Chen could still understand. What if there really was such a pure little flower? As for the other party's masochistic tendencies, in his view, it was probably due to being pampered and spoiled since childhood, never having been disciplined, so now their body instinctively craved a complete childhood. Taking a deep breath, Tang Wei suppressed her anger and calmly said, I am already an adult, don't treat me like a child. Lin Chen was taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, Don't be silly, what about you resembles an adult? With your petite frame and childish temper? Tang Wei's face flushed even more, she clenched her fists, raised her voice, and said, I'm already 18 this year, my maturity is outrageous, stop judging me based on appearances. Ha 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 what? Just turned 18. Come on. Look, my ID, driver's license, and admission letter. Do you have any more questions? Tell me. In the bedroom, Lin Chen's smile froze as he watched Tang Guo rummaging through and handing over a pile of documents, leaving him speechless. Looking at the well-known XX University admission letter in his hand, Lin Chen instinctively asked, Is this real? You didn't buy it, did you? Are you kidding me? With my intelligence, do I need to resort to such means? Besides, don't you think I need this kind of background? Seeing Lin Chen's incredulous expression, Tang Wei regained her confidence. How about that? Sufficient proof, watch me slap your face hard. And don't you dare glare at me with your nostrils, I'm not interested in seeing your nose holes. After a while, Lin Chen finally put down the documents in his hand, cleared his throat, and said, Alright, I misjudged you. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Tang Wei's face, but as Lin Chen continued his sentence, her smile instantly disappeared. In that case, I'll have Xian Xian prepare red bean rice for you tonight. Oh, Xian Xian is my main wife, and also your future sister, so get along well in the future. Patting Tang Wei's shoulder, Lin Chen said seriously, You should have told me earlier that you were an adult. My boundaries are quite flexible, as long as you pass the test. What do you mean? Instinctively stepping back, Tang Wei crossed her arms over her chest, a drop of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Wait, this isn't right, why is the situation different from what she imagined? What do I mean? Naturally, you'll be serving me tonight. Haven't you read the messages I sent on WeChat? Alright, hurry back with me, wasting time here with you. I'll show you how I'll deal with you tonight. Lifting Tang Wei onto his shoulder, then casually sweeping her valuable belongings from her room, Lin Chen left with Miss Tang and her dowry in tow. Kid? Husband, this. Alright. Covering her mouth, looking at Tang Wei standing next to Lin Chen with an unwilling expression, how Xian Xian's eyes carried a hint of strangeness. Although she knew Lin Chen loved playing poker, isn't this a bit too much for a minor? Even the youngest among them, Su Yuqing, was almost 19. But Tang Wei, wasn't she supposed to have graduated from junior high? Although she felt it was somewhat unethical, how Xian Xian ultimately didn't say much, nor did she refute Lin Chen's intentions. She knew her position well, even if she couldn't progress further, she couldn't step back either. Being honest and obedient was easy, there was nothing she couldn't do. Hi, Xian Xian, you misunderstood, this guy is an adult. After all, they had been together for so long that Lin Chen could tell what she was thinking just by looking at her expression. Even though it didn't matter if he was misunderstood, he still explained. However, looking at how Xue's appearance, she probably didn't believe it much, just nodded and continued doing housework, looking no different from usual. But if you observed carefully, you would notice that she effortlessly lifted a corner of the sofa about half a meter with just one hand. Although not a remarkable feat, she would never have been able to do it so easily and comfortably before. Obviously, the potion Lin Chen had left for them had been consumed. Xue, where are the others? Are they next door? Yes, after drinking the potion you gave us, they all claim to have turned into superheroes. They're probably still sweating it out in the gym. Understanding, Lin Chen turned and walked towards the room opposite, while Tang Wei, who was standing still, glanced around, lost in thought. Instead of staying in the room, she followed him. Are there only a few of you left in this building? Looking at the staircase blocked by various iron frames, wardrobes, and even single beds, Tang Wei couldn't help but ask curiously. They had just teleported directly in through the window on the 16th floor, and now it seemed that the stairs below the 16th floor were completely blocked. Not to mention anything coming up, it would probably be impossible to go down as well. Lin Chen could teleport out, but ordinary survivors couldn't, right? Yes, the 6 rooms on the 16th and 17th floors are accessible. You can explore each one later. It wasn't a big deal, so Lin Chen naturally didn't hide her meaning. For the safety of his women and to give them more space to move around, Lin Chen had spent half a day arranging his home. First, because the main door downstairs was destroyed, to prevent zombies from getting in, Lin Chen simply used all the random things he had collected over time to block off the stairs in the entire building. At the same time, he also destroyed the elevator, which might not even be usable anymore. Since he rarely went out now and his women had no need to go out, he decided to permanently cut off all contact with the outside world. He only kept the 16th and 17th floors as their activity space, so when they had nothing to do, they could exercise next door or go upstairs to watch movies, play games, and so on. As for the rooftop, he didn't waste it either but installed several solar panels to meet their daily electricity needs. Basically, this was their current living environment. After all, this place was just a temporary stop, and Lin Chen definitely wouldn't stay here forever, so he had no intention of doing much more. As for where to go next, he hadn't figured it out yet, but he probably had two directions in mind. One was up the mountain, and the other was out to sea. Heave ho, don't slack off. The pain of exercise is not a one-day cold. I'm a professional. If you wanna hire me, it'll cost you hundreds a day. Pushing open the door, a lively scene unfolded before him. White thighs, trembling fruits of labor, and the slightly flushed pretty face heated by the steam made Lin Chen's heart tremble, wishing he could join in and practice with them. The loud opening of the door naturally caught the attention of the women, and then, "Honey's back. Honey, look, I can lift this dumbbell with just one hand now. Hey, don't run, didn't you all say you wanted to work out properly? Look at you, as soon as you come back, you've lured all these little fairies away." Upon seeing Lin Chen, the group of girls became excited beyond words. They stopped exercising and rushed towards him, surrounding him in a frenzy. Everyone was talking at once, sharing their own changes with him, making it hard to distinguish who was saying what. "Hey, don't push me." Tang Guo let out a cry as her petite figure was engulfed in the crowd, soft fruits bumping against her head. It took a great effort for Tang Guo to break free from the girls' encirclement, only to see Lin Chen being hugged and kissed by everyone. Although she couldn't see his expression clearly, Tang Guo knew that Lin Chen must be wearing a lecherous smile. Unwilling to witness this decadent scene, Tang Guo turned her head away, muttering under her breath, "Disgusting. Shameless. Tang Guo, what does this little girl like you understand?" Lin Chen heard Tang Guo's muttering, but instead of getting angry, he teasingly replied with a smile. Blushing at Lin Chen's words, Tang Guo retorted, "How can I not understand? You're just a big pervert." Lin Chen burst into laughter. All right, whatever you say. If I'm not a pervert tonight, I would be letting down your praise." At that moment, Hao Shueshua approached and gently pulled Tang Guo. "Don't talk to your husband like that, he won't like it." Why do I have to please him? Filled with indignation, Tang Guo felt more convinced that she had fallen into a den of thieves, where both men and women were abnormal. "Alright, little sister, you're so cute. Imagine if you lost a few teeth, how ugly would you look?" Caressing Tang Guo's soft cheek, Hao Shueshua spoke to her like a child, still holding a hint of pity for the young girl. He wouldn't dare. Trying to sound tough, but remembering how Lin Chen had teased her earlier, Tang Guo's confidence wavered. She had never experienced any pain growing up, let alone losing teeth. Just the thought of being slapped made her want to cry for a long time. "It's not about daring or not, it's about whether you want to or not. In all the time we've been with our husband, he has never hit us once. Not because he's afraid, but because he loves us and truly considers us family. Little sister, promise me, don't be the first one to get hurt, okay?" Tang Guo fell silent, biting her lip, pondering Hao Shueshua's words. After a while, she softly hummed, "Okay, I'll try. Endure a little for the sake of a greater plan." She wasn't ready to give up so easily. She still wanted to return home and continue being a young lady. For now, she would bear the humiliation and carry on, just like the ancient kings who endured hardships. Watching Tang Guo, Lin Chen shook his head with a smile and said to the girls, "Alright, enough playing around. Let me tell you something important." The girls immediately quieted down and turned their gaze towards Lin Chen. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen said, "I've been thinking about our future destination, and I have two ideas for now. Going up the mountain or heading towards the sea. Which one do you think is better?" As it concerned their future, the girls fell into contemplation. Su Yuqing spoke first. "I think going up the mountain is better. The air is fresh, away from the crowds, and there are fewer zombies, relatively safer." Lin Xiao agreed, "Going up the mountain sounds good. If our husband can find some fruit seedlings and vegetable seeds, I can cultivate the land, and we can be self-sufficient in food." Li Jiasun countered, "The sea is not bad either. There are even fewer zombies, and who knows, we might find an uninhabited island and become its rulers. Food is not a problem as we can rely on fishing, but the only issue is, do any of us know how to operate a boat?" Hearing this, all the women shook their heads, indicating that this skill was beyond their expertise. Of course, Lin Chen himself didn't know how to operate a boat either, but that wasn't a problem with the system in place. There was nothing he couldn't learn. As long as he had the intention, triggering an option would solve everything, right? However, Lin Chen still didn't want to drift at sea in his heart. Although it would involve fewer dangers, it would gradually distance him from human society, missing out on many opportunities. Operating a boat is not a problem. If you want to play survival on a deserted island, that's fine too. But you don't have to focus on me. You can suggest any good places, Lin Chen said. Hearing this, the women became even more excited, expressing their opinions and engaging in endless debates. Lin Chen listened quietly, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Just then, Tang Hua suddenly said, I don't think anywhere is good. Everyone looked at her, and Lin Chen asked with interest, Oh, then do you have any good places in mind? Tang Hua felt uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes. She hesitated and said, Why do we have to go to the mountains or the sea? Have you ever thought about finding other survivors? More people mean more strength. There must be shelters set up by survivors outside, or official shelters and the like. Not interested, Lin Chen interrupted Tang Hua, looking at her with a serious expression. I have social anxiety. When there are too many people around, it makes me uncomfortable all over. And if someone makes me uncomfortable, I can't help but kill that idiot. Do you understand? It's not social anxiety, it's a deep freeze. A sharp cry rang out in his mind, but feeling the hand rubbing his face firmly, Tang Hua nodded. I understand. Very well, then Miss Tang, do you have any good places in mind? After all, you are the heiress of the Tang group. You must have visited more places than us common folks, right? Lin Chen asked. What group are you talking about, husband? Hao Shuai, who was smiling beside them, was surprised to hear Lin Chen's words and instinctively observed Tang Hua's face. This time she finally understood why she looked so familiar. She was the daughter of her former boss's 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 boss. The Tang group, it sounds quite Tangish. How about it, Shuai, do you know? Lin Chen asked with a puzzled expression. Looking somewhat helpless, Hao Shuai said, Husband, how can anyone not have heard of it? This is a large conglomerate that controls many enterprises. Not to mention, the residential area we currently live in is actually part of the Tang Group's industry. Oh, I remember now. The library in my high school was donated by the Tang Group, Su Yuqing added. Rubbing her smooth chin, Li Jiasun pondered for a moment. Isn't Yida Mall also built by them, right? Surprised by the revelation, although they rarely came into contact with it, their daily lives were closely related to the so-called Tang Group. In fact, as the largest family group in Tianhai City, the Tang Group's power could even rank among the top in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Is it true? Are they that powerful? Looking at Tang Hua, who seemed to have her nose up in the air, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel incredulous. He hadn't expected that a seemingly ordinary girl he randomly picked up would have such a strong background. I didn't expect Miss Tang to have such a prominent background. So, with your family being so influential, you must have many good places in mind, like villa communities? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Tang Hua. Tang Hua snorted, raised her chin, and said, Who would want to live with those nouveau riches who have a bit of money? I'll be honest with you, my family has a private estate on the outskirts. It's heavily guarded, well-equipped, with independent power and water supply systems. If we can go there, it's much better than going up mountains and down seas as you all suggested. After speaking, Tang Hua sneakily glanced at Lin Chen, hoping he would agree quickly. As long as she could go home, she could easily handle the little Lin Chen. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, Sounds good, but how far is the estate from here? Tang Hua replied, It's not too far. If we drive smoothly, we can get there in a day. It's hundreds of acres of our family's property, surrounded by walls. It's definitely your best choice, you mustn't miss it. Seeing Lin Chen's lack of reaction, Tang Hua anxiously said, I'm not lying to you, really. The estate always has a large stock of supplies, enough for us to live for a long time. At this point, Hao Shuai said, Honey, why don't we go take a look? It might really be a good place. Lin Chen looked at the women, then at Tang Hua, and said, Alright, I'll find time to go there and see, but Tang Hua, if things don't turn out as you described, you better be careful. Tang Hua nodded quickly, Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. It's just a place to live. What's there to be disappointed about? Just don't let me down. Tang Hua's thoughts were almost written on her face, naturally unable to hide them from Lin Chen, but did he care? Of course not. After all, they were already in the same boat. Where could he run off to? What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Don't think I don't know why you want me to go there. It seems I have to make you face reality. Damn capitalists, making me work for so long, come in with me. Without a word, Lin Chen dragged Tang Hua into the house, leaving the women outside looking at each other. Once inside, Lin Chen pushed Tang Hua onto the bed, their closeness allowing them to feel each other's breath. Tang Hua's heart suddenly raced, her eyes a bit flustered. Lin Chen's gaze locked onto Tang Hua, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Miss Tang, do you think that once you're back on your turf, you can sing and dance like a liberated serf? Tang Hua's cheeks flushed, she turned away, coquettishly saying, What nonsense. I don't understand at all. I just want everyone to have a safe and comfortable place, so you better thank me for my great mercy. Lin Chen gently lifted Tanggua's chin, making her face him directly, his voice becoming low and magnetic. Oh, is that so? Then how do you explain that eager expression on your face? Tanggua bit her lip, avoiding his gaze. I don't have one. Lin Chen slowly approached Tanggua's ear, his warm breath brushing against her neck, whispering, "You little girl, you can't hide anything from me." Tanggua's face instantly turned red. She lightly pushed Lin Chen away. "Don't get so close." Lin Chen stood up straight, laughing. "This close? There will be closer moments later. What are you going to do?" "No, help me, help me." "Ha, scream all you want, no one will come to save you." "Scream, scream. How dare you really try to kiss? Let go, or I'll get angry." "Get angry? Did you think I brought you back here to play around? Behave well, and I'll reward you later." "Ah, no. I'll give you money. 30 million, 60 million, 1 billion. What do you all think?" Listening to the miserable wailing inside the room, Hao Xianxian couldn't help but feel a strong sense of guilt. Although she knew that Lin Chen bringing a woman back would lead to this kind of situation, Tanggui was definitely the most fierce one since she arrived. Hearing the sound, she was afraid that the two would start fighting in the room. Would there be bloodshed? It hurts. Well, it seems it's happening now. What are you saying? I can't hear you. Yuki, go turn on the TV with a silly expression. Li Jiasun activated selective deafness. As long as I can't see or hear, then I have no guilt. As for later, let that man deal with it himself. She just wanted to be a vase, eating and drinking every day. That's it. Okay, Jiasun's sister, what movie do you want to watch? Horror or comedy? Probably understanding Li Jiasun's intention, Suyuki also felt the need for another voice to cover up the situation, truly taking the principle of turning a blind eye to the extreme. Since you're crying so miserably, cough. I mean, since the weather is so nice today, why not watch a comedy, starring Hao Jian? Lin Xiao, why don't you come over and watch too? Do you want to stop it? Patting the sofa next to her, Li Jiasun called out to Lin Xiao, who was listening at the door as if hearing something. Making a quiet gesture to Li Jiasun, Lin Xiao had a pure smile on her face and said, "You guys watch, I see the new sister doesn't seem to be in good health. If the husband needs anything later, I'll go cover for her." 666, with your hard work, sister will let you take over. Sticking out her tongue, Li Jiasun fell silent. She knew her looks were not outstanding among the women, and she wasn't good at pleasing people. If she hadn't arrived early, and Lin Chen treated them all equally, the sisters would not have gotten along so well. She would probably have been sent to Java long ago. But it feels really good to be idle like this. Yuki, come, let's watch TV together. Let's lie down. Okay, but I can only watch for a while. I have to help Sister Xianxian cook later. Didn't you just help yesterday? With a few question marks floating above her head, Li Jiasun looked at Suyuki's expression, feeling a bit strange. Oh dear, are you also secretly overworking yourself? Feeling a bit embarrassed being looked at, Suyuki scratched her face and said softly, "Although it's not nice coming from me, Jiasun's sister, you shouldn't lie in bed all day, it's not good for your health." Almost choked on her saliva, Li Jiasun suddenly felt so small, she wished she could just disappear into the ground. Wanting to find some proof of her competence, she realized she did indeed lie in bed every day. But she couldn't blame herself, the bed was just too comfortable. Meow, what are you foolish humans watching again? Let me see. Agilely jumping onto the sofa, Jifeng curled her body in the corner of the sofa, then looked at the TV with her orange eyes. Since the mutation, Jifeng felt her intelligence had increased a lot. She could now understand a few words of the human language that she couldn't understand before. Humans are still as stupid as ever, still can't understand meow. Oh, except for one person. Oh right. I have Jifeng, even though I am its caregiver now. Isn't this proof of my hard work? Looking at the lazy Jifeng, Li Jiasun's eyes regained their sparkle. Repair cat, you are my god. Meow, what are you looking at? Pushing away Li Jiasun's face that was getting close, Jifeng shook her body, strolled over to Suyuki's thigh, and then lazily lay down. Hee, it's so funny, look, he looks like a clown. Watching the actor on TV with a face covered in red paint, looking like a clown, Suyuching couldn't help but burst into laughter. But soon she noticed that the people around her seemed a bit off, so she asked with concern, "Jiasun, are you feeling unwell?" Ha, a forced smile. No, I find it quite amusing. Just don't feel like laughing too much. You're so mean, I'm going to tell Dad. Don't think it's that easy. Wuwa curled up by the bed, Tanggua tightly hugged a pillow with red eyes, obviously having cried a lot. Phew, cool. Exhaling a breath, Lin Chen casually cast a healing spell on Tanggui. Otherwise, it would take her a while to recover on her own, probably crying for a long time. Smacking his lips, Lin Chen thought this experience was not bad. Being a villain occasionally was quite satisfying. Although Tangua's figure was not great, her pampered skin was still very delicate. In short, 2 words, extremely cute. Okay, stop crying, have a piece of candy. Lin Chen took out a white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and handed it to Tangua. The cartoon rabbit on the candy wrapper was grinning mischievously, just like Lin Chen's expression at that moment. Tangua glared at him, then angrily slapped the candy away. Who wants your stinky candy? You jerk, big jerk. Get lost. Don't talk to me like that. Although I am gentle and easygoing, even I'm scared when I get angry. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly, picked up the candy, peeled it off, and started eating. If you don't want it, I won't give it to you. Candy is a rare commodity in these times. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Tangua's anger flared up even more. I'll fight you. Smack. Still not listening? I advise you not to refuse sweet things, or you'll have to deal with something harder. I won't. If you dare, just kill me. Aren't you tough? Just drop me dead. Wuwo pressing Tangwei on the bed with one hand. Watching her struggle like a dehydrated fish, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel regretful. If he had known she would resist so much, he wouldn't have relieved her pain. He didn't believe this delicate young lady could be so lively after the first time. Not listening, huh? Then it's time for tough love. Without wasting words, Lin Chen turned Tangua's body around. What to do with a disobedient child? Most likely, they needed some discipline. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them. Lin Xiao's voice came from outside. Honey, can I come in? Lin Chen responded, and Lin Xiao walked in, closing the door behind her. Seeing Tangua's distressed expression, she roughly understood the situation. Save me, sister, please save me. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, Tangua looked at Lin Xiao, who exuded a pure and simple aura, convinced that she wouldn't be as reckless as Lin Chen. Honey, are you bullying the little girl again? Lin Xiao scolded Lin Chen with a frown. Lin Chen waved his hand. No, we're just fooling around. I'll fool you. This is a crime. I'll call the police to shoot you 10,000 times. With a pained expression on her face, Tangua bit her lip tightly, tears rolling down silently. Lin Xiao approached Tangua, comforting her softly. Don't be angry, little sister, my husband means no harm. Don't throw a tantrum. Tangua sniffed, disbelief shining in her bright eyes. How could you say he means no harm? The malice is practically overflowing. Sister, how can you speak up for him? He's a demon. Tangua sobbed, her trembling voice filled with grievance and anger. Ha! How dare you slander me, you should be punished. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and slightly increased the punishment, probably from first gear to second gear. Option 1, Angel on the left. How can you, so pure, commit such an immoral act? Please stop immediately. Gain +3 spiritual attribute, special ability, Light of the Soul. Option 2, Demon on the right. How can you, so wanton, be so restrained? Please strengthen immediately. Gain +3 physique attribute, special ability, Seed of Charm. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. Doing things that are beneficial to physical and mental health not only brings happiness but also strength. There's nothing like it. The spiritual attribute seems to be sufficient now. Why not strengthen my own blank slate? What if I encounter someone in the future whose ability is to nullify others' abilities? Although I don't know if this trashy ability can survive until then, it's better to be prepared in advance. So, it's decided, third gear activate. His body suddenly soared. Tangua, who couldn't find a support point, had to put all her weight on Lin Mo. The suppressed voice slipped out of her mouth. Pervert. Ah, damn pervert. If you have the guts, just kill me. Kill me. Hey, I can't kill you 5 times, but the other 5 times are a piece of cake, more than enough. With an additional 3 points in physique attribute, Lin Chen's physique had reached an astonishing 21 points. It's no exaggeration to say that he was now like an electric motor. Similar to breaking through 20 points in spiritual attribute, he felt that he had undergone a transformation, not just a physical enhancement, but as if he had reached another level. Although with Lin Chen's current strength, he completely disregarded the zombies outside, but he never relaxed his vigilance against them. Whenever he went out, he wouldn't even let them touch him, and his ability of steel skin was basically always on, not for anything else, but because of the unknown zombie virus on them. Lin Chen still held a sense of awe for this inexplicable thing. Although he had a system and might trigger new options if bitten, he wouldn't gamble his life on such foolish things. Otherwise, if he really turned into a zombie, wouldn't that be a joke? However, for some reason, Lin Chen now had a very strong intuition that if he were bitten by a zombie now, maybe nothing would happen. Really, nothing would happen at all. Should I give it a try? Forget it, I'm not an idiot. There's no need to let a zombie bite me for no reason. As his thoughts wandered, Lin Chen suddenly felt a pain in his shoulder. He looked down and chuckled. He wasn't bitten by a zombie but by a little kitten. However, Lin Chen didn't mind. With his current physical strength, those teeth couldn't even break his defense. Whoever ends up with a toothache will know it. I'll bite you to death, I'm going to bite you to death. With red eyes, Tang Hua had only one thought in her mind at that moment. Why didn't she have cute little fangs like others? Sister, don't bite so hard, use your lips and tongue gently. Seeing Tang Hua's fierce expression, Lin Xiao suddenly felt sorry. She was biting too hard. What if she hurt her husband? Ugh, woo woo. Don't touch me, you're all perverts. Oh, the movie's over, what time is it? It's not even finished yet? It's just over an hour and a half. With my husband's strength, it's still early, and Lin Xiao just went in, so it'll probably take a while. Glancing at the clock, Su Yuqing lifted the already asleep Jifeng from her legs and placed him on the sofa before heading to the kitchen. Since the movie is over, I'll go help out. Justin, if you're bored, you can switch to another movie or come to the room to help out. I don't want to. I was so tired from last night's activities. Today, I want to rest. Well, I'll help you cook. With more people around, you two must be overwhelmed, right? Turning off the TV, Li Jiasun also lazily walked to the kitchen in frog slippers, looking like she didn't know if she was going to help or sneak a bite. Thank you, but it's not Jiasun's fault. If she hadn't stopped me, I would have finished the work. Ahem. Why are you blaming me? I just want you to relax. In the room, Tang Hua finally collapsed on the bed, gasping for air, unable to even open her eyes. Lin Chen looked at her, feeling a hint of pity. Such a lovely girl, how could he treat her like this? In the end, it was just a primitive impulse. He should focus on more meaningful things, like the origin of the universe, the variability of human nature. Reflecting on life, Lin Chen adjusted his pants and said to Lin Xiao, who was lying next to Tang Hua on the bed, "Darling, I leave this girl to you. Teach her well. If she dares to do anything out of line, don't hesitate, just whip her." Leaning down to kiss Lin Xiao's cheek, Lin Chen said seriously, "How should I put it? Being firm when pulling up your pants." Seeing Lin Xiao nod, Lin Chen turned and left the room, closing the door behind him to let them rest. He wasn't worried that Tang Hua would panic when she woke up, as the girls had become much stronger after taking the enhanced potion. Dealing with a little girl in uniform would be a piece of cake. As for himself, he had more important things to do now and didn't have time to comfort her, as he hadn't forgotten about a big pitiful person waiting for his rescue. Dressed in the outfits carefully selected by the girls, Lin Chen disappeared from the living room after a brief farewell. Arriving at the underground garage, after all this time, it was much messier than before. Bodies, both zombies and humans, littered the ground, indicating that some survivors in the community couldn't survive and came to the garage to drive away, taking a chance. Although the sound of driving would attract zombies, for ordinary people, staying in the car felt safer. Moreover, with the subpar physical condition of most people now, if they had to rely on their legs to run, they probably couldn't outrun the zombies if discovered. "Where's my motorcycle? Damn it, who the hell wrecked it?" His beloved motorcycle was no longer in its original spot, and when Lin Chen found it again, he realized it had been smashed into pieces. It was probably accidentally damaged by a survivor while driving away. Silently mourning his companion of several years, Lin Chen turned to leave. In order not to develop a dependence on his abilities and for the sake of convenience, he decided not to use his teleportation ability this time, so he needed to find a new mode of transportation. This wasn't a difficult task, considering there were many abandoned cars outside, and some of them were still drivable. Option 1, Awakening of the Machine Spirit. Give me a chance to be reborn, experience the feeling of flying, retrieve all the motorcycle parts, and obtain a motorcycle. Option 2, how about running? Relying on oneself is better than relying on external objects. Let's have an intense long-distance marathon and gain a speed attribute +5, speed? With my ability to teleport, speed is the last thing I lack. Alright, let me see what you can turn into. Halting his steps as he was about to leave, Lin Chen chose option 1. In the next moment, he noticed several blue dots suddenly appearing on the screen of his biological radar, evidently representing the scattered wreckage of his motorcycle. "Move your foot, you're stepping on my rearview mirror." Roar! Upon hearing the sound behind him, the zombie that was standing still in a daze as if triggered by a switch. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, a grotesque face covered in rotten flesh swiftly approached Lin Chen, who could even see the flesh and blood between its teeth clearly with his current vision. "Humph!" Lin Chen snorted coldly, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with dazzling light, and 2 beams of scorching lasers shot out. The radiant light was dazzling, like 2 small suns shining in the dim garage, making the zombie's twisted and terrifying face appear even more horrifying and ugly in the reflection of this light. But for the zombie, this sun-like radiance was deadly. The two laser beams shot towards the zombie's head at lightning speed. Upon contact, the zombie's eyeballs melted instantly as if they were ice cubes scorched by high temperatures. First, the skin charred, emitting billowing black smoke, followed by muscles and bones, disintegrating into ashes under the powerful energy impact. With a loud bang, the zombie's head exploded completely, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The shattered skull and brain matter scattered around, splashing on the surrounding walls and floor. Lin Chen, who was too close, naturally couldn't avoid being showered, but just as the blood was about to splash on him, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier and stopped in midair. With a wave of his hand, the rearview mirror floated steadily in his palm, and when Lin Chen's figure moved 2 meters away, the blood seemed to be pulled back by gravity and fell to the ground like rain. By now, all the fragments had gathered, scattered on the ground, presenting a scene that absolutely required adult supervision for a minor to witness a dismantled motorcycle. As Lin Chen threw the last suspended rearview mirror onto the pile of wreckage, a faint blue light instantly enveloped them. The parts seemed to come to life, flying and assembling themselves, the crisp sound of metal collision echoing in the dim garage as each part found its place precisely. No way, did it really reassemble a motorcycle for me? Looking at the motorcycle in front of him, almost identical to his previous one but now brand new, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit regretful. After all, it was worth 5 attribute points, even though they were basically useless, but it was still more valuable than a motorcycle, right? Taking out the key, Lin Chen was about to get on the bike when he unexpectedly found that the original keyhole had disappeared, just as he touched the motorcycle. Fingerprint recorded successfully, please proceed with voice input. What? Startled by the sudden gentle female voice in his ear, Lin Chen couldn't help but jump, only to quickly realize that the voice was coming from the motorcycle beneath him. Voice recorded successfully, iris scan in progress. Scan successful, motorcycle at your service, may you have a pleasant driving experience. Just as Lin Chen was still amazed by this series of miraculous operations, the motorcycle beneath him suddenly transformed once again. The originally shiny body was instantly covered in a deep black, like an endless night. The body lines became sharper, as if it were a meticulously crafted obsidian artwork. The sharp black spikes extended on both sides of the front wheel, resembling daggers or fangs, gleaming with a cold light as if they could easily tear through any obstacles ahead. The fuel tank area bulged, forming a muscular silhouette like that of a fierce beast, exuding a powerful and wild aura. The headlights of the motorcycle turned blood red, contrasting against the black body like the eyes of a demon, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, it was more accurate to say it was not just a motorcycle but a monster crafted from steel. Eyes gleaming with excitement, no boy could resist such a cool motorcycle, no one. Cool, this is more like it. Decided, your name shall be Black Panther. Naming successful, Black Panther at your service, bro. Where are we going? Anywhere but there, as long as we don't encounter that monster. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Li Mingho's gaze occasionally flickered to the rearview mirror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He had never imagined such a monster could exist in this world, capable of easily stopping cars, tearing human bodies in half barehanded, jumping 3 to 4 meters high, and even eating zombies. Although it had the face of a zombie, he was certain that thing was beyond what humans could confront. Originally, they had dozens of people and over 10 cars rushing out of the city together, but now, it seemed that not even a fifth of them had made it out, with at least half falling victim to that monster. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Li Mingho and Zhou Yaqi had little communication. After all, they were just fleeing together, not even knowing each other's names. Once they reached a slightly safer place, they would go their separate ways. There was no need to get acquainted. The car raced on the road, leaving many zombies behind, seemingly safe for the time being. But just as they relaxed, suddenly with a bang, the car shook violently. Damn, the tire blew. Li Mingho cursed, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Zhou Yaqi also let out a scream, clutching the seatbelt tightly. With a harsh friction sound, the car finally stopped under Li Mingho's control, avoiding a rollover, but clearly unable to continue. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Li Mingho took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Stay in the car and don't move, I'll go check it out. If it's not fixable, we'll have to rely on luck. Li Mingho surveyed the surroundings, cautiously got out of the car, and sought his punctured tire and scattered metal spikes. Pulling a metal spike out of the tire, Li Mingho's mind was filled with a bad feeling. At that moment, a group of figures gradually emerged from the shadows on both sides of the road. Li Mingho's heart rate instantly accelerated, his hand gripping the wrench tightened involuntarily. Not good, it's a road robbery, Li Mingho thought to himself. These people all had fierce faces, wielding various homemade weapons, approaching with ill intentions. Bro, what do we do? Seeing the situation, Zhou Yaqi also got out of the car, her voice trembling. Li Mingho gritted his teeth, forced himself to remain calm, and shouted, "We're just passing through, no intention to offend." A man and a woman? Kill the man, tie up the woman first, then check what they have in their car. Completely disregarding their appearance, the bald leader quickly gave clear orders. Hearing the bald man's words, Li Mingho's face turned pale instantly. Ignoring Zhou Yaqi, he prepared to run in a certain direction. However, before he could take a few steps, Li Mingho was easily caught by several people and roughly dragged back. Trying to run? Overestimating yourself. A man with a cigarette in his mouth sneered menacingly. Zhou Yaqi watched in horror as the scene unfolded, shouting, "Let him go." The bald man sneered at her, "Little girl, behave yourself, there will be a time for your comfort." "Damn, boss, they are just two poor guys, there's hardly anything in the car." The person who went to search the car quickly returned, but judging by the expression, they probably didn't find anything good. As expected, from the backpack he threw on the ground, there were only 2 bottles of water and a few packets of instant noodles. Doesn't matter, enough for 2 people to eat for a few days. In the terrified gaze of Li Mingho and Zhou Yaqi, the bald man calmly uttered horrifying words. Yet, upon hearing his words, the others seemed nonchalant, some even licked their lips. They had been doing this kind of thing several times during this period, intercepting passing vehicles, then killing and looting everything. Initially, they would keep some men to join them, but after reaching a certain number, the bald man stopped recruiting new members and instead used them as food directly. As for women, they would be kept for entertainment and as a reserve source of food. Those who were still here had already accepted this, and those who didn't accept it had long been dead. Don't kill me, ah! With a single stroke, Li Mingho was stabbed to death. Just as several men were about to tie up Zhou Yaqi, a low growl suddenly came from a distance, sounding like the roar of some wild beast. "What's that sound?" one of the robbers asked, craning his neck. The man standing on the car roof took out binoculars and looked into the distance, then shouted, "Another lamb has come to the door, and they're riding a modified motorcycle. Damn, so cool." "A motorcycle? Then we don't need to scatter nails, watch how I force them to stop." The bald man grinned and confidently walked forward. "Awesome. This feels like flying wearing sunglasses." Lin Chen leaned his upper body as much as possible on the motorcycle, letting the howling wind make his clothes rustle. "Black Panther, how much longer until we arrive?" "Master, according to calculations, it will take 23 minutes to reach the Dreamy restaurant. If you feel tired, you can activate the autopilot mode." "Alright, then I'll speed up for another 10 minutes. Nodding, Lin Chen not only didn't slow down but increased the horsepower, and the motorcycle responded with a wild roar. In a civilized society, driving should be harmonious and not reckless, but now it's the end of the world. I can drive however I want. Speed limits? If you have the ability, you can fly. What's happening up ahead? Oh well, it's none of my business. Seeing many people standing by the roadside ahead, Lin Chen didn't pay any attention. He was in a hurry. Being a minute late could lead to someone being gone without a trace. Although whether one could be saved depended on fate, since he was also an option, how could Lin Chen not care? If even Lolis could bring him a group's young lady, then the mature ladies must be managers or something, and they were in a restaurant, maybe even a beautiful chef. But just as Lin Chen was about to pass through, a fool beside him suddenly walked straight towards him as if strolling in a living room. "Get out of the way." Frowning, Lin Chen shouted loudly ahead. "Rock armor." He muttered softly, and the next moment, the rocks on the ground flew towards him, wrapping him tightly as if he had put on a suit of armor made of rocks. This was the bald man's ability. Not only could he control stones to attach to his body, but he could also make his body as hard as stone. After testing, it could completely withstand a car's impact. Want to die? Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's intention to slow down vanished instantly. An invisible film enveloped the motorcycle and his body completely. Then, full throttle ahead. As the black thorn-like spikes touched the bald man's body, there was almost no pause, just a loud bang. The bald man shattered. Automatic defense function deactivated, energy loss 3%, squeak. With a graceful drift, Lin Chen smoothly turned the motorcycle in a direction, watching the bald man slowly piecing back together, raising an eyebrow involuntarily. "You're not dead from that? What kind of ability do you have?" I'll bury you in the ground first before telling you." Seeing his subordinate's face turned into hero fragments, the bald man's expression clearly soured. He had intended to show some authority in front of the newcomer, but now his face was almost losing all dignity. If it weren't for the uniqueness of his ability, he might have been killed by the impact just now. To wash away this humiliation, the bald man reached out towards Lin Chen's direction, then exerted a strong grip. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a giant hand made of stones violently emerged from underground, seemingly about to crush Lin Chen in its palm. What a show-off! Storing the Black Panther in his storage space, Lin Chen's figure appeared behind the bald man the next second. His fist, enhanced with steel skin ability, struck straight, shattering the bald man's head into countless pieces once again. However, the bald man did not die as Lin Chen had expected. His headless body turned towards him, carrying a lot of sand and rocks. With a flash of silver, Lin Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the original spot, causing the bald man to miss his attack. At the same time, his head slowly regrew. "It's useless, you can't kill me. I am a true immortal." Spreading his arms, the bald man laughed brazenly at Lin Chen standing on the car roof. He made no defensive moves, completely exposing his chest, seemingly confident that Lin Chen couldn't kill him no matter what. This invincible posture also incited cheers from his henchmen. "You must be a speed-type ability user, right? You can't kill me, and I can't catch you. In that case, why not call it even?" Watching Lin Chen staring at him without a word, the bald man thought the other party was intimidated. However, he had no intention of attacking again, instead suggesting reconciliation. After all, he knew his own situation very well. Although his ability was powerful, the corresponding consumption was also significant, and he couldn't sustain it for long. Otherwise, with such a godlike ability, why would he be robbing people on the road? It was all because he was afraid of being worn out in places with too many zombies. "Are you scared?" Turning off his ability to sense weaknesses, Lin Chen had already figured out the secrets on the opponent's body. Immortal? A stone man really dared to say that. His figure disappeared once again, and Lin Chen reappeared behind the bald man, but this time he didn't aim for the head. Instead, he grabbed his shoulder and teleported him into the air. "What are you doing?" Being lifted off the ground, the bald man was suddenly terrified, flailing his limbs in midair. Lin Chen sneered, "Let me show you what flying feels like." With that, Lin Chen's figure returned to the ground, and he used telekinesis with all his might as the bald man plummeted from the air. There was a cracking sound, and under invisible pressure, the bald man's body was instantly twisted into a ball. Accompanied by a scream, the bald man's body crashed to the ground, breaking into pieces. Seeing this scene, the bald man's henchmen were not afraid but instead pointed at Lin Chen and laughed heartily. "Fool, we told you it's useless. Our boss is immortal. Even if he's torn apart, he can regenerate. Boss, stop pretending, get up already." A gust of wind blew, causing the sand and stones on the ground to roll, fatally revealing the bald man's face with an incredulous expression from that pile of rocks. As time passed by, the bald man remained motionless, the laughter of the men gradually fading, replaced by unease and panic. "What's going on? Why hasn't the boss woken up yet?" Someone trembled. "I don't know, could he really be dead? Hey, boss, stop fooling around." Taking out the Black Panther again, Lin Chen had no mood to pay attention to the scattered and panicked guys. Lin Chen considered the bald man's ability quite powerful, both offensive and defensive, with decent survival skills, but that was about it. Because this ability heavily relied on the surroundings, whether manipulating sand and stones or reshaping the body, it all depended on the ground beneath his feet. In other words, as long as he couldn't touch the ground, besides turning his body into stone, he wouldn't have any other special abilities. "Thanks for saving me, handsome. Who saved you? Get lost, or I'll run you over." Originally ready to speed off, Lin Chen had to extinguish the fire as he looked at the woman blocking his way, coldly rebuking her. "Always trying to stop cars with their bodies, huh?" Joyaki was not deterred by Lin Chen's scolding. Instead, she tried to please him, saying, "Hey handsome, where are you going? Can you give me a ride?" Lin Chen frowned impatiently. "Why is your face so big? I'm in a hurry, no time for you." Lost for words, Joyaki hesitated for a moment, tugged at her clothes, and whispered, "I can pay you." "Are you trying to pay with your face? I can't even bear to expose you." Lin Chen carefully examined the woman in front of him, around 1.7 meters tall, with long brown wavy hair, a standard oval face, slender and slightly arched eyebrows, exuding a hint of charm. Her face looked slightly pale due to hunger, showing signs of malnutrition, but her original beauty could still be vaguely seen. Although not stunning to Lin Chen, she could be considered a standard beauty, exuding an urban woman's temperament. Seeing Lin Chen's silence, Joyaki immediately continued to promote herself. "Hey handsome, take me with you. I'm a doctor. Even if you have superpowers, you can't guarantee you won't get sick in the future, right?" After experiencing so long in the post-apocalyptic world, Joyaki had completely accepted reality. People like her, without power, could only survive by attaching themselves to the strong. Otherwise, even if they managed to escape, they would still face death when encountering any trouble. Therefore, she couldn't just let Lin Chen leave like that, even if it meant sacrificing her own purity. "A doctor? Really? Don't lie to me." While Joyaki might not have been very tempting to Lin Chen as a person, her profession caught his attention. A doctor, no matter when, was an extremely desirable profession. Even for Lin Chen with his healing and pain relief abilities, it was still valuable. After all, his abilities mainly focused on healing wounds and alleviating pain, with no real treatment for diseases, just easing the suffering caused by them. Therefore, although he had stocked up on medicines, having a professional around in case of any illness would provide more peace of mind. Lin Chen scrutinized Zhou Yaqi, his eyes showing scrutiny. "Do you have anything to prove you're a doctor?" Zhou Yaqi hurriedly searched herself, but all she found in her bag were a few compressed biscuits. Her documents had long been thrown somewhere unknown. She said anxiously, "Hey handsome, I really am a doctor. I'm familiar with all kinds of illnesses and can definitely help you. If you don't believe me, test me." Lin Chen squinted slightly and casually asked about several symptoms of lumbar muscle strain. Lin Chen had dealt with these symptoms before due to doing strenuous work when he was young. As the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. If the other party's answers were too far off, he would notice right away. Fortunately, Zhou Yaqi did have some real skills. Although she didn't understand a bunch of special terms, she could at least understand most of what he had heard in the hospital before. Since the identity verification was successful, it was time to check the goods. "Is he your boyfriend?" Lin Chen asked casually, looking at Li Mingho lying dead on the ground, not yet cold. "No, I don't even know his name. We were originally in the same shelter, so we ended up together. And then this happened as soon as we got out." Looking at the lifeless Li Mingho, Zhou Yaqi felt a bit sad. She wasn't being saintly, it was mainly because a companion she had escaped with had died right in front of her eyes, giving her a sense of shared suffering. Even if one tried their best to survive, they could die at any moment due to various accidents, not even leaving a name behind. "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Yes. My parents introduced him to me, but we haven't met much, and it turned out like this." "What about before?" "No. Well, another lucky one. Congratulations, your post-apocalyptic life ends here." Although in today's society, it's a bit unusual for someone of Zhou Yaqi's age not to have had a relationship, Lin Chen could tell if she was lying. He didn't care about the reasons, whether it was due to a lack of interest in love or being busy with studies and work. As long as the end result suited him, that was all that mattered. After all, Lin Chen had only a few requirements for women. Only those who met them could pass through the threshold of becoming his woman, those who didn't were just not meant to be. There were so many women in the world, and even in the face of such a tragedy, outstanding women would still not be scarce. As long as one was willing to search, they would eventually meet someone. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Chen patted the seat behind him and succinctly said, "Get on." "Thank you." Zhou Yaqi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly climbed onto the back seat of the motorcycle. Lin Chen twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle sped off, raising a cloud of dust. Zhou Yaqi held onto Lin Chen's clothes tightly, feeling both nervous and a sense of relief as if she had narrowly escaped a disaster. She knew that she had made the right choice. As long as she could follow this powerful supernatural being, she had hope of surviving. Otherwise, as a woman alone, even if she didn't encounter people like the ones before, she would most likely be eaten by zombies. Following Lin Chen, if nothing else, at least her safety would be guaranteed for the short term. However, was the direction he was heading in a bit off? Watching the familiar scenery fly by on both sides at high speed, Zhou Yaqi felt a sense of unease. She had just managed to escape, why were they heading back now? You. She wanted to remind Lin Chen, but before she could speak, the howling wind filled her mouth, so she had to press her head against Lin Chen's back and use her hand to pinch his abs. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen slightly slowed down the speed, his voice somewhat muffled by the wind. Zhou Yaqi pushed her hair back and said loudly, "Are you heading towards the city center? We can't go there, there are monsters." "Monsters? Zombies?" With a woman on board, Lin Chen couldn't speed on the motorcycle, so he simply switched it to autopilot mode and started chatting with Zhou Yaqi. "Is it? Or isn't it? What a mess, be clearer." After Zhou Yaqi's explanation, Lin Chen finally had a rough understanding of the situation in the central area. After such a long time of fermentation, coupled with the government's neglect, the surviving humans in the central area had spontaneously formed several small and large survivor bases. The small ones could be counted on one hand, and the large ones even had over 100 people. Zhou Yaqi came from a medium-sized survivor base with about 50 people, led by a middle-aged man who was also a supernatural being, capable of growing sharp spikes all over his body. Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, they occupied an office building, reinforcing all entrances as their survival stronghold. The middle-aged man was quite capable, managing the survivor group they had formed in an orderly manner. Some were responsible for scavenging for supplies, while others guarded the base. As a doctor, Zhou Yaqi mainly took care of the injured and sick and rarely went out. However, just a few days ago, she heard from an injured member of an expedition team that they had encountered a monster. It looked like a zombie, but it was larger than usual, the size of a small car even when crawling, with exposed muscle tissue instead of skin. When the expedition team encountered it, it was feasting on several zombie bodies, and upon noticing them, the monster immediately launched an attack. In the end, only 2 out of the 10-member team returned. It was said that the situation was so chaotic that only 4 deaths could be confirmed on the spot, and the fate of the others was unknown, whether they escaped elsewhere or were killed later. The 2 survivors who returned died one after another due to excessive blood loss and lack of sufficient medication. Just when they thought the incident had passed, they were surprised to find the monster at their door this morning. The defense measures they had set up were no match for the monster, and the middle-aged man with supernatural abilities was torn in half by the monster's spikes and bites. The remaining survivors scattered and fled, with only a few estimated to have survived. A once formidable survivor team was easily disintegrated in a matter of minutes. People like Zhou Yaqi and Li Minghe, who managed to shake off the monster's pursuit and drive through a horde of zombies, were simply lucky. That monster is incredibly strong. It can jump several stories high and run faster than a car. I saw it destroy several cars. Thinking of that horrifying scene, even now Zhou Yaqi's heart couldn't help but race. So, no matter what your purpose is, just don't go there, turn around and leave. You got me all fascinated with your story. We're already here now, but don't worry, if that monster is only as formidable as you described, it's no match for us. Targets available for challenge identified: Mutant Zombie A, Muscle Specialization Type, Coordinates. Mutant Zombie B, Skeletal Specialization Type, Coordinates. Mutant Animal A, Spider Mutant, Coordinates. Supernatural Being A, Mental Ability Type, Coordinates. Ding ding ding, it was as if he had reached a critical point. After Lin Chen rode his motorcycle down a street, several system alert tones rang in his mind, so continuous that he didn't even catch what Zhou Yaqi said afterwards. Scared me, I thought I triggered so many options all of a sudden, got excited for nothing. After carefully reading through the various prompts, the excited expression that had just appeared in Lin Chen's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by the realization that the system had activated a new challenge function. There were quite a few targets for the challenges, whether they were zombie humans or animals. It seemed that every race had its own talented individuals. However, it didn't matter, let them be strong, as long as I am invincible. Checking the biological radar, it seemed that this kind of coordinate system was lazy and didn't provide a new map specifically for him. Through his ability, Lin Chen discovered that these targets were at a certain distance from him, not clearly displayed in his ability, but with a few arrows indicating their direction. It's a bit of a pity. If I didn't have a purpose coming here, I would really like to challenge one. The guys with ill intentions I've encountered so far are weaker one by one, unable to truly test my current strength. These targets that can be listed by the system as challenges should at least make me a little happier, right? Licking his lips, a warlike flame ignited in Lin Chen's eyes. Detection complete. Host successfully eliminated challenge target ability user. Gaining 10 challenge points. Who is this? Oh, could it be that stone man? Even this kind of trash can be listed as a target, so I shouldn't have any expectations. His interest was instantly diminished. Lin Chen shook his head, shifting his focus away from the system, only then noticing Zhou Yaqi's frantic state behind him. Be careful, there's a zombie ahead. Quick, get out of the way. Slow down, not good, the billboard ahead is falling. Whoosh bang. In the midst of Zhou Yaqi's screams, Lin Chen shot the head of the approaching zombie, then turned around, staring expressionlessly at her. Woman, you're so noisy. If you keep yelling in my ear like this, do you believe I'll throw you down? Whoa, I'm sorry, please don't leave me behind. But can you scold me later? Can we focus on the road for now? In a pitiful and helpless state, this was the best way to describe Zhou Yaqi's current condition. In such a dangerous place, she couldn't be as bold as Lin Chen. Even the slightest movement made her feel like she might be attacked by something at any moment. And when she saw Lin Chen not driving properly and turning to talk to her, she, who was unsure if the motorcycle was in autopilot mode, turned pale with fear, afraid of following in the footsteps of those ghostly teenagers. But even so, she didn't dare to show any temper, not even a slightly harsh tone, only clutching her small face, pitifully requesting Lin Chen's mercy. Sigh, troublesome, let's find a place to settle you down first. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen felt awkward to get angry, so he turned back pretending to drive seriously, but was actually looking around for a better temporary shelter. Found it, hold on to me. It's so high. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhou Yaqi instinctively tightened her arms around his waist a bit more. The next moment, she found herself in mid-air, rapidly descending. She wanted to scream instinctively, but in a blink of an eye, she found herself in a strange room. The consecutive spatial changes even made her feel a nauseating dizziness. Such a hassle, what could have been done in 1 or 2 hours has been dragged until now. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? The sofa, covered in dust from not being sat on for a long time, was patted by Lin Chen. He crossed his arms and sat down, looking at Zhou Yaqi, who was still confused, with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Originally, he had planned it all out: ride his motorcycle for half an hour, spend 10 minutes packing up the poor guy he hadn't met yet, then ride back for another half an hour, and maybe even make it in time for dinner. But now, things had taken a turn for the worse. Encountering that stone man on the road delayed him for a while, and having to slow down because of Zhou Yaqi further wasted his time. What was supposed to be a half-hour journey ended up taking almost 2 hours, with the sky starting to darken. Trying to find someone and return in time was clearly impossible now, especially with the citywide power outage. It was fine for him alone, but he didn't want to walk the dark streets with a dragging oil can. I have nothing on me to compensate. Sorry. Zhou Yaqi nervously intertwined her small hands, lowered her head silently, preparing for the upcoming storm. I don't need your apology. Come here, massage my arms. I've been driving all the way, while you've been sitting comfortably there. Could it be that he was unexpectedly a good person? She had already prepared herself to be scolded or even hit, but hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhou Yaqi suddenly felt a sense of disbelief. After all this time, she knew very well the state of people's minds now. It was a competition of who was more twisted. Irritability was just child's play. There were quite a few people with murderous tendencies, and those who suddenly gained powerful abilities were even more likely to become like that. The manager of the survivor base she was in before was like that. He provided shelter, but no one dared to argue with him. If you said something he didn't like, his thorns would immediately come at you. But then again, without such a tough attitude, it might not have been possible to manage so many people obediently. In Zhou Yaqi's mind, people like Lin Chen with powerful abilities must have a bad temper. But now, it seemed like she had misjudged him with a suspicious mind. Moving closer, as soon as Zhou Yaqi sat on the sofa, a large hand patted her thigh directly, and then began to knead through a layer of sportswear. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yaqi's expression remained unchanged. Instead, she pulled Lin Chen's arm and gently massaged it for him. Enjoying the massage from the beautiful doctor, Lin Chen took out his phone to call his wives and let them know he wouldn't be able to come back tonight, to avoid worrying them. I'm like a little fish, do. The phone rang just as he finished speaking, and the call was answered on the other end. Hello, Xian. Why do you call me Xian as soon as you pick up the phone? Aren't your second wife usually nice to you? Moving the phone a bit further away, Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly when he saw that he hadn't dialed the wrong number. Xin, I see your butt is itching again. Why do you think I call you Xian as soon as I answer? Give the phone back to her. Don't be angry, just kidding. On the other end, in Lin Chen's home, Li Jiasun emerged from the crowd, leaning against the doorframe, playing with her hair and jokingly said, after spending so much time together, teasing him in front of Lin Chen had almost become her daily routine. If she missed out on it one day, she would even feel like something was lacking, as if life wasn't complete. In any case, today's dose of mischief was achieved. Hey, you, still acting like a kid at your age. Do you think you're a 15 or 16-year-old girl? Hold on, I've always been young, right? Let's not talk about that. Is there something you need to call for? And why aren't you home so late? Hearing Lin Chen about to start rambling, Li Jiasun quickly changed the subject, afraid he would continue to entangle, and immediately asked the most important question. Lin Chen had said he would be back soon when he left, but now it was dark, and there was no sign of him, which made them worry for a while. Oh, it's all your fault, almost forgot the main thing. Anyway, for various reasons, I can't go back tonight. You don't have to wait for me, go to bed early. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen didn't hear a response but instead heard a blurry voice on the other end of the phone, as if arguing over something. Oh, why blame me? I have to have a good talk with him. Alright, Jiasun, you go play, give me the phone. After a few seconds, a voice came back on the phone, but it was clearly a different person. Honey, are you in trouble? Is everything okay? Taking back the phone, Hao Shueshue asked with concern. It's okay, just delayed on the way. I'll definitely be back tomorrow. Men shouldn't make women worry, so to reassure them, Lin Chen replied decisively. Hao Shueshue breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, okay, be careful out there. By the way, honey, have you eaten? Not yet, have you guys eaten? The smile on his face never faded, although it was just a normal conversation, it still made Lin Chen feel very happy. How should I put it? The feeling of being cared for is really nice. We have eaten, but the new little sister is still hungry. Glancing at the chaos on the bed, How Shua Shua sighed and complained slightly, "Honey, you leaving really left us in a big mess." Tang Gua? Is that little troublemaker throwing a tantrum again? His expression unchanged, although he knew the cause of this was probably himself. So what? Sharing worries for her husband is also a wife's duty. I'm getting closer, honey, you listen for yourself. A few words may not be easy to explain, so to avoid interference from background noise, How Shua Shua went back to the bedroom from the living room. Standing by the bed, How Shua Shua quietly switched the phone to speaker mode. Soon, Lin Chen heard a commotion of a child throwing a tantrum from the phone. At this moment, Tang Gua had completely lost her elegance and composure as a young lady. Her hands and feet tied, she struggled on the bed. "Let me go! You villains, you're depriving me of my personal freedom, it's a crime." Gritting her teeth, glaring, her flat chest heaving with anger. "Bullying me, everyone's bullying me, men are bullying me, women are bullying me, can't this world be a little kinder?" Holding a bowl of food, Lin Xiao also looked troubled, persuading gently, "Sister, stop making a scene, have some food, if you go hungry, you won't be able to sleep at night." "I won't eat. This lady would rather starve to death than eat anything from you, I don't want to live anymore." Turning her head away, Tang Gua didn't even want to look at Lin Xiao. She thought she was a good person because she looked so simple, but she turned out to be the most twisted in her heart. Not to mention how she had tied her up just now, but before that, how could she have the nerve to do those things with her? "I didn't want to, but she forced me." Twisted. Too twisted. "Why are you like this? You have to eat. I'll go see if there's a funnel somewhere." Placing the bowl on the table, Lin Xiao wore a pure smile on her face as she prepared to leave, evidently planning to use some rough methods. "Lin Xiao, calm down." Startled, Su Yuqing hurriedly followed her outside, afraid that she might actually grab a water pipe or something to pour on Tang Gua. "Not eating? If you don't eat, you'll go hungry. You're all too gentle with her. I've said it before, if she doesn't listen, take a small whip and lash her." "I remember there should be one in the bedroom drawer." A familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded in her ears. Although they had only been together for less than a day, Tang Gua would probably never forget that infuriating tone of voice for the rest of her life. Where did you run off to, you bastard? Why didn't you come out? Are you afraid to face this lady?" The psychological defense line that had been built up instantly had a hole poked through it. Tang Gua, who thought she wouldn't cry again, felt the urge to cry upon hearing Lin Chen's voice. But her self-esteem and the onlookers around her made her suppress this urge and instead let out the little anger she had in her heart. Bastard, he's just a big bastard. Just when he had done something so excessive to her, he disappeared without a trace after a nap. What does he take this lady for? A toy? Say something nice if you wanna play, and if you don't, just toss it aside. TSK, why do I hear a hint of sadness? Miss Tang, did you wake up and not see me, feeling sad? Who's feeling sad? Stop talking nonsense. I can't see your face, and I'm so happy not to. Hit right in the heart with precision, Tang Gua suddenly felt a bit defenseless. She gritted her teeth and pretended not to care. Little did she know that Lin Chen couldn't see her expression at this moment, and the few girls who could see it all rolled their eyes, thinking how fake her expression was. At this moment, Tang Gua also felt strange. She was so angry at first, so angry that she wanted to bite Lin Chen to death. But after hearing his voice, her anger inexplicably disappeared, replaced by a strange sense of reassurance, making her wonder if she was really losing her mind. "Oh, that's truly heartbreaking. Not seeing Miss Tang, I miss her so much now. After all, a sweet, soft, fragrant little girl like her is a rare treasure. I really want to savor her once again."